molecules of carbon. And the building block, the Lego brick that we take out of the air or take out of the oceans is carbon dioxide. And to turn carbon dioxide into organic molecules, we need to strap on hydrogen. And so we need an, and this is basically what it's doing. It's hydrogenating carbon dioxide. It's taking the hydrogen and bubbles out of the earth and it's hydrogen events and sticks it on CO2. And it's kind of really as simple as that. And actually, thermodynamically, is the thing that I find most troubling is that if you do these experiments in the lab, the molecules you get are exactly the molecules that we see in the artificial.
Is there something to be said about the earliest origins of that little potion, that chemical process? What really is the spark there?
There isn't a spark. There is a continuous chemical reaction. And there is kind of a spark, but it's a continuous electrical charge which helps drive that. The charge, at least. I mean, a spark in that sense is we tend to think of in terms of Frankenstein. We tend to think in terms of electricity. One moment you zap something, it comes around. And what does that really mean? It's come alive, and now what's sustaining it? We are sustained by oxygen, by this continuous chemical reaction. And if you put a plastic bag on your head, then you've got a minute before it's all over.
There's some way of being able to leverage source of energy.
Well, the source of energy at the origin of life is the reaction between carbon dioxide and hydrogen. And amazingly, most of these reactions are exergonic, which is to say they release energy. If you have hydrogen and CO2, and you put them together in a pulping tube and you warm it up to say 50 degrees centigrade and you put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it, nothing's going to happen. But thermodynamically, that is less stable. Two gases, hydrogen and CO2, is less stable themselves. What should happen is you get cells coming. And so why doesn't that happen? It's because of kinetic barriers. It's because that's where you need to start.
Is it possible that life originated? The way you describe it is also
There's a long distance to go from the first bits of prebiotic chemistry to, say, molecular machines like ribosomes.
Is that the first thing that you would say is life? Like if I introduce you to the two of you to that party, you would say that's a living thing?
I would say as soon as we introduce genes, information, into systems that are growing anyway, so I would talk about growing protocells. As soon as we introduce even random bits of information into there, I'm thinking about RNA molecules, for example, it doesn't have to have any information, it can be a completely random sequence. But if it's introduced into a system which is in any case growing and doubling itself and reproducing itself, then any changes in that sequence that allow it to do so better or worse are now selected by perfectly normal natural selection.
But the system,
so that's when it becomes alive.
That's encompassed into an object that keeps information and involves that information, changes that information.
Yes.
In response to.
So it's always part of us.
So is your sense that it started only once because it's difficult, or is it possible it started in multiple occasions on it?
It started multiple occasions. There's two provisos to that. One of them is oxygen makes it impossible. So as soon as you've got oxygen in the atmosphere, then life is starting. So I often get asked, why can't we start to it's so easy, why can't we start to these effects now? And the answer is, look, if you want hydrogen to react with CO2 and oxygen, hydrogen reacts with oxygen instead. You get an explosive reaction with rocket fuel. So it's never going to happen. But for the origin of life earlier than that, all we know is that there's a single common ancestor for all of life. There could have been multiple origins and they all just disappeared. But there's a very interesting deep split between bacteria and what are called archaea, which look just the same as bacteria. And they're not quite as diverse anymore. And they are very different in biochemistry. So any explanation of the origin of life has to account as well for why they're so different and so simple. And that makes me think probably did a
Can you describe the difference? That's interesting. How they're similar, how they're
Well, they're different in their membranes primarily. They're different in things like DNA replication. They use completely different enzymes and the genes behind it for replicating DNA.
So they both have membranes, both have DNA replication.
Yes.
The process of that.
They both have DNA. The genetic code is identical in them both. The way in which it's transcribed into RNA, into a copy of a gene, and the way that that's then translated into a protein, that's all basically the same in both these groups. So they clearly share the common ancestor. It's just that they're different in fundamental ways as well. And if you think about what kind of processes could drive that divergence very early on, I can think about this in terms of membranes, in terms of the electrical charge. And it's that makes me think. There are probably many unsuccessful attempts.
Can you explain why that divergence makes you think there's one common ancestor? I think you described that intuition. I'm looking up there, but why the divergence? Like the leap from the divergence is this one. Do you mean like the divergence indicates that there was a big invention at that time?
Yes. If you got, as I imagine, if you had a common ancestor living in a hydrocarbon plant, let's say there are millions of vents and millions of potential common ancestors living in those vents, but only one of them makes it out first. Then you can imagine that cell is then going to kind of take over the world and wipe out everything else. And so what you see would be a single common ancestor for life. But with lots of different vent systems all kind of vying to create the first life forms.
So this thing is a cell. Single cell.
Well, we're always talking about populations of cells. These are single cell populations.
But the fundamental life form is a single cell, right? So they're always together, but they're alone together.
Yeah.
There's a machinery in each one individual component that, if left by itself, it's still how it works.
Yes. Right? It's the unit of selection. But selection operates over generations and changes over generations in populations of cells. So it would be impossible to say that a cell is the unit of selection in the sense that unless you have a population of that change.
Right. But there was one Chuck Norris, the American reference. Cell, right? Oh, like the first one.
So imagine then that this one cell gets out and takes it.
Gets out in the water.
Right deep in the ocean. But actually, two cells got out. And they appear to have got out from the same vent because they both share the same code. So unless we've got a million different common ancestors in all these different vents, but either they all have the same code, and two cells spontaneously emerge from different places, or two different cells fundamentally came from the same place. So either way, what are the constraints that say just one came out, or not 500,000 came out, but two came out? That's kind of a bit strange. So how did they come out? Well, they come out because what you're doing inside a vent is you're relying on the electrical charges down there to power this reaction between hydrogen and CO2 to make yourself grow. And when you leave the vent, you've got to do that yourself. You've got to power up your own membrane. And so the question is, well, how do you power up your own membrane? And the answer is, well, you need to pump. You need to pump ions to give an electrical charge. So what do the pumps look like? Well, the pumps look different in these two groups. It's as if they both emerge from the common ancestor. As soon as you've got that ancestor, things move very quickly and divergent. Why does DNA replication look different? Well, it's joined to the membrane. The membranes are different. DNA replication is different because it's joined to a different kind of membrane. So there's interesting, it's detail, you might say, but it's also fundamental because it's about the two big divergent groups of life on Earth that seem to diverge really early on.
It all started with one organism, and then that organism started replicating the heck out of itself with some mutation in the DNA. So like there's a competition for the process of evolution. They're not like trying to beat each other up. They're just trying to live.
They just replicate.
Yeah. Well, let's not.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're just trying to chill. They're trying to relax. There's no sense of trying to survive. They're replicating.
I mean, there's no sense in which they're trying to do anything. They're just outgrowth of the earth.
Which is just the best primitive life. It's just ants that are hairless, mostly hairless, overgrown heads. Okay. What do you think about the idea of panspermia? That the theory that life did not originate in the planet, or pseudopanspermia, which is like the basic ingredients, the magic that you mentioned.
I don't find them helpful. I'd not say they're relevant. So pseudo-transpermia, the idea that chemicals, the amino acids, the nucleotides are into it. Well, we know that happens. It's unequivocal. They're doing it in interacts, comics, and so on. So what do they do next? That's, to me, the question. And what they do is they stock a soup. Presumably they land in a pond or in an ocean, wherever they land. And then you end up with the best possible case scenario. You end up with a soup with nucleotides and amino acids, and then you have to say, so now what happens? And the answer is, well, they have to go become alive. So how do they do that? What they then make? I don't believe in soup. I think what will have an event is a continuous conversion, a continuous growth, a continuous reaction, a continuous converting the flow of molecules into more of yourself. So you've got a kind of continuous self-organization growth from the very beginning. You never have that in a soup.
Isn't the entire universe living organisms in the universe? Isn't it just soup all the way down? Isn't it all soup?
Soup almost by definition has no structure.
But soup is a collection of ingredients that are like randomly interact.
We have chemistry going on. Membranes forming, which are oil water interactions.
Okay, so it feels like there's a direction to the process.
There are directions. And if you're starting with CO2 and you've got two reactive fluids being brought together and they react, what are they going to make? Well, they make carboxylic acids, which include the fatty acids that make cell membranes, and they form directly into bilayer membranes. They form like soap bubbles. It's spontaneous organization caused by the nature of the environment. And those things are capable of growing, are capable of, in effect, of being selected even before there are genes. So we have a lot of order. And that order is coming from thermodynamics. And thermodynamics is always about increasing the entropy of the universe. But if you have oil and water separating, you're increasing the entropy of the universe, even though you've got some order which is the soap and the water not missing. To come back to your first question about panspermia properly, that just pushes the question somewhere else. That just, even if it's true, maybe life did start with right. So what are the principles that govern the emergence of life on any planet? It's an assumption that life starts with. And it's an assumption that it started in a hydrothermal vent, or it started in a terrestrial geothermal system. The question is, how we work out the testable sequence of events that lead from one to the other one, and then test it and see if there's any truth in it. With panspermia, you can't do anything.
But the fundamental question of panspermia is, do we have the machine here on Earth? Is the vent enough? It is oxygen and hydrogen, or whatever the heck else we want, and some source of energy and heat. Is that enough to build life? Or that's, of course you would say that as a human. But there could be aliens that are not chuckling at the idea. Maybe you need some special sauce. Special sauce. In your sense, we got everything.
I mean, this is precisely the question. So I like to, when we're talking in schools, I like to start out with the idea we can make a time machine. We go back 4 billion years, and we go to these environments that people talk about. We go to a deep sea hydrothermal vent, we go to Yellowstone Park type place environment, and we find some slime that looks like it's tested, made of organic molecules. It's got a structure which is not obviously cells, but is this a stepping stone on the way to life or not? How do we know? unless we've got an intellectual framework that says this is a stepping stone, and that's not a step. We never know. We wouldn't know which environment to go to, what to look for, how to say this. So all we can ever hope for, I'm not going to build that time machine, is to have an intellectual framework which can explain step by step, experiment by experiment, how we go from sterile inorganic matter to living cells as we know. And in that framework, every time you have a choice, it could be this way or it could be that way. Lots of possible thoughts down that road. Did it have to be that way? Could it have been the other way? And look back at giving you life a very different context. And so if you come up with it's a lot of hypotheses, because we're going from really simple prebiotic chemistry all the way through to genes and molecular machines. So long pathway. And nobody in the field would agree on the order in which these things happen, which is not a bad thing, because it means that you have to go out and do some experiments and try and demonstrate that it's possible or not possible.
It's so freaking amazing that it happened. It feels like there's a direction. You try to answer from a framework perspective. What is life? So you said there's some order, and yet there's complexity. So it's not perfectly ordered. It's not boring. There's still some fun in it. And it also feels like the processes have a direction. Through the selection mechanism, they seem to be building something. Always better. Always improving. And maybe it's
that's a perception.
That's our manifestation. Things are always better. Things are getting better. We'd like to believe that.
You think about the world from the point of view of bacteria, and bacteria were the first things to emerge from whatever environment they came from, and they dominated the planet very, very quickly. And they haven't really changed. 4 billion years later, they look exactly the same.
About 4 billion years ago, bacteria started to really run the show.
Yeah.
And then nothing happened for it.
Nothing happened for 2 billion years. And after 2 billion years, we see another single event, origin, like our own type of cell, eukaryotic cells with stuff going on inside. Another singular origin, happen once in the history of life on Earth. Maybe happen multiple times, and there's no evidence everything just disappeared, but we have to at least take it seriously, is that there's something that stops bacteria from becoming more complex. Because they didn't. That's a fact that they emerged 4 billion years ago, and something happened 2 billion years ago, but the bacteria themselves didn't change. They remain bacteria. So there is no necessary trajectory towards great complexity of human beings at the end of it. It's very easy to imagine without photosynthesis arising or without eukaryotes arising, the planet could be full of bacteria and nothing else.
But we'll get to that, because that's a brilliant invention. There's a few brilliant inventions along the way. But what is life? If you were to show up on Earth, but you take that time machine, and you said, asking yourself the question, is this a stepping stone towards life? As you step along, when you see the early bacteria, how would you know it's life? And then this is a really important question when you go to other planets and look for life. Like, what is the framework for telling the difference between a rock and a bacteria?
I mean, the question is kind of both impossible to answer and trivial at the same time, and I don't like to answer. I don't think there is an answer. I think we're trying to describe the process. There is not. I mean, there's no top separate at least 40 or 50 different definitions of life out there, and most of them are, well, obviously that. I mean, there's for example, I can never remember the exact words that people use, but there's a NASA working definition, which more or less says a system which is capable of self-sustaining system capable of evolution, something like that. And I immediately have a problem with the word self-sustaining, because it's sustained by the environment, and I know what they're getting to, not trying to say, but I pick up all of that. And there's always wags who say, by that definition, a rabbit is not alive, only a pair of rabbits would be alive, because a single rabbit is incapable of cooking itself. There are all kinds of pedantic, silly, but also important objections to any hypothesis. The real question is, what is, we can argue all day, people do argue all day about, is a virus alive or not? It depends on most biologists could not agree with that. So then what about a jumping gene, retrovirus? Sometimes it is simpler than a virus, but it's capable of converting its environment into a copy of itself. And that's about as close. This is not a definition, this is a description. Is that it's able to parasitize the environment, and that goes for plants, bacteria, and viruses, to make a relatively exact copy of themselves, information exact.
But it doesn't really have to be a copy of yourself, right? It has to be, you have to create something that's interesting. Like the way evolution is, but it is extremely powerful process of evolution, which is basically copy yourself, sometimes mess up a little bit. Okay, that seems to work very well. I wonder if it's possible to mess up big time as a standard. That's what you call it.
It's called a hopeful monster. And, in principle, it can. Actually, it turns out, I would say that this is due to re-emergence. It's an amazing work from Michael Levin. Interesting, but you haven't interviewed him.
Yeah,
About, yeah.
Talking to me.
Oh, fantastic.
So I mentioned
Yeah.
So he was that Andre Kapaki is a friend who's really admired dad who made you take your path to Michael and to Nick. So this, of course, I'm a huge fan of yours. Of course, of other connections. Anyway.
Michael Rabbi is doing amazing work, basically about the way in which electrical fields control development. And he's done some work with planarian worms, well, he'll tell you all about this, so I won't say any more than but basically you can cut their head off and redevelop a new head. But the head that they develop depends. If you knock out just one iron pump in a membrane, so you change the electrical circuitry just a little bit, you can come up with a completely different head. It can be a head which is similar to those diverged 150 million years ago, or it can be a head which no one's ever seen before, a different kind of head. Now that is really, you might say, a hopeful monster. This is a kind of leap into a different direction. The only question for natural selection is, does it work? Is the change itself feasible as a single change? And the answer is yes, it's just a small change in a single gene. The second thing is, it gives rise to a completely different morphology. Does it work? And if it works, that could be a shift. For it to be a speciation, for it to continue, for it to give rise to a different morphology over time, then it has to be perpetuated. So that shift, that change in that gene has to work well enough that it is selected.
And copy enough times to really test it.
So the likelihood of it will be some occasions where it's about it. And yes, the idea that we can have sudden, fairly abrupt change.
What about this idea that kind of trying to mathematize definition of life, saying how many steps, the shortest amount of steps it takes to build it's like an engineer.
I like that view, because I think that in a sense that's not very far away from what a hypothesis needs to do to be a testable hypothesis for the origin of the life. You need to spell out, here's each step, and here's the experiment to do each step. The idea that we can do it in the lab, some people say, oh, created life within 5 years, but that's not life. We have a plan 4 billion years ago with these vent systems across the entire surface of the planet. We have millions of years if we wanted. I have a feeling that we're not talking maybe millions of nanoseconds or picoseconds. We're talking about chemistry, which is happening quickly. But we still need to constrain those steps, but we've got a planet doing similar chemistry. You asked about a trajectory. The trajectory is the planetary trajectory. The planet has properties. It's basically got a lot of iron at the centre of it. It's got a lot of electrons at the centre of it. It's more oxidized on the outside, partly because of the sun, and partly because the heat of volcanoes puts out oxidized gases. So the planet is a battery. It's a giant battery. And we have a flow of electrons going from inside to outside in these hydrothermal vents. And that's the same topology as a cell. A cell is basically just a micro version of the atom. And it's, there is a trajectory in all of that. There's an inevitability that certain types of chemical reaction are going through the chemicals. And there's an inevitability in what happens in water, the chemistry that happens in water. Some will be immiscible with water and will form membranes and will form solid structures. And water's nobody really understands water very well. And it's another big question for experiments of the origin of life. What do you put it in? What kind of structure do we want to induce in this water? Because the last thing is life is that it's just bulk water.
How fundamental is water to life, would you say?
I would say pretty fundamental. I wouldn't like to say it's impossible for life to start any other way, no. But water is everywhere. Water is extremely good at what it does. And carbon works in water especially well. So those things, carbon is everywhere. So those things together make me think probabilistically, if we found 1,000 life forms, 995 would be carbon-based in living water.
Now, the reverse question, if you found a puddle of water elsewhere with some carbon, no, just a puddle of water. Is a puddle of water pretty damn good indication that life either exists here or has once existed here? So it doesn't work the other way.
I think you need a living planet. You need a planet which is capable of turning over its surface. It needs to be a planet with water. It needs to be capable of bringing those electrons from inside to the outside. It needs to turn over its surface. It needs to make that water work and turn it into hydrogen. So I think you need a living planet. But once you've got the living planet, I think the rest of it is thermodynamics.
If you were to run Earth over 1 million times, up to this point, maybe beyond to the end, try to the end. What is it? How much variety is there? Kind of spoke to this trajectory that the environment dictates, like chemically, whichever way, spiritually, like dictates kind of the direction of this giant machine that seems chaotic, but does seem to have order in the steps it's taken. How often will life, how often will bacteria emerge? How often will something like humans emerge? How much variety do people do?
I think at the level of bacteria, not much variety. I think we would get, how many times do you say 1 million times? I would say at least a few 100,000 bacteria again.
Oh, wow.
Because I think there's some level of inevitability that the wet rocky planet will give rise through the same processes, through something very. I think this is not something I thought a few years ago, but working with a PhD student at Stuart Harris, who has been thinking about genetic code, we've just been publishing on that. There are patterns that you can discern in the code, that if you think about them in terms of, we start with CO2 and hydrogen, and these are the first steps of that chemistry, you come up with a code which is very similar to the code that we see. So it wouldn't surprise me any longer if we found life on Mars and had a genetic code that was not very different to the genetic code we have, without it just being transferred across. There's some inevitability about the whole of the beginning, in my view.
That's really promising, because if the basic chemistry is tightly linked to the genetic code, that means we can interact with other life if it exists.
Well, that's potential.
That's really exciting. That's okay. But then bacteria.
We've got bacteria. How easy is photosynthesis? Not hard, I say.
Let's actually go there. Let's go to the inventions.
Yeah.
What is photosynthesis, and why is it?
Well, there are different forms. I mean, basically, you're taking hydrogen and you're sticking onto CO2, which is powered by the sun. The question is, where are you taking hydrogen from? And in photosynthesis that we know in plants, it's coming from water. So you're using the power of the sun to split water, take out the hydrogen, stick it onto CO2, and the oxygen is a waste product, and you just throw it out. So it's the single greatest planetary pollution event in the whole history of the Earth.
The pollutant being.
Yes. Yeah. It also made possible animals. You can't have large active animals without an oxygen atmosphere. It's not in the sense that we know on Earth.
So that's a really big invention.
Really huge invention. There's a few things that happen once on Earth, and you're always stuck with this problem, isn't it? Once it happened, and it becomes so good so quickly that it precluded the same thing happening ever again. Or are there other reasons? And we really have to look at each one in turn. Why did it only happen once? In this case, it's really difficult to split water. It requires a lot of power, and that power, you're effectively separating charge across the membrane, and the way in which you do it, it doesn't all rush back and kind of cause an explosion right to the side. It requires really careful wiring. And that wiring, it can't be easy to get it right, because the plants that we see around us, they have chloroplasts. Those chloroplasts are cyanobacteria. Those cyanobacteria are the only group of bacteria that can do that type of thing. So there's plenty of opportunity to learn about bacteria.
So who invented photosynthesis?
That is cyanobacteria, or their bacteria.
And there's not many.
No other bacteria can do what's called oxygen. Lots of other bacteria can split. I mean, you can take your hydrogen from somewhere, you can take your hydrogen sulfide bubbling out of the hydrogen, grab your two hydrogens, sulfate. You can do it from iron. You can take electrons, so the early oceans were probably full of iron. You can take an electron from ferrous iron, so iron 2 plus, and make an iron 3 plus, which now precipitates as rust. And you take a proton from the acidic early ocean, stick it there, and you've got a hydrogen atom, stick it onto CO2. You've just done the trick. The trouble is, you bury yourself in rusty iron. And with sulfur, you can bury yourself in sulfur. One of the reasons oxygen photosynthesis is so much better is that the waste product is oxygen, which is away.
That seems like extremely unlikely, and it's extremely essential for the evolution of complex organisms because of all the oxygen.
Yeah, the nitrogens accumulate quickly.
So it's converting, It's converting energy from the sun and the resource of water into the resource needed for animals.
Both resources needed for animals. We need to eat, we need to burn the food. We're eating plants, to getting their energy from the sun, and by burning it with their waste product, which is the oxygen. So there's a lot of kind of circularity there. Without an oxygenated planet, you couldn't really have predation. You can have animals, but you can't really have animals that go around and eat each other. You can't have ecosystems as we know them.
Well, let's actually step back. What about eukaryotic versus prokaryotic? How big? What are each?
I personally think that's the single biggest invention in the history of life.
Right. So what are they?
Yeah, so I mentioned bacteria and archaea. These are both prokaryotes. They're basically small cells that don't have a nucleus. If you look at them under a microscope, you don't see much. If you look at them under a super resolution microscope, they're fantastic. In terms of their molecular machinery, they're amazing. In terms of their morphological appearance under a microscope, they're really small and simple. The earliest life we can physically see on the planet are stromatolites, which I think like cyanobacteria, and they're large superstructures, effectively biofilms placed on top of each other, and you end up with quite large structures that you can see in the fossil record. But they never came up with animals. They never came up with plants. They came up with multicellular things, filamented cyanobacteria, for example, are just one strings of cells. But the origin of the eukaryotic cell seems to have been what's called an endosymbiosis, so cell gets inside another cell. And I think that transformed the energetic possibilities of it. So what we end up with is a kind of supercharged cell, which can have a much larger nucleus with many more genes, all supporters. If you think about it, you can think about it as a multitude of that. So you've got a cell and it's got bacteria living in it, and those bacteria are providing it with the energy currency it needs. But each bacterium has a genome of its own, which costs a fair amount of energy to express, to turn over, convert into proteins. What the mitochondria do, which are these power packs in the cells, They were bacteria once, and they threw away virtually all the genes.
So mitochondria, as you said, is the bacteria that got inside the cell, and it threw away all the stuff it doesn't need to survive inside the cell, and then kept.
So what we end up with, so there's always a handful of genes. In our own case, 37 genes. But there's a few protists, which are single cells, things that have got 70 genes. So it's not always the same. It's always a small number. And you can think of it as a pared down power pack, where the control unit is really big. It's pared down to almost nothing. So you're putting out the same power, but the investment in the overheads is really big. That means that you can support a much larger nuclear genome. So we've gone up in the number of genes, but also the amount of power you have to convert those genes into proteins. We've gone up about fourfold in the number of genes, but in terms of the size of genomes and the ability to make the building blocks, make the proteins, we've gone up.
Does it tell you when you die?
So it's a huge step change. And it's interesting then, the only two occasions that complex life has arisen on Earth, plants and animals,
But you can kind of tell.
fungi you could say are complex, well, they don't form such complex morphologies as plants. Start with a single cell. Start with
Like, it's one weapon that you just
Exactly. So we start developing all of the cells in the organism, and you switch off. In the brain, you switch
what
off.
weapon do you feel
Switch off.
what weapon do you feel difficult enough?
And the standard evolutionary explanation for that is you're restricting context. You don't have a load of genetic different cells that are really fighting.
When an opponent kills you, what weapon do they usually kill you?
All genetically different, and effectively they're incapable of level of communication. They get in the fight.
Not like
Yeah, so
not grenades.
why is this such a difficult invention of getting this bacteria inside of the engine with the mitochondria? Why do you assign it such great importance? Is it great importance in terms of the difficulty of how it was achieved, or great importance in terms of the impact it had on life?
Both. It had a huge impact on life, because if that had not happened, we were certain that life on Earth would be bacterial.
And that took a really long time.
It took 2 billion years, and it hasn't happened since to the rest of our knowledge. So it looks as if it's genuinely different. And if you think about it then from just an informational perspective, you think bacteria have got, they structure their information differently. So a bacterial cell has a small genome that might have 4,000 genes in it, but a single E. coli cell has access to about 30,000 genes. Potentially, it's got a kind of metagene where other E. coli out there have got different gene sets, and you can switch them around between themselves. And so you can generate a huge amount of variation. They've got more genes. E. coli metagene is larger than the human genome. 20,000 genes. So, and they've had 4 billion years of evolution to work out what can I do and what can't I do with this metagene. And the answer is you're stuck. You're still bacteria. So they have explored genetic sequence space far more thoroughly than eukaryotes ever did, because they've had twice as long at least, and they've got much larger populations. And they never got around this problem. So why can't they? It seems as if they can't solve it with information alone. So what's the problem? The problem is structure. If cells, if the very first cells need an electrical charge on them, and in bacteria it's the outer membrane that surrounds the cell, which is electrically charged. You try and scale that up, and you've got a fundamental design problem, an engineering problem. And there are examples of this, and what we see in all these cases, what's known as extreme polyclonal, which is to say they have tens of thousands of copies of a complete genome, which is energetically hugely expensive, and you end up with a large bacteria with no further development. What you need is to incorporate these electrically charged power pack units inside, and with their control units intact, and for them not to conflict so much with the host cell that it all goes wrong. Perhaps it goes wrong more often than not. And then you change the topology of the cell. Now you don't necessarily have any more DNA than the giant bacterium with extreme polyclonal. What you've got is an asymmetry. You now have a giant nucleus surrounded by lots of subsidiary energetic genes that do all the embedded control units that do control energy generation.
Could this have been done gradually? Does it have to be done? The power bank has to be all intact and ready to go?
I mean, it's a kind of step change in possibilities of evolution. It doesn't happen overnight. It's going to still require multiple generations. So it could take millions of years. It could take shorter time. This is another thing. I would like to put the number of steps and try and work out what's required with each step. I'm trying to do that with sex. You can't have a very large gene unless you have sex. So what are the changes to go from bacterial recombination to eukaryotic recombination? What do you need to do? Why do we go from passing around this DNA as change to fusing cells together, lining up the chromosomes, recombining across the chromosomes, and then we go through 2 rounds of cell division to produce new gametes? All eukaryotes do it that way. So again, why switch? What are the drivers? There's a lot of time, there's a lot of evolution. But as soon as you've got cells living inside another cell, what you've got is a new design. You've got a new potential.
So the cell living inside another cell, that design allows for better storage of information, better use of energy, more delegation, like a hierarchical control of the whole thing. And then somehow that leads to really multi-cell organisms.
I'm not sure that you have hierarchical control. You've got a system where you can have a much larger information storage depots in the edge. You can have a much larger genome. And that allows multicellularity, yes, because it allows you. It's a funny thing. To have an animal where I have 70% of my genes switched on in my brain and a different 50% switched on in my liver. You've got to have all those genes in the egg cell at the very beginning, and you've got to have a program of development which says, okay, you guys switch off those genes and switch on those genes, you guys. But all the genes are there at the beginning. That means you've got to have a lot of genes in one cell, and you've got to be able to maintain them. The problem with bacteria is they don't get close to having enough genes in one cell. So if you were to try and make a multicellular organism from bacteria, you bring different types of bacteria together and hope that they don't.
That's all they have to do.
Yeah, we know they don't because it doesn't exist.
We have the data, as far as we know. I'm sure there's a few special ones. I'd love to know some of the most fun things bacteria have done since.
I mean, they can do some pretty fun things. And as we take this is a broad brushstroke that I'm talking about.
Yes, generally speaking. So how was another fun invention? Us humans seem to utilize it well, but say it's also very important early on is sex. So what is sex? Asking for friends. And when was it invented and how hard was it to invent, just as you were saying? And why was it invented? Why? How hard was it? And like,
I have a PhD student who's been working with
sex?
on sex, yes.
He published because biology. Is it biology, genetics, journal?
This is actually PNAS. Proceedings of National Galway. I'm not interested in sex, yeah. The job of biologists is to make sex better.
Yes, yeah, it's a beautiful way to put it. Okay, so when was it invented?
It was invented with eukaryotes about 2 million. All eukaryotes share the same basic mechanism that produce gametes. The gametes fuse together, so the gametes is the egg cell and the sperm. They're not necessarily even different in size or shape. So the simplest eukaryotes produce what are called motile gametes. They're all like sperm, and they all swim around, they find each other, fuse together. They don't have much going on there beyond that. And then these are haploid, which is to say we all have 2 copies of our genome, and the gametes have only a single copy. So when they fuse together, you now diploid again, which is to say you have 2 copies of your genome. And what you do is you line them all up, and then you double everything. So now we have 4 copies of the complete genome, and then we crisscross between one of these things. So we take a bit from here, stick it on a bit from here. That's recombination. And then we go through 2 rounds of cell division. So divide in half, so now the 2 daughters have to have 2 copies, and divide in half again, now we have some gametes, which is about called meiosis. Syndrome, which is basically sex. And it happens at the level of single-celled organisms, and it happens pretty much the same way in plants, pretty much the same way in animals. And it's not found in any bacteria. They switch things around using the same machinery. They take up a bit of DNA from the environment, they take out this bit, and it's the same molecular machinery they're using.
What about the kind of, you said find each other, this kind of imperative?
Yeah.
Find each other. What is that? Like, is that?
Well, you've got a few cells together. So the bottom line on all of this is bacteria. I mean, it's kind of simple when you figured it out. You're figuring it out. This is not me. This is not a PhD student. Not and in effect, if you're doing that, you're a E. coli cell. You've got 4,000 genes.
When
you
you
scale up for a eukaryotic
play with
cell,
them,
I have 20,000 genes. And I need to maintain my gene pool so it doesn't get shot to pieces by mutations. And I'm going to do it by lateral gene transfer. So I know I've got a mutation in a gene. I don't know which gene it is, because I know I can't grow. I know all my regulation systems are saying, to pick up some DNA. If you've got a small genome, the chances of you picking up the right bit of DNA from the environment is much higher than if you've got a genome of 20,000 genes. To do that, you've effectively got to be picking up DNA all the time, all day long, and nothing else, and you're still going to get rid of DNA. You've got to pick up large chunks, and in the end, you've got to line them up, and you're forced into sex. So you're
so there is the kind of incentive.
If you want to have a large genome, you've got to prevent it mutating to nothing. But that will happen with bacteria. There's another reason why bacteria can't have a large genome. But as soon as you give them the power pack, as soon as you give eukaryotic cells the power pack that allows them to increase the size of their genome, then you face the pressure that you've got to maintain its quality. You've got to stop it just mutating away.
What about sexual selection? So the finding, I like this one, I don't like this one seems alright. Like, what's the is it like which one just become less right?
It's hard to know.
Because eukaryotes just kind of.
Yeah,
is there
is there sexual selection in single cell eukaryotes? There probably is. It's just that I don't know very much about it. By the time
you don't hang out with eukaryotes.
I do all the time, but
you can't communicate with them.
Like peacock or something. Yes. The kind of standard, this is not quite what I work on, but the standard answer is that it's female mate choice. She is looking for good genes. And if you can have a tail like this, and still survive, still be alive, while actually being taken down by the new predator, then you must have got pretty good genes, because despite this handicap, you're able to survive. So
those are like human interpretable things like with a peacock. But I wonder, I'm sure echoes of the same thing right there with more primitive organisms. Basically, your PR, like how you advertise yourself that you're worthy of.
absolutely.
So one big advertisement is the fact that you survived it all.
Let me give you one beautiful example of an algal bloom. And this can be a cyanobacteria, this can be bacteria. So if suddenly you pump nitrate or phosphate or something into the ocean, and everything goes green, you end up with this algae growing. The viral infection or something like that can kill the entire bloom overnight. And it's not that the virus takes out everything overnight. It's that most of the cells in that bloom kill themselves before the virus can get into them. And it's through a form of cell death called programmed cell death. We do the same things. It's how we have different gaps between our fingers and so on. It's how we craft synapses in the brain. It's fundamental again to they have the same machinery in these groups. How do they know who dies? The answer is they will often put out a toxin. And that toxin is a kind of a challenge to you. Either you can cope with the toxin or you can't. If you can cope with it, you form a spore and you will go on to become the next generation. You'll form a kind of a resistant spore, sit down a little bit, you get out of the way, you're out of you can't be attacked by a virus if you're a spore for this reason. Whereas if you can't deal with that toxin, you pull the plug and you trigger your death apparatus and you kill yourself.
process truly life and death.
Yeah. So it's a challenge, and this is a bit like sexual selection. It's not so they're all pretty much genetically identical, but they've had different life histories. So have you had a tough day? Did you happen to get infected by this virus, or did you run out of iron, or did you get too much sun? Whatever it may be, if this extra stressful toxin just pushes you over the edge, then you have this binary choice: either you're the next generation or you kill yourself.
It's also actually exactly the way I approach dating. But that's probably why I'm saying that. Okay. What about if we can step back DNA? This mechanism of storing information. RNA, DNA. How big of an invention? That seems to be fundamental to like something deep into what life is. The ability, as you said, to kind of store and propagate information. We can also kind of infer that with your student work that there's a deep connection between chemistry and the ability to have this kind of how big of an invention is it to have a nice representation, not as hard drive to pass on.
Huge, I suspect. I mean, but when I was talking about the code, you see the code in RNA as well. RNA also first. And there's been an idea going back decades for the RNA lives, because RNA, in theory, can copy itself and can catalyze reactions. So it can pass out this chain and make the
DNA is possible is not that special.
So RNA is the thing that does the work. And the code lies in RNA. The code lies in the interaction. It still is there today in the ribosome, for example, which is just a giant ribosome, which is the station enzyme that's made of RNA.
Most places
So getting to RNA, I suspect, is probably not that hard. But getting from RNA, how do you there's multiple different types of RNA. How do you distinguish? This is something we're actively thinking. How do you distinguish between a random population of RNA? Some of them go on to become messenger RNA. This is the transcript of the code, the gene that you make. Some of them become transfer RNA, which is the kind of unit that holds the amino acids. Some of them become ribosomal RNA, which is the machine which is joining them all up together. How do they discriminate themselves? Some kind of phase transition going on there? I don't know. It's a difficult question. And we're now in the region of biology where information is coming in. But the thing about RNA is very, very good. Are the largest genomes supported by RNA viruses, which I think they're pretty small. And so there's a limit to how complex life could be unless you come up with DNA, which chemically is a really small change. But how easy it is to make that change, I don't really know. As soon as you've got DNA, then you've got an amazingly stable molecule for information storage. And you can do absolutely anything. How likely that transition from RNA to DNA?
How much possibility is there for variety in ways to store information? It seems to be very specific characteristics about the programming language of DNA.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on what's called the Slender. Can we replace the bases themselves, the letters? Can we replace the backbone? Can we replace, for example, phosphate with phosphate? Can we replace the sugar ribose with deoxyribose with a different sugar? And the answer is yes, we can. Within limits, there's not an infinite space there. Arsenate doesn't really work in bonds and other strong phosphate.
Do you find that camouflage?
It's possible to do it. The question to me is, why is it this way? Is it because there was some form of selection that this is better than the other forms, and lots of competing forms of information storage rather than this one is on the program? Or was it kind of channeled that way, that these are the molecules that we're dealing with, and they work? And I'm increasingly thinking it's that way, that we're channeled towards ribose, phosphate, and bases that are used. But there are 200 different letters kicking around out there that could be used.
It's such an interesting question. If you look at in programming or in computer science, there's a programming language called JavaScript, which was written super quickly, giant mess, but it took over the world. And it was
Sounds
kind of
very biological.
it was kind of a running joke that like surely this can't be. This is terrible program language, giant mess, and bugs is so easy to write in crappy code. It took over all front end development, web browser. If you have any kind of dynamic interactive website, it's usually running JavaScript, and it's now taking up much of the back end, which is like the serious application stuff. And it's become super fast with the different compilation engines that are running. So it's like it really took over the world. It's very possible. Initially crappy, derived language actually takes over. And then the question is, did human civilization always strive for JavaScript? Or was JavaScript just the first programming language that ran the browser? It's sticky. The first is the sticky one. Right, but it's good to ask that. I suppose in the lab, you can get run the programming languages in biology, probably do some kind of small scale evolutionary test, try to infer that.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, we've got the hardware and the software. The hardware is maybe the DNA and the RNA itself, and the software is perhaps that code. Did the code have to be this way? Could it be a different way? People talk about the optimization of the code, and there's some suggestions for that. But you could imagine you could come out with a million different codes, and this would be one of the best ones.
Well, we don't know this.
Well, people have tried to model it based on the effect of mutations. So, no, you're right, we don't know, because that's a single assumption that mutation is what's being selected from that. There's other possibilities too.
I mean, there does seem to be a resilience in that redundancy difficult thing. It's hard to mess up. In the way you mess it up, often is likely to produce interesting results. So it's
Well, I mean, it's almost, biology is underpinned by this kind of mess. You look at the human genome, it's full of stuff that is really either broken or dysfunctional, or was a virus once, whatever it may be. Somehow it works. And maybe we need some functional genes are taken from it.
So what about, you mentioned predatory behavior. You talked about sex. What about violence? Predator and prey dynamics. When was that invented? And poetic and biological ways of putting it. How do you describe the relationship? Is it a beautiful dance, or is it a violent atrocity?
Well, I guess, when does it start? It starts in bacteria. You see these amazing predators. Gala Vibrio is one novelists used to talk about it. It's got a kind of a drill piece that drills through the wall and the membrane of the bacteria, and then it actually eats the bacterium from just inside the periplasmic space and makes copies of itself that way. So that's straight predation. There are predators among bacteria.
The predation in that, sorry to interrupt, means you murder somebody and use their body as a resource in some way.
Yeah.
But it's not parasitic in that you need them to be still alive.
No. I mean, predation isn't kill them, really. Parasite is.
Okay. So, but it seems the predator is really
So what we see, if we go back 560, 570 million years before the Cambrian explosion, there is what's known as the ediacaran form, sometimes they're called vector bites, which is and it's not obvious that they're animals at all. They're stalked things. They often have fronds, leaves, fractal branching patterns on them. And the thing is that they're found sometimes the geologists can figure out the environment that they were in and say this was more than 200 meters deep, because there was no sign of any waves, no storm damage down here, this kind of thing. They were more than 200 meters deep, so they're definitely not photosynthetic. These are animals, and they're filter feeders. sponges, corals and things are filter feeding animals that are stuck to the spot. And little bits of carbon come their way, they filter it out, and that's what they're eating. So no predation involved in this beyond stuff just dies. It feels like a very gentle, rather beautiful, rather limited world. So there's not a lot going on. And something changes. Oxygen definitely changes during this period. Other things may have changed as well. But the next thing you really see in the fossil record is the camping exploration. And what do we see there? We're now seeing animals that we recognise. They've got eyes, they've got jaws, they've got spines.
I just
They're
I recognize that some people don't like me.
and so we've gone from a rather gentle but beautiful world to a rather vicious, unpleasant world that we recognise, and which leads to kind of arms races, evolutionary arms races, which again is something that when we think about a nuclear arms race, we're going to do this as a go there. It's not done anybody any good. In some ways, maybe it does do good. Make an argument for nuclear arms, but predation as a mechanism forces organisms to adapt, to change, to be better, to escape, or to kill. If you need to eat, then you've got to eat. A cheetah's not going to run at that speed, and this has to because the zebra is capable of escape. So it leads to much greater feats of evolution than would ever have been possible, and in the end, to a much more beautiful world. So it's not all back. But the thing is, you can't have this if you don't have an oxygenated planet, because it's all in the end, it's about how much energy can be extracted from the food you get. And if you don't have an oxygenated planet, you can get about 10%. It's not much more. And if you've got an oxygenated planet, you can get about 40%. And that means you can have, instead of having 2 trophy levels, you can have 5 or 6 trophy questions. And that means things that other things and stuff. We've gone to a level of ecological complexity which is completely impossible in the absence of oxygen.
This reminds me of the higher thoughts quote that for every moment of triumph, for every instance of beauty, many souls must be trampled. The history of life on Earth, unfortunately, that of violence. Just the trillions and trillions of multi-cell organisms murdered in this struggle.
It's the Star Stable.
Yes, that's true. And that's somehow the catalyst from an evolutionary perspective for creativity, creating more and more complex organisms in a better environment,
survival of the fittest. You just go back to that old phrase, what's fit, what's weak. These are terms that don't have much intrinsic meaning. But the thing is, evolution only happens because of death.
One way to die is the constraints, the scarcity of the resources in the environment, but that seems to be not nearly as good of a mechanism for death than other creatures roam about in the environment. When I say environment, I mean like the static environment. Then there's the dynamic environment, vigorous things trying to reduce use of your energy.
It forces you to come up with a solution to your specific problem that is inventive and is new and hasn't been done before. So it forces, literally change, literally evolution on populations. They have to become different.
And it's interesting that humans have channeled that into more. I guess what humans are doing is they're inventing more productive and safe ways of doing that. And this whole idea of morality and all those kinds of things, I think they ultimately lead to competition versus violence. I think violence can have a cold, brutal, inefficient aspect to it. But if you channel that into more controlled competition in the space of ideas, in the space of approaches to life, maybe even more productive than evolution. Because evolution is very wasteful. Like, the amount of murder required to really test a good idea, genetically speaking, is just a lot. Many generations.
Morally, you can't face society in the way that evolution works.
That's the convention.
But actually, in some respects, we do. Which is to say, this is how science works. We have competing hypotheses that have to get better, otherwise they die. It's the way that society works. In ancient Greece, we had Athens and Sparta and city-states, and we have the Renaissance and nation-states. And universities compete with each other.
Yes.
Tremendous amounts of companies competing with each other all the time. It drives innovation. And if we want to do it without all the death that we see in nature, then we have to have some kind of societal level of control that says, well, it's the limit, guys, and these are what the limits are going to be. And society as a whole has to say, right, we limit our death here, so you can't do this, and you can't do that. And who makes up these rules, and how do we know? It's a tough thing, but it's basically trying to find the optimal basis for avoiding the death of evolution, natural selection, and keeping the innovation and the richness of it.
And I forgot who said it, but murder is illegal. Murder is illegal except when it's done to the sound of trumpets and at a large scale. But we still have rewards. But we are struggling with this idea that murder is a bad thing. It's so interesting. And we're channeling the evolutionary imperative and trying to get rid of the stuff that's not productive. Trying to almost accelerate evolution. Same kind of thing that makes evolution creative. We're trying to use that.
I think we naturally do it, and we can help ourselves do it. Capitalism as a form is basically about competition and different rules. But we, society, and we have a, I keep using this word moral obligation, but we cannot operate as a society. It's interesting that we've had problems of achieving balance. So, for example, in the financial crash, do you let banks go to the wall? This is kind of question. In evolution, certainly you let them go to the wall. In that sense, you don't need the regulation because they just die. Whereas if we, as a society, think about what's required for society as a whole, then we don't necessarily. In which case, you then have to impose some kind of regulation that bankers themselves will, in an evolutionary manner, exploit.
Yeah, we've been struggling with this kind of idea. Capitalism, the cold brutality of capitalism that seems to create so much beautiful things in this world, and then the ideals of communism that seem to create some brutal destruction in history. We struggle with ideas, and maybe we didn't do it right. How can we do things better? And then the ideas are the things we're playing with as opposed to people. If a PhD student has a bad idea, we don't shoot the PhD student. We just criticize their idea and put the
very human.
yeah, I don't know. You got to do it. The way I run things, it's always life and death. Okay, so it is interesting about humans that there is an inner sense of morality, which begs the question of how did Homo sapiens evolve? If we think about the early invention of sex, early invention of predation, what was the thing invented to make humans? What would you say?
I mean, I suppose a couple of things I'd say. Number one is you don't have to wind the clock back very far, 500, 600 years or so, and let it run forwards again. And the chances of humans as we know them is not necessarily that high. Imagine it's an alien you find on Earth and it's got everything about the humans on it. It's an amazing, wonderful, marvelous planet. But nothing that we would recognise as extremely intelligent life, spacefaring civilization. So when we think about aliens, we're kind of after someone like ourselves, or after a spacefaring civilization, after zebras and giraffes and lions and things, amazing though they are. But the additional kind of evolutionary steps to go from large, complex monkeys, let's say, to humans doesn't strike me as a distance. It's all about the brain. And where's the brain and morality coming from? It seems to me to be all about groups, human groups and interactions with groups.
The collective intelligence.
Yes, the interactions. And there's a guy at UCL called Mark Thomas who's done a lot of really beautiful work, I think, on this kind of questions. So I talk to him every now and then, so my views are influenced by him. But a lot seems to depend on population density. The more interactions you have going on between different groups, the more transfer of information, if you like, between groups. So people moving from one group to another group, almost like natural gene transfer of bacteria. The more expertise you're able to develop and maintain, the more culturally complex society can become. And groups that have become detached, like on Easter Island, for example, very often degenerate in terms of the complexity of their civilization.
Is that true for complex organisms in general? Population density
Really
is often
matters.
productive.
Really matters. But in human terms, I don't know what the actual factors were that were driving a large brain, but you can talk about fire, you can talk about tool use, you can talk about language. It doesn't seem to correlate especially well with the actual known trajectory of human evolution in terms of cave art and these kind of things. That seems to work much better just with population density and number of interactions between different groups, all of which is really about human interactions, human-to-human interactions, and the complexity of those.
But population density is the thing that increases the number of interactions. Then there must have been inventions forced by that number of interactions that actually led to humans. So like Richard Wrangham talks about that it's basically the beta males beat up the alpha male. So that's what collaboration looks like. Is they, when you're living together, they don't like our early ancestors don't like the dictatorial aspect of a single individual at the top of the tribe. So they learn to collaborate how to basically create democracy of sorts, a democracy that prevents, minimizes, or lessens the amount of violence, which essentially gives strength to the tribe and make the war between tribes versus the dictator.
I mean, I think one of the most wonderful things about humans is we're all of those things. I mean, we are deeply social as a species, and we're also deeply selfish. And it seems to me the conflict between capitalism and communism is really just two aspects of human nature, both of which are we are both. And we have a constant kind of vying between the two sides. We really do care about other people beyond our family. We care about society and society. And you could say that's a drawing towards socialism or communism. On the other side, we really do care about ourselves. We really do care about our families. We're working for something that we gain from it. And that's the capitalist side. That goes really deeply ingrained into human nature. In terms of violence, interactions between groups, yes, all this dynamic of interacting between groups will be certain that they're going to be burning each other and all kinds of physical violent interactions, which will drive the kind of cleverness of how do you resist this. That's the talent. What are we going to do to prevent being overrun by those warring gangs from everywhere? You look outside humans and you look at chimps and bonobos, and they're very, very different structures to society. Chimps tend to have an aggressive alpha male type structure, and bonobos are, they have basically a female society. The males are predominantly excluded and only brought in the less of the females. Have a lot in common with both of those groups.
And there's again protection, and probably choose more violence, and bonobos probably more sex. But that's another tension. Good. How serious do we want to be? Asking for a friend again, what can happen to Neanderthals? What do cheeky humans do to Neanderthals? Do you think we murdered them? How do we murder them? How do we do we meet them?
I think there's unequivocal levels of teleportated with them.
We always try to make it that.
Yes, pretty much. There's some interesting, the first sequences that came out were in mitochondrial DNA, and that was a bit back to like 2002. Now, what was found was that Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA was very different to human mitochondrial DNA.
That's so interesting.
You can do a clock on it, and they said the divergent state was about 600 years ago. And then the first full genomes were sequenced, and they showed plenty of signs of mating. So the mitochondrial DNA effectively says no mating, and the nuclear genes say, yeah, lots of mating. But we also have...
So can you explain the difference between mitochondrial DNA and nuclear?
I've talked before about mitochondria, power plants in themselves. These are paired down control units is their DNA. So it's passed on by the mother only. And in the egg cell, we might have 500,000 copies of mitochondrial DNA. There's only 37 genes left, and they do it's basically the control unit of energy production. That's what it's doing.
It's a basic old school machine that does.
And it's got genes that are considered to be effectively trivial because they do a very narrowly defined job, but they're not trivial in the sense that a narrowly defined job is about everything being alive.
Yeah.
So they're much easier to sequence. You've got many more copies of these things, and you can sequence them very much. But the problem is because they go down only the maternal line from mother to daughter, your mitochondrial DNA, mine, is going nowhere. It doesn't matter any kids we have, they get from mother to mitochondria. Except in very, very rare, strange circumstances. And so it tells a different story. It's not a story which is easy to reconcile. And what it seems to suggest, to my mind, is just that there was one way traffic of genes, probably going from humans into the Neanderthals rather. Why did the Neanderthals disappear? I don't know. I mean, I suspect they were probably less violent, less clever, less populous, less willing to fight. I don't know.
And it's
Which drove them to extinction of the largest of Europe.
and it's interesting how much we ran over and over again. How many of these branches of intelligent beings figured out some kind of how to leverage collective intelligence? Which ones of them want to control points that they succeed? Is it the more violent ones? Is it more isolated? Like dynamics or something like that. And especially enough to know the more complex the organism, the harder it is to get exposed to.
Yes. In some respects, maybe it's best if we don't know.
Yeah. What about if we actually step back? A couple of interesting things that we can do. One is object manipulation. Movement. Of course, movement is something that was another big invention. And the other one is sensory mechanism, how we sense the environment. One of the coolest high definition ones is how big are those inventions in the history of life on Earth?
Vision movement, again, extremely important. Going back to the origin of animals, there can be an explosion by something you see in the fossil record. It's not necessarily getting. Some people historically have said that we used to go in a series of steps from a light sensitive spot on the flat piece of tissue to an eyeball with a lens and so on. If we assume no more than a specific model as I have in mind, 1% change and 0.5% change for each generation, how long would it take to evolve an eye as we know it? That's 100 years. It doesn't have to take long. That's not how evolution works. That's not answering the question. It just shows you can reconstruct steps. So it's not that big a deal to evolve. But once you have it, then we're back to prey relationships, we're back to all the benefits that being able to see brings you. And if you think, philosophically, that's a different location. I have no idea. I suspect that the form of image of the world is pretty much the same way that we do. It's just a matter of reconstruction. So I suppose the other thing about size, there are single cell organisms that have got a lens and a retina and a cornea, which is basically like a camera type eye in the single cell. You don't have a brain, what they understand about the world is possible to say, but they're capable of coming with the same structures as us. So I suppose then is that once you've got things like eyes, then you have a big driving pressure on the central nervous system to figure out what it means. And we come back to your other point about manipulation, sensory a huge requirement to understand what the environment is and what it means and how it reacts and how you should run away and which is things.
Actually, on that point, I mean, I don't know if you know the work of Donna Hoffman, who talks about, who uses the argument, the mechanism of evolution to say that there's not necessarily a strong evolutionary value to seeing the world as it is. So objective reality, that our perception actually is very different from what's objectively real. We're living inside an illusion. We're basically the entire set of species that aren't contingent, I guess competing in space as an illusion as distinct from, as far away from physical reality.
So it's an illusion so much as a problem. I mean, we have a sensory input which is a fraction of what we could have a sensory input. And we interpret it in terms of what's useful for us to know to stay alive. So yes, it's an illusion in that sense, but a tree is physically there, and if you walk into a tree, it's not purely delusion, it's a physical.
So it's not to a slice to reality as it is, but because it's just a slice from the big picture. But he says that slice doesn't necessarily need to be a slice. It can be a complete fabrication. That's just consistent. Which is an interesting, or at least is a humbling realization that our perception is limited and our cognitive abilities are limited. At least to me, this argument from evolution, I don't know how strong that is in the argument, but I do think that life exists in the same way with virtual reality video game. You can have a vibrant life inside that place, and that place is not real in some sense, but you can still have a vibrant, all the same forces of evolution, all the same competition and dynamics between humans you can have, but I don't know if there's evidence that the Earth, it seems that Earth.
I think in either environment, I wouldn't deny we would have exactly the world we talk about, and it would be very difficult to. The idea in Matrix movies and such, the whole world is completely about construction. And where fundamentally deluded it's difficult to say that's impossible or couldn't happen. And certainly reconstruct it on land what works out. But we do it on input, and that input, I would hesitate to say it's not real. It's precisely how we do understand it. We have eyes, but if you keep someone and this kind of thing happens, someone kept in a dark room for 5 years, they never see it because the neural wiring that underpins how we interpret vision never developed. You need, when a child develops, it sort of walks on the table, bang your head on the table, it hurts. Now you've got two inputs, you've got a lot of pain from this sharp edge. Two probably touched it to realise it's the hair is a sharp edge. You have vision recording a few things so you learn, and it's a limited reality, but it's true reality. And if you don't learn that properly, then you will get eaten, you will get hit with the bus, you will not survive. And same if you're in some kind of say computer construction of reality, you're not going around it. But if you construct the laws that this is what reality is, then you play that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the laws are consistent. Yeah. So just like you said in the lab, the interesting thing about the simulation question, yes, it's hard to know if we're living inside a simulation, but also, yes, it's possible to do this kind of experiments in the lab. More and more, the interesting question is how realistic is the virtual reality game need to be for us to not be able to tell the difference? I'm more interested in how realistic or interesting does a virtual reality world need to be in order for us to want to stay there forever or much longer than physical reality? I prefer that. And also prefer it not like we prefer hard drugs. I prefer deep meaning we enjoy.
I mean, I suppose the issue of the matrix, I imagine it's possible to relieve the mind sufficiently to genuinely in that way do feel that you are interacting with the real world and in fact delve into simulation. How good does the simulation need to be able to do that? It needs to convince all your sensory is correct and accurate and joins up and makes sense. Now that sensory input is not something that we're born with. We're born with a sense of touch, we're born with the eyes and stuff, but we don't know how to use it. We go around, we bump into trees, we cry, we're in pain. We're basically booting up the system so that it can make head or tail with the sensory input we're just getting. And that sensory input's not just a one-way flux of things, it's also you have to look into things, you have to hear things, you have to put it together. Now, if you've got just babies in the matrix who are swapped into this, I don't think they have that sensory input. I don't think they have any way to make sense of New York as a world that they're part of. The brain is just not developing.
I can't make sense of New York. But yeah, I mean, when you said pain, you're walking into things, but you can create a pain too. And as long as it's consistent, that certain things result in pain, it's done to obstruct reality. There's some, maybe you disagree with, but I think we are born almost with a desire to live for reality. Like a desire to accept actually there's an imperative. Whatever that reality is, fires hot. I think we want to be the in the sense that we want to make a simple, like Einstein, simple theory of thing around us. We want that simplicity. And so maybe the hunger for the simplicity is the thing that can be used to construct a pretty dumb simulation that tricks. So maybe tricking humans doesn't require building universe.
No, I don't. I mean, it's not what I work on. Yeah, how close to it we are. But I agree with you that, yeah, I'm sure that it's a morally justifiable thing to do. But is it possible in principle? I think it would be very difficult. But I don't see why in principle it wouldn't be possible. We try to understand the world, we try to integrate the sensory inputs that we have, and we try to come up with a hypothesis that explains what's going on. I think, though, that we have huge input from the social context. We don't do it by ourselves. We don't wander around in the universe by ourselves and understand the one thing. We're told by the people around us what things are, what we do, and we're just coming in here. And so it would have to be an extremely impressive simulation to simulate that.
Yeah, so with all of that, creating the social construct is the thing that gets part of ideas and ideas. I don't know, but those questions are really important to understand as we become more and more digital creatures. I think that the next step of evolution is us becoming partial. All the same mechanisms we talked about are becoming more and more plugged into the machine. We're becoming software. And there's an interesting interplay between wires and biology, zeros and ones and your biological systems. I don't think we'll have the luxury to see humans as disjointed from technology was created into who we are.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them, but you can't really with this to consciousness. And is there a distinction then? Because what you're saying about says we distinguish between are capable of building an AI which is sufficiently close to simple with regard to its to all intents and purposes, that AI is And I don't have a strong view, but I have a view. I wrote about it in the last book, it was years ago. I wrote a chapter in the book Life Assembly about consciousness. And the subtitle of Life Assembly was 10 Great Inventions of Evolution. And I couldn't possibly write a book with a subtitle like that did not include consciousness, and specifically consciousness as a great invention. And it was in part because I was just curious to know more, and I read more for that chapter. Never worked on how human reached the question. And I was left with the feeling that there are two main schools of thought with a big skewing distribution. One of them says, oh, it's a property of matter, unknown physics, power, psychism, everything is consciousness, so it's consciousness, just matter. What is consciousness? Just matter. And I find it quite persuasive. I can't say it's wrong, it's just that I think we somehow can't tell the difference between two. It's not. And then the other end is it's an emotional complex. And I never quite understand what people mean by words like emergence. There are genuine examples where people use it to plaster over illness. As a biochemist, the question for me then was, okay, it's a concoction of central nervous system. A depolarizing neuron gives rise to a feeling of pain, or to a feeling of love, anger, whatever it may be. So what is then a feeling in biophysical terms in the central nervous system, which bit of the line gives rise to? I've never seen anyone answer that question in a way that makes sense.
That's an important question.
If you want to understand consciousness, that's the only question to ask. Because certainly an AI is capable of outthinking, and it's only a matter of time. Maybe it's already happened. In terms of just information processing and computational skill, I don't think we have any problem in designing a mind which is at least equal with the human mind. But in terms of what we value the most as humans, which is to say our feelings, our emotions, the sense of what the world is in a very personal way, that I think means much or more to people than meditation. That's where I don't think that AI necessarily will be touched, because I think it's
Well, let's talk about it more. You're an incredible writer, one of my favorite writers. You read from your latest book, Transforms, what you write about consciousness. I think, therefore, I am skeptical. One of the most celebrated lines in Guinness. But what am I exactly? An artificial intelligence can think too, by definition, and therefore is. Yet few of us could agree that AI is capable, in principle, of anything resembling human emotion. Love, hate, fear, joy, spiritual yearnings, or oneness, or giving, or corporeal pangs and thirst. The problem is we don't know what emotional feeling is. What is the feeling physical? How does it discharge you and give rise to feelings of fear? This is the hard problem of this consciousness. The seeming duality of mind and matter, the physical makeup of our inner self. You can understand the principle of an extremely sophisticated nerve processing system can be capable of wondrous feats of intelligence. Okay? We can't answer in principle for such a supreme intelligence, experience joy, melancholy. What is the quantum of solace? Speaking to the question of emergence, there's just technical. There's an excellent paper on this recently about the kind of phase transition, emergence, performance, and neural problems that have been language process. So language models, there seems to be discussion of size. At some point, there is a phase transition. It's a growing size of the neural network. So the question is, so somewhat of a technical question where you can ask myself. The technical question is there a size and level that's hard for the kind of representations that can capture our language and therefore be able to, not just in language, but linguistically capture knowledge that's sufficient to solve a lot of problems in language, but be able to have a conversation. And there seems to be not a gradual transition. And they're trying to construct the science of where that is. What is a good size and why is such a big transition? Anyway, that sort of points to emergence. Yeah. There could be stages where a thing goes from being, you're very intelligent person to a toaster that's dealing exactly in terms of what it looks out the window, sighing, having an existential crisis. No, Marvin is simplistic because Marvin is just cranky. Yes, it's so easily programmed. Yeah, easily programmed, non-stop existential crisis. The owner is basically there's no money ground, but this thing's just constantly complaining about life. No, they're capturing the full roller coaster of human emotion, the excitement, the bliss, the connection, the empathy, and all that kind of stuff, and then the selfishness, the anger, the depression, all that kind of stuff. Capturing all of that and be able to experience it deeply. Like it's the most important thing you could possibly experience today. The highest highs, the lowest lows. This is it. My life will be over. I cannot possibly go on. That feeling like after a nap, you feel amazing. That might be something that.
So why would a nap make an AI being feel better?
That first of all, we don't know that for a human being.
But we do know that that's actually true.
Oh, you're
We do feel better. So
oh, you are a guest. That's the question. That's a very biological. So the question is whether AI can have the same kind of attachment to its bodily function, preservation of the brain's successful function. Self-preservation essentially in some deep biological.
I mean, to my mind, it comes back around to the problem we talked about before about simulations, sensory, learning, and life and death. That biology and like society has a definite over everything. Natural selection works on that death. But if you made this decision wrongly, you die. And the next generation is represented by beings that made a slightly different decision. And that is something that's intrinsically difficult to simulate in other traditions. So what is
Death in all traditions?
yeah.
Our relationship with death. Or so which when you say rituals, of course, there's a lot in which is hard to simulate. What's part of the ritual?
I suppose the complexity of the environment and your position of an organism in that environment and the whole richness of that environment over its entire life, over multiple generations, with changes in gene sequence over those generations, slight changes in the makeup of those individuals over generations. But if you take it back to the level of single cells, which I do in the book, and ask how does a single cell in effect know it exists as a unit of entity? I mean, no, in inverted commas, obviously, it doesn't know anything. But it acts as a unit, and it acts with astonishing precision as a unit. And I have suggested that that's the electrical fields of the brains themselves, and that they give some indication of how am I doing in relation to my awareness as a kind of real-time feedback on the world. And this is something physical, which can be selected over generations, that if you get this wrong, it's linked with this set of circumstances that I just wrapped up on this. As an individual, I have a multiplying panel of rock as a bacteria or something like that, which could discharge its flying panel. It runs. And you associate over generations that this phase that I'm in now is associated with response like that. And it's easy to see how feelings come in through the back door or through that giving real-time feedback on your position. And then you complexify system. Phase transition. Can all of this be done purely by the language, by the issues with how the system understands itself? Maybe it can. But the philosophers for a long time talked about the possibility that you have a zombie intelligence, that there are no feelings there, but what everything else is the same. Throw this back to you. How do you deal with the zombie intelligence?
So, first of all, I can see that from a biologist perspective, think of all the complexities that led up to the human being. The entirety of the history of programming that in some deep sense integrated the human being into this environment. And that dance of the organism, the environment, you can see how emotions arise from that. And emotions are deeply connected to creating a human experience. And from that, you mix the consciousness and full mess. But from a perspective of an intelligent organism already here, the baby learns. It doesn't need to learn how to be a collection of cells, how to do all the things it needs to do. The basic function of the baby is to learn to interact with this environment, to learn from this environment, to learn how to fit in with the social society, to the basic response to the baby is to cry, to convince the humans to protect it, or to discipline it, to teach it, whatever. I mean, we've developed a bunch of different tricks, how to get our parents to take care of us, to educate us, to teach us about the world. Also, we've constructed the world in such a way that it's safe enough for us to survive in, and yet dangerous enough for learning valuable lessons like the table chairs, the bars, and corners, but we still run into them at first. So AI needs to solve that problem, not the problem of constructing these super complex organisms that leads up to run the whole that to make it out pie for you to make it. I think the zombie question is something I would leave to the last answer because and I will also leave to them the definition of love and what happens between two human beings. There's a magic that just grabs them like nothing else can do. Somehow you can start to this feeling, this moment, this person. That feeling, the philosophers can have a lot of fun with that one, and also say that that's just a biological explanation. You have all kinds of self-date. It's actually Ayn Rand will say it's all selfish. There's a lot of different interpretations. I'll leave it to the philosophers. The point is the feeling sure as hell feels good. And my toaster makes me feel like it's the only toaster. And when I leave and I miss the toaster, I come back, I'm excited to see the toaster. And my life is meaningful, enjoyable, and the friends I have around me get a better version of me because that toaster exists. That sure is how
Is that psychologically different to having a dog? No, because those people dispute whether we can say dog. It doesn't undoubtedly conscious, but
there's degrees of consciousness and so on. people are definitely much more uncomfortable saying we toasted
Yes.
than the dog. And there's still a deep connection. You could say our relationship with the dog has more to do with anthropomorphism. And we kind of project the human being onto it. You can do the same damn thing with a toaster.
Yes. But you can look into the dog's eyes and you can see it's delighted to see you again. I don't have a dog, but
And the dogs are just particularly using their eyes to just that.
now, I don't imagine that a dog is remotely as close to me as intelligence, but it's certainly capable of communicating emotion.
But here's what I would venture to say. You tend to think because AI plays chess now and is able to fold proteins now and then, that it's intelligent. I would argue, in order to communicate as humans, in order to have this function of intelligence, it actually requires another personality of intelligence. It's not easy to be flawed. Solving a mathematical puzzle is not the same full complexity of human interaction. Actually, we humans just take for granted things we're really good at. Non-stop, people tell me how shitty people are at driving. You know, humans are incredible at driving. But people walking, object manipulation, we're incredible at this. So people tend to
Discount things we want to just take for granted.
and one of those things that they discount is our ability to dance in conversation and interaction with each other. The ability to morph ideas together, the ability to get angry at each other, and to miss each other. Like to create tension that makes life fun and difficult and challenging in a way that's meaningful. That is a skill that's learned. And AI would need to solve that
I
problem.
mean, in some sense, what you're saying is that AI cannot become meaningfully emotional, let's say, until it experiences some confidence that it is unable to reconcile these various aspects of reality or its reality with the decision to make. Then it feels sad necessarily. Doesn't know what to do. I certainly can't speak that. It may very be how it works. The only way to find out is to do it.
Still that, yeah, and we the ones who can actually feel sad or not. The point is, the robot will be sitting there alone, having an internal conflict, an existential crisis, and that's required for it to have a deep, meaningful connection to the. Now, does it actually feel that?
But I can tell you something else which troubled me reading it. Noah Harari's book, 21 Lessons from the 21st Century, he's written about this kind of thing. And he sees biochemistry as an algorithm, and an AI will necessarily be able to hack that algorithm and do it better than humans. So there will be AI better at writing music that we appreciate than Mozart ever did, writing better than Shakespeare ever did, and so on. Of course, biochemistry is algorithmic, and all you need to do is figure out which bits of the algorithm to play to make it good and bad and appreciate things. And it's as a biochemist, I find that argument
Are you
close
ready?
to irrefutable and not very enjoyable. I don't like the sound, that's just my reaction. You might like the sound because that's that.
I played Zoom and I played Kaiser. Yeah, and the Caspian Sea. As far as what? Nope. As far as what? Did they also teach you how to join the game? Well, they should have. That's oh fuck. That's some bullshit. Fuck, man. What are you doing? What are you doing with this craziness? What is this bullshit? That's some wild shit, man. How about this one? Dude, quit with that bullshit. Let's just do that here. Get your ready. You better start charging it. Camouflage. Alright, I can take a risk, and I'm going to. Oh, my risk may have paid off. It may not have. What are you going to do, big dog? That's a loan. Okay. Boom. Hole two. 1-1. I'm going to beat you 5 times here, and then we're going to play that non-skill, that skill and fortune-based game, chance-based game, known as Ocho. No, I did not. I was encouraged to do it around the year 2016, but no, it's not something that I had in my child. I was very dedicated to going to synagogue every day and um, every Shabbat, and I just never missed. And people admired those qualities. Additionally, I was just taking classes on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, studying Torah and Talmud, and people around the year 2018 or so really started to tell me that they would want to learn from someone like me, and that if I found the time, that I should seriously consider becoming a rabbi. So I continued to take classes, and I always felt that I needed to improve my Hebrew because it's not my first language. And while my biblical Hebrew is okay, my secular Hebrew needed some improvement, I felt. So I started taking more Hebrew classes, and then started studying under the Rabbi, and joined another synagogue, so I was a member of two synagogues at the same time. And then started working with a rabbi in Beverly Hills, and then he moved to Israel, and I continued to work with him through that move. And then I was finishing the process when the pandemic hit, and one of my rabbis set me up with one of his, one of my rabbinical colleagues set me up with one of his um, rabbinical colleagues. So I finished up my learning under Rabbi Oppenheimer, and that was when he had just moved to Israel. That was in 2020. Make this. Oh, I know where it is now. I don't think it's that tree. I don't know about that. Go, 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 go. Oh, that's perfect. I built a little wall. I don't know if you're going to be able to get it. Oh, no way. One of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the best shots I have ever seen in my entire life. That was maybe the best shot. One of like the top three best shots I've ever seen. God, do you know how good that shot was? I gotta get over. Get there. I can't believe the shot that you just had. Well, in that last hole. Ready for this? Are you ready for this? It's an easy shot. Oh, we never played this one. I don't like this. What are you talking about? I never played this one. Get my ball in the glass. Get my ball in the glass. Oh, what a... You don't think that was a good shot? I'm gonna fuck you over, man. Oh, fuck you, dude. Wow. That was absolute garbage. Dog, you fucked me. I mean, right there? Yeah. Are you gonna take your shot? Kind of. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent, man. Here we go. Big shot. Right, because I played the way. You're gonna bounce it off this thing, right? Oh, you did not. Right. Oh no. Perfect. Make it. I want to see you make it. Okay. And retake the lead. I love this hole. Oh no. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Perfect. Perfect shot. Oh no. I know. I chose not to keep it. Come on, baby. Oh, that was bullshit. No, good deal. Well, arguable that there are a lot that are equivalent. Um, so there's blasphemy, which is bad, idolatry, which is bad, drinking blood of a living animal is bad, murder is bad, incest is bad, um, you know, there are different reasons why we might have to consider that. If it's to save your own life, then you can do it. But I would probably say, well, there's inappropriate sexual relations. Probably, I mean, like, the worst thing you could do is kill every Jew on earth, I guess. Um, so, so most likely anything that can't be reversed, like something like murder, something like that. Um, and I would also say, though, that what some people consider murder, other people might not. If you have to do it for self-defense or to preserve your own life, then most likely things and also uh, if you are in war, it's not as severe as you like. There are, it's more the idea of like the time, and we consider that to be like a prosecutor in a courtroom. So essentially, it's not the it's not the opposite of God, but it would almost be like God was the judge, and Satan would be the prosecuting attorney against the defense attorney. Oh, your ball is not going to fit. All right, which way would you go, left or right? Probably left, because seemingly has a better opportunity for that. But I think right is better because of where the bullets are going. Nope, not what you want. Watch this one go. That just made it. Oh, oh no, what's going to happen? That actually might turn out to be a really good shot. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's better than going in the water. What is that? All right, you ready for this shot? Oh, no way. That's going in the water. I got a perfect game plan. How does that make you feel? Well, that's like asking. I'll tell you, but I mean that's a very broad question. I know some of my rabbinic colleagues feel that, and we all feel that Christians do not practicing the correct faith. There are some who feel that they practice idolatry due to having like statues, or perhaps polytheism due to the belief in the Trinity. That, um, so there are some I know who are more tolerant, especially when it comes to interfaith dialogue. So, like when we have to interact with Christians, um, frankly, Jews have more in common with Muslims than many of our residents have than we do Christians. Like, for instance, if there's no synagogue available, it is allowed for us to pray in a mosque, but not in church. So, I mean, you say why? There's an issue that arises. So we're monotheistic, and most Christians believe in unity, and so that idea of it being like uh, like Father, and Son, and Holy Ghost is free and red, which is polytheistic, and also the fact that like their crosses uh, generally statue, that kind of stuff. Oh, that was a bad shot. Let's see what you got, Zoo. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there are some rabbis who will spit on Christians. There are some fanatical people who will spit on churches. It depends on how fanatical you are. But that's not generally the mainstream. And most people don't treat other people that way, but it does happen. That is a common belief. Oh, fucking kind of leave you a shot if you can. Put it in the water. Maybe. Giant, giant mistake. I mean, it depends what I define as a person. I I don't see them as having the same systems. Do I think they're Homo sapiens? Yeah, generally. But do I think that they have the same rights as Jews? No. There are differences in how the law is interpreted. Oh, what a great shot. And when determining what a person has to do, they aren't forced to or commanded to uphold the law. So there is some differences between them and Jews. So scientifically, do I think that we're all the same? I actually think that differs a little bit. Scientifically, we have matrilineal mitochondrial DNA that we can generally trace our ancestors back in private and a lot of other that. And thus, we're like a we're like a family amongst larger nations. And I do think that we are creating a breakaway civilization, and in doing so, will no longer be Homo sapiens, will be something else, something that perhaps doesn't have. And so, right now, perhaps we are ultimately we're on this thing DNA, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be. Oh, that's right. cause any damage? Okay. Yeah, that's good worse. Oh man, did I fuck up? Many were forced, especially during the Spanish Inquisition, during the pogroms. Generally, Christianity is an easier religion. You don't really have to do anything on a daily basis. Like, you don't have to dodge a filling, you don't have to keep kosher, you don't have to necessarily keep some of the marital requirements or family planning steps. So easy. And also, Christianity really became popular because of the Roman Empire and the the subsequent civilizations that followed, like the Holy Roman Empire and Spanish Kingdom and moving into the Germanic kingdoms and then eventually then the Eastern um, Orthodoxy, and you have then the pressures of Muslim, the spread of Islam, and then eventually the Reformation in England. There were a lot of other options than just Judaism, perhaps Gnosticism, Zoroastrianism, that 2,000 years ago, like 2,500 years ago, were not available. So you ready for Uno? Wow, what a close one. One nothing. Hey, think those plants are right. Absolutely. And generally, it would be faster to have communication as possible. Perhaps. The first thing I would maybe. Yeah, I mean, using wormholes and bending space time. Sure. I played with Caspian Sea and Riser with like 3 years ago. And when you play with multiple people, it's a lot different. Like the skips and the reversing, like the way we play is pretty simple, but when you add all that other stuff, it's pretty wild. But I think we were seated here, so but I think that they're much more intelligent extraterrestrial biological beings, and that we're basically theirs, that we're like theirs too. Like they basically seeded the earth like we see an ant farm, and then they just watched us develop and made adjustments depending on how they wanted us to accelerate our evolution. Too much. Now, hold on a second. I see special cards. Do you want me to turn on special cards? Right now, we play no special cards. I don't know what special cards mean, but we'll try. So just be on the lookout. We have special cards. Okay, I have a special card. I don't know what it does. What did that do? What is that card I just played? You played a shield. Oh, so maybe that's black. No, but you had already put down a fruit. What is that? What's dead red? I don't necessarily get that way. I think that extraterrestrial biological could have perhaps the planet. Or, if you go to the science of it, look at like abductees. They like our glands, like the adrenal gland. They like animal glands. So it could have perhaps been like a farm where they farm us. One player each drew two cards. The dead red. I don't know what that. I have a lot of cards. But one player each drew cards. You drew a card. I have to draw a card then. You fought me. God, you fought me. I have so many different color cards right now. I did what? This one. Extra. What's that? What's the extra? Oh, did it? You can only see one of my cards? Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, 3 1. So the special cards are Shield, X-Ray, Death Red, and Blue Blue. Alright. I think it's lots from a fucking girl. One player each can keep cards. One player should be able to do. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom.
CBGB 634, 87 CBGB 655, EBE series G4,707, EB1 CBGB 325, 22, Michael Sokolov, 23 TTV 192.4. This expression occurs several times. In GBA, 24 EPGB 40, 194.5, G337.4. This usage is well understood in GBA. 91, 25 people, J11 186.4, 186.9, 189.3, 189.20, 92, Lucas, Alpha JP, JBA, and each of the center to be but the other level, center to immerse oneself in which they are usually included. Yes, the present writer is broken up. Now I believe the word under discussion is well known. NWU CPA as an affirmation of John the Baptist. Not, of course, the book has additionally noted that SKD appears to not in the same usage. 95 cents on it. The quiet the word from CPA is extremely remarkable. Its occurrence in typology. When one is equals all over time, with the adaptation to the classical football. The existence of another non-specialized expression in time efficient group. The previously discussed MD shows that this is not a isolated phenomenon. 26 aspects HP, PTID by snapshot master, the use of HP before PM, see the cover to HP. 195 is common in most of the dialects. The form here is either JPA or time. Since JPA uses ID, the form page 195.23, 17 is a complete form 96 in this level. Elsewhere for JPA 97, 27 HE plus, 191.92. This word is known only for MHN. From GPA 90, 28 KB this word occurs in two meanings in time. One, Japan slash sword. If the phrase is for specs in PM next level 186.23, this meaning occurs in the negative one. GPA 19 this one, 102. Opening and phrase outside of the XDYD 193.23. This meaning is found only in Rabbi and GP 100 divided CPA 102. 29 good PM. Japan State, Rabbi 193.5 equals G336.5. The text reads, X X equal the planets and the mathematics with the crucifix of the crucified Lord. 100 movements. Specialized meaning of the movements with inanimate objects is open tested. JB 104. 90 CBGB 867. 1 inch. 2. 91 CBGB 1046. NG. And OOC. That the verbal form here is. Here is entirely English. 92 this is rendered with Hebrew translation of the same German movements. 185.27. 186.15. 193.8. 93C for yard, and the last version, 250, and to 1.2. 94C for extreme, 166. S1 always applies by CSL, 802. 95 187. This one seems to be one of the models which originated in the West. 96 will also appear. 186.21. 97 CHP 707. 98 CHP 846. runs from your BJP 890, 100 COA Arkansas 1165. It also occurs when seeking Rothschild 159 in the court. 101 CPG 809. 102 CRS 150. 103 Smith, Rabbi, 59. It directly translates the equivalent of 6 in Estonia. 104 CPG 1003 MJ 70. 8 in provenance of the top machine. 23. 188.21. This phrase is for also in this one word. Is used for open connection with clients. 105. 31 BTP. To attach, words, threads, etc. This refers to phrase. JTB2XB22 /X 195.21 and the specific meaning of this verbal unison applies from only the GB 106. 32 SPKD, the applicable code, G336 12. This phrase occurs in image as PTSMP 107 in the Jewish Arabic dialects as ADHPPD 100 that the word has appears in modern phrase made references XTTLSD connector. Hence sorcery. 109. 33 events have said for itself. 191. While the roots of the occurs with many Arabic dialects, which leads together the pronouns limited only to Judea. 110. 34 pediatric ways. But next we have 186. The Jacobean code is always JPD 100. While the JPD code is nearly always PFF 112. 35 Cable Wisdom 194. The code is used for helping your codes. Specifically in JPD 150. 36 numerals. Usually all of the duplex according to the text code in JPD 150. 3.2 topic heading. 1 mixed numbers. 190.42. 115. All of the early dialects of the LPL. 4. Excellent market success for Calvin Patel. His first feature is written by Golden Hall. 2 BX husbands. BBRRS plus identity. This specific expression is found in Clark. Each POMX or RRSB 1XB and Dipslot LVNBTB 34316 and JPL 116. 3XBT XBT2 for other draw 196 The term is found elsewhere only. In time, PG to J24 Works every true. Indeed, 195.46. 173. This phrase occurs often in top, Egypt, June 1719, XP14, and in the OH copy PDX3, but it is unknown to JPL. HPL. Flywise page 29.16, 182. Performance otherwise known multi-prime. 119. 105.67 /SYSL 1353. 106 CBGB 1087 MNG 14. 107 CG12 1242. 108 CBGB 940 BGP 451. See also SYPS 300. 100 CCMB 465. 150 CBGB 252. 1.5 CBGB 555. 152 streets to the left, 119 Seachelsford, 132 SB number 24, Michael Soccer, 6 Estes NIV, 192.7, 194.98. This use of NV conditional clause occurs. Elsewhere only in time, PG to X from 49, not 16, 100 7 194 This meaning is found elsewhere in time, PG to J 25 23, JPM 121 as well. 122. Apex and DXF and 60 service of the Dawn Academy, 196.3. CFX UPT and FPK 3034. The exact expression is found in time. PG to ET 32.21. And as well. 123. 19 Office Body, 195.8. Indeed, this word appears in all of the Aramaic alphabets. In the forward/slash formation, except for common the forward/slash formation is found. PG2, 126.30, number 1332. 10 LODX crucifixion code, 193.12, 195.31. This word which occurs in 124 in time, PG 40.19, does not occur to JPA which occurs P1 as PP. 125. Another KRP10 mark, 194.24. This specific meaning here from Aramaic occurs only in the time, PG TRPG, GX 1525. 12 feet of XD and alpha 194.27. The word occurs once in Tarzan. RPM to J3048. It is also effectively expressed. 126. Conclusions.
How fucking long is this fucking book? Well, I thought that presentation I got today was the worst thing you can do. I'm not saying it's good, but if you kill too much, you're going first. I think that's it. Okay, I think that's like somebody's traditional idea. That I'm a realist. Right. Like, you know, or the fifth grade boys in civilization. But you could say all that shit all you want. Just don't kill the entire civilization. Alright, you're gonna sing your fucking song. I have 3 songs that what is this bullshit? Yo, dog. Yo, you know that Hawaiian song? My goodness, Keep Rocking is so wide, just say. Can you please make those lyrics Jewish? No. Dude, what is this bullshit? This what the fuck? You know that non-Jewish holiday song that is about the land that's like Miliki is so on its way to say. Can you please make this into a song for Jews? That's great. Good. You know that Hawaiian song that's like Melek Melek Iwaku is a wise way to say. Can you please make that song into a Jewish song? Okay, so it goes. Dog, it's from that movie with Chevy Chase. Do that version, but make it a Jewish song. Okay, so Mazel Tov, it's a joyful day. We light the menorah and we sing. What time to our friends? So here, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate this year. Mazel Tov, it's a Jewish way. A time for family, a time to pray. Color red, like this, like so bright. What's there? It's a festival night. Lots of balls, sweet and cool on the stove. A priest is so tender, you'll get to know. Gathered round the table, my heart full of cheer. With the shofars, Mazel tov, it's Jewish way. A time for family, a time to pray. Color, no, it's beef. Yeah, that's right. The guilty sweet, the celebrated with you. I thought that it should be Naya. Is the thing to say during time are we eating praise? And we dance triangle and sweet. Yeah, the round the table for the tasty treat. Mazel tov to everyone that's holiday. If you get a Comment and heroes that are making fun. Alright, what's that other song? Alright, can you please make that song about grandma getting run over by a John Deere into a Jewish song? But like a nice Jewish song? Maybe she hasn't died. Alright, so here we go. No, you still gotta be fucking run over. Alright, yeah. Can you make that song Grandma Got Run Over by a John Deere? Just make it into a Jewish song, but she can still get run over by a John Deere. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. On her way to Mexico, we all treated mother. She was walking in the kitchen, but the kids came back to the Grandma got run over by a John Deere. She was just bringing brisket, oh dear, but we'll gather around the table, we'll say a prayer, even with Grandma down. Now, Grandma's in the hospital, don't you fret. She's telling stories, no need to be upset. She'll be up for Shabbat with a smile so bright, we'll sing the song and take it in stride. Grandma got run over by a John Deere. He was drinking brisket, oh dear, but we'll gather around the table and say a prayer. Even with Grandma down, there's still love in the air. The tranquil with her stories, no harm was done. Grandma's got the strength of 1,000 suns. We'll make her some soup to put on the side. She's tough as challah bread, just can't hide. Grandma got run over by John Deere. She was just bringing brisket, oh dear. But we'll gather around the table, we'll say a prayer. Even with Grandma, there's still love in the air. Well, next time you see Grandma with a plate in her hand, keep an eye out for that John Deere man. But she'll be okay, don't worry a bit, because Grandma's going to come out. What was it? Is that it? Yeah, now okay, fucking set. This shit sucks. Reaching for my suit. What the fuck, dude? Reaching for my suit. Reaching for my suit. Reaching for my suit. Reaching for my suit.
Says that AI is capable of the same kind of emotional feelings about the world as we are, because the whole thing is an algorithm, and you can program an algorithm and convey what. He then has a peculiar final chapter where he talks about consciousness in rather separate chapters. He's talking about meditating also. He didn't touch me conscious. I don't meditate, I don't know anything about that. But he wrote in very different terms, as if somehow it's a way out of the algorithm. Now, it seems to me that consciousness is capable of scuttling the algorithm. I think in terms of the biochemical feedback loops, it is undoubtedly an algorithm. But in terms of what we decide to do, it can be much more based on an emotion. You can just think, you can't resolve this complex situation. I need to and that can be based on, in effect, a different currency, which is the currency of feeling, is something that we don't have very much personal control over. And then it comes back around to you. What are you trying to get out of AI? Do we need to have some system which is capable of overriding a rational decision which cannot be made because there's too much conflicting information by effectively an emotional judgmental decision that says do this and see what happens.
Yeah,
that's what consciousness is really doing.
Yeah, and the question is whether it's a different process or the same process. I might, the idea that biochemistry is an algorithm is, to me, oversimplistic view. There's a lot of things that, when we can say it, irrefutable, but it simplifies
Absurd.
and in the process loses some context. So, for example, calling a universe an information processing system. Sure, yes. You can make that. It's a computer. It's performing computation. But you're missing the process of entropy, somebody, complexity that creates these beautiful artifacts and incredibly complex, or like machines. And then those machines are through the process of convolution are constructing further complexity. Like in calling the universe of information processing machine, we're missing those little local pockets. How difficult it is to create that? The question for me is, how difficult is it to create a software system that runs the human body, which I think is incorrect. I think that is going to be so much. That's going to be essential to be able to reconstruct the human. Now, what I would venture to say, to get some of the magic from it, say emotions, interactions, the dog makes a smile, joy from all those kinds of things, that will come much sooner. That doesn't require us to reverse engineer the algorithm.
No,
Yes, but the toaster is making you. It's not like you make a toaster.
No, it has to be. The toaster has to be illegal.
Yeah, because the toaster is the AI.
Yeah, the toaster has to be able to be automatically illegal. That's essential. That's essential for my being toaster. The toaster is just not serving. That's not a provider of services. Like tells me the weather is that's not. It has to have control. We're right about life. It has to be able to be conscious of its and finiteness of its existence. And that life is temporary and therefore needs to be more selective.
One of the most moving moments in the movies when plugging the path in 2000. That was the death of acceptance. How we knew it. So I think we all kind of know that sufficiently intelligent being is going to have some sort of consciousness, but whether it would be like biological consciousness, I just don't know. If you're thinking about how do we bring together, I mean, obviously we're going to interact more closely with AI, but are we really? Is a dog really intelligent? Is there really some difference? You're talking about biochemistry is algorithmic, but it's a simple algorithm and it's very complex. So maybe there were conflicts in the circuits of biochemistry. But I have a feeling that the level of complexity of the total biochemical system at the level of the single cell is less complex than the level of neural networking in the brain of an AI.
Well, I guess I assumed that we were including the brain. You have to.
I would see that as a higher level of
Yeah, but the human brain is not just neurons. It's the immune system. It's the whole package. I mean, to have a biochemical algorithm that runs the intelligent biological system, you have to include the whole thing. But it's pretty fascinating. It comes from that. The whole, I mean, if you can, what is it? Is it, but if it was just some code that you could put, I mean, that Since DNA doesn't just tell you what to build, how to build. I mean, I think the question is how difficult is it to reverse engineer a function? I would say
Doug, it's not that one. Go back to the driveway.
don't want to
It's
say
not that
but it is like it's much easier to build the human than to reverse engineer. To build like a fake human-like thing than to reverse engineer the entirety of the process.
I'm not sure if we are capable of reverse engineering the whole thing. Or if the human mind is capable of doing that. I mean, I wouldn't be a biologist if I was trying. But I know I don't understand the whole problem. I just understand the rudimentary outlines of the problem. There's another aspect that we talk about developing single cells to human mind, because of got system subsystems that are the immune system. This is something that we'll talk about with Michael Rabbi, but so little is known about talk about reverse engineering. So little is known about developmental pathways that go from the gene to going to a fully wired organism. And a lot of it seems to depend on the same electrical interactions that I was talking about happening in the level of single cells and its interaction. There's a whole electrical field side to biology. It is not yet written into any of the textbooks, which is about how does an embryo develop, single cell develop into these complex systems, what defines the head, what defines the immune system, what defines the brain, and so on. That really is written in language that we're only just beginning to understand. Frankly, most biologists are still very reluctant to get themselves tangled up in questions like electrical fields influencing development. It seems like mumbo jumbo to all of biologists, and it should not be, because this is the 21st century biology. This is where this is going. But we're not going to reverse engineer the broad mind or any of these subsystems until we understand how this development works, how electricity really works. And if it is linked with feelings or with consciousness, so that's the stuff. In the meantime, that's true. But I think that's where the answer lies.
Do you think it's possible that the key to things like consciousness or some of the more tricky aspects of cognition might lie in early development, the interaction of electricity and biology? Electrical fields.
But we already know the EEG itself is telling us a lot about language. We don't know which cells, which parts of the neural network is giving rise to the language. We don't know the basics. The assumptions. I mean, we know it's neural network, we know it's multiple cells, hundreds or thousands of cells. We assume that it's to do with depolarization during interaction potentials and so on. But the mitochondria which are in there have much more membranes than plasma membranes, and it's a much greater membrane potential. And it's formed in very often parallel crystals which are capable of reinforcing fields and generating fields over longer distances. And nobody knows if that plays a role in consciousness or not. There's reasons to argue as a talk, but frankly, we simply do not. And it's not taken into consideration. You look at the structure of the mitochondrial membranes in the brains of simple things like Drosophila and fruit fly, and they have amazing structures. You can see lots of little rectangular things lined up in amazing patterns. What are they doing? Why are they like that? We haven't the first clue.
What do you think about organoids, the brain organoids? So in the lab, trying to study the development in the petri dish, development of organs. Do you think that's promising to be able to look at consciousness?
I've never done anything like that. I don't know much about it. People who I've talked to who do work on it say amazing things can happen. A bit of a brain grown in a dish is capable of experiencing some feelings or even memories of its brain. Again, I have a feeling that until we understand how to control the electrical fields that control development, we're not going to understand how to turn an organism into a real functional system.
is so incredibly difficult. I mean, you would have to. I mean, one promising direction. I'd love to get your opinion on this. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of DeepMind and AlphaFold, protein folding. So, do you think it's possible that that will give us some breakthroughs in biology, trying to basically simulate, model behavior, trivial biological systems as they become complex biological systems?
I'm sure it would. The interesting thing to me about proteins is that for a long time, I understand it's not all work, so I've never done before, but I understand it is that you take the sequence of a protein, and you try to fold it. And there are multiple ways in which you can fold and to come up with the correct confirmation. It's not very easy thing because you're doing it from first principles from a string of letters, which is basically like a string of letters. But what actually happens is when a protein is coming out of a ribosome, it's coming out of a charged tunnel, and it's in a very specific environment, which is going to force this to go there now, and this one to go there, and this one to go there. And so you're forcing a specific conformation set of changes on it as it comes out of the ribosome. So by the time it's fully emerged, it's already got its shape, and that shape depended on the immediate environment that it was emerging into, one letter. And I don't think that the field was looking at it that way. If that's correct, then that's very characteristic of science, which is to say that it asks very often the wrong question, and has really amazingly sophisticated analyses of something that we never thought to actually think, well, what is biology doing? And biology is giving you a charge electrical environment, forces you to do this well. Did DeepMind come up through patterns with some answer that was like that? I have absolutely no idea. It thought to be possible to deduce that from the shapes of proteins would require much greater skill than the human mind has. But the human mind is capable of saying, I'm all the things you're trying to work out what shape is this protein going to take, and they can figure that out.
That's very true about the atomic, but like sometimes we get lucky, and or like just like in science, the simplified view or the static view will actually solve the problem for us. So in this case, it's very possible that the sequence of letters has a unique mapping to a structure without considering how it unravels, so without considering the time. And so and that seems to be the case in this situation. The cool thing about proteins, all of the different shapes that we possibly take, it actually seems to take very specific, unique shapes given the sequence.
That's awesome, but it isn't. So the problem is actually much simpler. And then there's a whole army of proteins that which change the conformation state. And they're only used when presumably history how it came out of the to do different things. So very often we will go there and influence the results. So there's two ways of doing it. Either you can look at the structures and the sequences of all the proteins you can apply and medicine science to it and figure out what and figure out. Or you can look at the actual situation where it is. It's actually quite simple. So a charged environment is best to make this one. And then the question will be, well, use different things like different charged environments. What happens if you're asking a different set of questions to come to the same answer, which is kind of a much simpler story. It explains why it is, rather than saying it could be this is one prove it in different possible combination states of this group. The only one it could take, given something.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's currently seems very good at the first person. But I think AI is really good at collecting huge amounts of data and huge amount of data of observation of planets to figure out that Earth is not in the center of the universe, that there's actually a sun orbiting the sun. But then you could, as a human being, ask, well, how the solar system contribute, what are the different forces that are required to make this kind of pattern, and then you start to invent things like gravity. I mixed up the ordering of gravity wasn't considered as a thing that connects planets, but we are able to think about those big picture things as human beings, and AI just protein folding is thought to be possible. So there's a lot of really good systems that work one protein at a time, trying to figure out the structure. The fact that I was able to do that.
Oh, I'm not knocking it at all, but I think that people have been asking the question.
But then, as people start to ask better and bigger questions, the AI kind of enters the chat.
Can I give you another example? The risk of getting a disease that we get on there are genetic aspects to it. You know, if you spend your whole life overeating and smoking and whatever, that's a whole separate question. But there's a genetic side to this, and we know a few genes that will increase those. And for probably 20 years now, people have been doing what's called genes, which is gene association studies. So you effectively scan the gene, any single nucleotide point, which is a single letter change that has a higher association with nuclear disease. And you can cover thousands of these things across the genome. And if you add them all up, I'll try and say what's you then add up to explain the known genetic risk of this disease. Known genetic risk comes from twin studies say that if this twin gets epilepsy, there's a 40 or 50% risk of the autoimmune identical twin. You also get epilepsy, therefore the genetic factor is about 50%. And so the gene similarities that you see should account for 50%. Very often it accounts for less than a tenth of the risk. And there's two possible explanations. One which people tend to say, well, we don't have enough statistical power. If we maybe there's a million, we've only found thousands of them. If we found a million, they're weakly related, but there's a huge number of them. So we're not going to account for that whole risk. Maybe it's so that's one way. The other way is to say, you're missing a system. That system is a mitochondria. If people tend to dismiss this for change very but a few single letter changes in that mitochondrial DNA, it controls some really basic processes. It controls not only the energy that we need to do everything, but also biosynthesis to make the new building blocks to cells. And cancer cells very often take over and rewire them so that instead of using the energy, precursors for the building blocks of biosynthesis, you need new amino acids, new nucleotides for DNA, duplicates, nucleotides. So they kind of rewire metabolism. Now the problem is that we've got all these interactions between mitochondrial DNA and genes in the nucleus that are overlooked completely because people literally throw away the mitochondria. And we can see in proof that they interact and produce big differences in risk. So you can set AI to this question of how many of these data changes. And there's one possible solution. Maybe there are a million of them, and it doesn't count for the great part of the risk. But the other one is they aren't. It's just not there. The risk lies in something you weren't even looking at. And this is where human intuition is very important. There's this feeling that I'm going to do this, and I think it's important to bloody minded about it, and in the end, some people are right. That's how it is. Can you get AI to do that? Bloody minded.
And that hang on a minute, you might be missing that power of the system. That's the moment of discovery of scientific revolution. I'm giving up on saying AI can't do something. I'm not saying enough times. Instead, I'm excited about it. At the same time, just like I said, you dismiss the power of humans.
Yes.
Like we're so limited in so many ways that kind of we feel like John Wayne's like we're not small. We're kind of our attention and memory is limited. Our ability to focus on things is limited in our own perception of what it is. But that actually is an incredible computer behind the whole thing that makes this whole system work. Our ability to interact with the environment, reason about the environment. There's magic there. I'm hopeful that AI can capture some magic. That magic is not going to look like Deep Blue playing chess.
Yeah.
It's going to be more
But I don't think it's going to look like, and that's essentially what the television does very well at the moment. And my point is, it works very well when you can the right pattern. But we are storytelling animals, and the hypothesis is a story. It's a testable story. But you know, a new hypothesis is leaked into the other. It's a new story. It says this needs that. It's the causal set of storytelling.
It's also possible that the leap into the unknown has a pattern.
Yes, it is.
And
It's there.
That's what it's learning.
Sure it is. There's a nice book by Arthur Cuss, the nature of creativity, and he likens it to a joke where the punchline goes off in a completely unexpected direction. It says that this is human creativity, that some creative sorts of direction to unexpected places. That's how it works, but it's a nice idea. It's the truth of it. And it's one of these. Most of the stories we tell are probably the wrong story. They're probably going nowhere. Probably not helpful. And we definitely don't do as well at seeing patterns of things. But some of the most enjoyable human aspects is putting a new story on the unexpected. These are all aspects of what being human means to me. Maybe these are all things that AI figures out for itself, or maybe they're just aspects of. But I just have a feeling sometimes that the people who are trying to understand what we are like, what we wish to craft an AI system which is somehow human-like, but we don't have a firm grasp of what humans really are like in terms of how we operate.
But we get a better understanding of that. I agree with you completely. We try to build a thing, and we go, hang on, there's another system here, and that's actually the attempt to build AI. That's human rights. Is getting us to become understanding human beings. The funny thing that I recently talked to a man who's crossing that why we consider to be the greatest chess player of all time. And he talked about Alpha Zero, which is a system we define that plays chess. He had a funny comment. He has a kind of dry sense of humor, but he was extremely impressed when he first saw Alpha Zero play. He said that he did a lot of things that could easily be mistaken for creativity. He refused, as a typical humor, refused to give the system sort of his due. Because he came up with a lot of things that a lot of people were extremely impressed with. Not just the sheer calculation, but brilliance of play. And one of the things that it does in really interesting ways is it sacrifices pieces. But in chess, that means you basically take a step back and you take a step forward. You give away pieces for some future reward. And that, for us humans, is what art is chess. To take big risks. But for us humans, those risks are especially painful because you have a fog of uncertainty before you. So to take a risk now based on intuition, I think this is the right risk to take. But there's so many possibilities. But that's where it takes guts. That's what art is. It's that danger. And then the Alpha Zero takes those same kind of risks. It does them even greater degree. Of course, it does it with you could easily reduce down to a cold calculation over patterns. But boy, when you see the final result, it sure looks like the same kind of magic that we see in this when we see creative play on the chessboard. And the chessboard is very limited. And the question is, as we get better and better, we do that same kind of creativity. Mathematics, programming, engineering, biology, college, expand more and more complex.
I always used to go running when I was a boy. Brother, which was the thing in mathematics. And I was never particularly great at it, but there were some people who were amazing fast, especially like that. And I realised in trying to do this that there's only really two ways. There's three possible ways of doing it. Either you go extremely slowly and you figure out, okay, there's a stone, push on the stone, and then there's really pretty. It's snow, it's obvious. You figure it out step by step. Or you can just go incredibly fast. You don't think about it at all. The entire conscious mind is shut out because of the same. It's something in the mind that you're doing all the subconscious calculations. And it's amazing. You can write at an astonishing speed down the side with no idea how to do it. And then you panic and you think, I'm going to break my leg if I think about what I thought. So you slow down a bit and try to bring more conscious mind in, and then you do. You cannot think consciously. So it's amazing. It's amazing how many calculations the mind is able to make. And the problem with playing chess is if you're able to make all of those subconscious forward calculations about what is the likely outcome of this move now, in the way that you can by writing down the whole side of something. It's partly about what you have adapted to do. It's partly about the reality of the world that we're in. Running fast downhill is something that we've got to be very good at. We're going to be eating. Whereas trying to calculate multiple moves into the future is something that we can what to do. 2 or 3, 4 moves into the future is quite enough. Most of the time.
Yeah. So just solving chess may not be as far towards solving the problem of dominant running as we might think just because we solve chess. Still, it's beautiful to see creativity. Humans create machines. They're able to create art. And art and chessboard and art otherwise. We know how far that takes. So I mentioned Andre Barclay earlier. Him and I are big fans of yours. You're taking votes. The suggestion was you should write the next book on the film paradox. So let me ask you on the topic of alien bodies. Since we've been talking about life and work on it. How many aliens is this?
Well, the universe is very big, so some, but not as many as most people would like to think, is my view, because the idea that there is a trajectory going from simplest cell like bacteria through to humans. It seems to me there's some big gaps along that way. The eukaryotic cell, the cell would be the biggest of them, but also photosynthesis is another. Another interesting gap is a long gap from the origin of the eukaryotic cells to the first animal, which is actually about 1 billion years, maybe more than that. A long delay in when oxygen. So from the first appearance of oxygen, great oxidation rate, to enough for animals to respire, it was close to 2 billion years. Why so long? It seems to be geology as much as we believe, so we don't really know.
Do you hear me? The shirt is like body armor.
So the idea that there's a kind of an inevitable march towards complexity and sentient life, I don't think is right. Doesn't not to say it won't happen, but I mean it's not going to happen.
If you think of Earth, given the geological constraints and all that kind of stuff, do you have a sense that life, complex life, intelligent life happens quickly on it? So, just to get a sense of, are you more sort of saying that it's very likely to get the kind of conditions required to create humans, or is it even if you have the condition, it's just statistically different?
think the problem, the single great problem with sexual assault to my mind was the origin of the account itself, which happened once, so we have to carry it with you. And that is something that
If you're saying it's super important,
I'm saying is the tantamount to saying that it is impossible to build something as complex as a human being from bacteria cells.
totally agree in some deep fundamental way. But it's just like one cell going inside another.
Yeah.
To get to look right,
Well, again, it happened once, and if you think I'm in minority view. But if you think about the starting point, we've got a simple cell. It's an archaeal cell. That's what it looks like a bacterium, but it's back from this other domain. Right? So it looks a lot like a bacterial cell. That means it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have a nucleus. It doesn't really have a complex membrane. It has a little bit of stuff. And it takes up an innocent mass. So what happens next? And the answer is basically everything to do with complexity. To me, there's a beautiful paradox. Plants and animals and fungi all have exactly the same type of stuff. But they all have really different ways of living. So plants are synthetic. They started out as algae in the ocean, the blooms. The basic cell structure that it built from is exactly the same, with a couple of small differences as well. It's got a vacuum, it's got a cell. That's about it. Pretty much everything else is exactly the same. And yet the ways of life are completely different. So this cell structure did not evolve in response to different environments and emotions and photosynthesis. Animal, fungus in the soil, spreading out shoots. So they all have the same structure. Why? Almost certainly it was driven by some adaptation to the internal world, having these pesky photosynthesis that forced all kinds of change on the house. Now, in one way you can see that as a good thing, because the ability to just process it as soon as anything runs, you're bound to go in that direction. Well, it could be that there's a huge fluke about it, and you almost certainly go wrong in just about every case possible. You've got a conflict will lead to effectively war, maybe death, extinction, and it simply doesn't work out. So maybe it happened millions of times and went wrong every time. Maybe it only happened once, and it worked out for bigger reasons. And we simply do not know to say which of those two possibilities is true, but both of them are a bit
well, you're leaning towards groups that we were looking at because we got. So, do you have a sense that our galaxy comes in maybe millions of times of bacteria?
I would expect billions and tens of billions of planets with bacteria. I mean, there's probably 5 to 10 planets per star, of which I would hope for at least one without bacteria. So I expect bacteria to be very common. I simply can't put a number otherwise. I mean, I expect it will happen as well. It's not that I think it will be so fascinating. But I think that it's not going to happen inevitably. It's something, that's not the only problem that it's a complex life form. I mentioned it's and so on as well. And even humans, we came along very late. We go back 5 million years, and we'd be that impressed if we came across a planet for the giraffes. I mean, you think, hey, there's life here. It's a nice planet to colonize or something. And you wouldn't think, oh, this is trying to have a conversation with this giraffe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly we would think. I'm not exactly sure what would seem so interesting from a human perspective, or how they would notice. I talked about cities because of an issue perspective, how they look at human civilization. But your sense, I mean, of course you don't know, but it's an interesting world, an interesting galaxy, an interesting universe to live in. It's just like every cell, 90% of our solar system have bacteria. Like, imagine that. And the galaxy maybe has
Bill,
The
how are you?
answer is not one.
What's up, Tim?
Intelligence civilization. That's a wild world.
What's good in your
I didn't even think about that. It's kind of.
Oh, no way. Oh, you're amazing. I'm live on a bunch of channels, so I don't know which one. You know what angle from which you were watching it? Okay. Okay, cool. I got some. I have some accounts with 50,000 followers as well. Oh, excellent. I have 3 different Twitch accounts going right now and 11 different YouTube accounts. Let me send you my YouTube. Do you know what YouTube is? Yeah. Excellent. Well, I'm sending it to you. If you take a look at it, and you'll see all the different accounts that I have. It's quite so what's been your neck of the woods, Khalil? Khalil means friend, right? Excellent. Well, let me tell you about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot out like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I started this project 3 years ago. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data on mine than any person ever. You can essentially watch my life going back in time, like a time capsule or a timeline for human history. We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity and antimatter. We talk about invisibility, clothes, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology, essentially human growth hormone, stem cells. We talk about nootropics and cryonics, cryogenics, things that make you extend your life expectancy from maybe age 80 to age 100, 120 perhaps, even older. Eventually getting into another type of technology. Khalil, has anybody ever told you that I don't think you're going to die? Okay, well, you're allowed to believe that, but there are those of us who believe that with a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, there's an opportunity perhaps to have digital immortality, which is a very exciting premise. I appreciate that. We talk about some other things that are important to me, like ending world hunger through the use of perhaps vertical farming, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, perhaps utilizing hydroponics and cloud seeding, and also utilizing ending world thirst through digging wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants, basically taking water from the world's oceans and pumping it on the land to make it drinkable for people. I think these are very important endeavors, and I'd like to see them expanded throughout the world. I appreciate it. Hey, I appreciate that. One of these days, I'm going to go viral, and when I do, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to make sure that you, your family, your friends are all taken care of. You'll be able to take advantage of all this technology that I just said, plus even everything. You'll be able to start philanthropic organizations of your own, charities of your own. Your friends will be able to start charities and just do everything that we can to make the world a better place. That's a great thing. I appreciate that. Well, I hope so. And if I do, we will have this conversation on record, and I will be able to say, hey, Khalil, 1600, wherever you are in the world, I know that, well, we're friends on Discord as well, but let's just say you're a random person. I'd be able to say, Khalil, 1600, wherever you are, contact me. You helped me along the way, and I'm going to help you now. You're so sweet. Well, thank you. I do my best to be a good role model of people and to be a light to the nations. And you should know that you're always welcome here. Your friends are always welcome here. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. If you ever need a shoulder to cry on or someone to hear about your day, I'm here for you. And I hope this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Absolutely. We're just watching podcasts. I like podcasts a lot. So we're watching podcasts. You feel free to chill for as long as you want. Just kick back and relax. If you've got things to do, I understand. But know that I'm always here to support you. I appreciate you checking out my Twitch stream. And did you see how go to the link that I just sent you on YouTube? I'm sorry, in Discord. No. I got 11 going right now. Just go to okay, I just sent you. That's right. Yeah. So that's more than anybody's got going. Most people don't have. I don't know a single person who has more than one goal at a given time, let alone like 10. So it's a lot of data. The data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that's true, we're going to help everybody out there. We're going to help the developing world. We're going to help the youth. We're going to do everything we can to essentially give people a better life. I did too. You never know until you try. So I've been doing this now for more than 3 years with no end in sight. Continue doing it until we go viral. I did this for about the first 2 weeks. Okay. No. I get few people an hour to do this. Absolutely, all the time. Great. Absolutely. I'm currently live in quite a few different Discords at once. So I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm live in the Socialized Discord. I'm live in E-Girl World Discord. I'm live in the Roblox Discord and the League of Legends Discord and the Fortnite Discord. And so people see me, they click on my link, they come on in, we have good conversations. I've had over 1,500 people do that, or 1,500 people join the server. And one of these days, I'm going to get to the right person. They're going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to tell a friend who's very influential. They'll tweet about me, and then it's game over. Then everybody in the world will know who I am, and then I'll be able to monetize this. I'm already sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Video. That's why it's got Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't necessarily like Sonic the Hedgehog means fun. But it's worth $300 million, and perhaps in the future, I'll be able to have other sponsorships and really make a lot of money doing that. When I do, I'm going to give it all away. That's a great thing. I appreciate that. Okay. So with that, is there any questions or anything that you have? 100%. I don't stop. Yeah, I haven't stopped in more than 3 years. I'm on camera on 10 different Discords or 10 different YouTubes. The only time that I have to stop a stream is every 12 hours I restart them. So like I might have to stop a stream and restart it, stop another stream and restart, but all the other ones are still recording. So that my whole life is broken up in like 12-hour increments. 100%, yes. I feel it's very important for people to recognize that we're not all that different in humanity, and people will be able to study me like a human zoo in the future, where we study my breathing patterns, my sleeping patterns, what my dreams are, what my eating habits are, drinking habits, behavior patterns, how many times I blink, how many times I breathe, my heart rate. All of this is data that will be studied perhaps in the future because we've never had one person online for this long that all their data is so available to the entire world.
That's great thing. That's a great thing.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for giving me this.
100%. I'm someone who does my best to overcome the challenges and the fears. And once you start doing it, it's very easy. I just live my life the way I normally live it, but I just have a camera going. But aside from that, I would be doing the exact same thing. I would be listening to audiobooks, watching podcasts, and just chilling on the internet. That's what anybody else does. They just don't do it with a camera on. So with that, feel free to watch the podcast that we're watching. It's Let's Rethink, you know who that is. And if you have any good questions, let me know. And I want you to know, Khalil, that you're always welcome here. And if anything, we want to see you more often. Come in once a day and just check in with me. Let me know how you're doing, what's good in your world, okay? Excellent. Well, here we go. Feel free to enjoy. If you have questions, let me know. If anything, just kick back, relax. There you go. Do your own thing.
Thought that, like, one of the reasons
Oh,
it's
that's cool.
so exciting to find elsewhere, I'm sure statistically that, like, no matter how unlikely you study a multi-cell organisms, sex, violence, what else is really different? I mean, photosynthesis, figuring out some machinery that involves chemistry and environment to allow the building of complex organisms. Surely there would, but man, I don't know how I would feel about just bacteria everywhere. Depressing. It's true. I don't think I don't know what's more depressing, bacteria everywhere or nothing.
Yes, chilling. But whether it's chilling or not, I don't think should force us to change our view about when we real. What I'm saying may or may not be true.
So how would you feel if you discovered that? So it sounds like you would be less excited with someone because you're like, wow.
What I would be most interested in is how similar to life on Earth it would actually turn into quite a certain problem. The likelihood of life having gone to and fro between Mars and the Earth is quite, I wouldn't say high, but it's not low. It's quite feasible. And so if we found life on Mars and it's very similar genetic code, but it was slightly different, most people would interpret that immediately as evidence that we've been transit one way or the other, and that it was a common origin of life on Mars or on the Earth, one or the other. The other way to see that question would be to say, well, actually, the beginnings of life lie in deterministic chemistry. It's starting from likely abundant materials, CO2, and will, I won't say inevitably, but potentially almost inevitably come up with a genetic code which is not very far away from the genetic code that we already have. So we see certain differences in the genetic code. What does it mean? It could be very difficult to interpret.
There's a possibility to tell the difference, something that truly originated
I think if the stereochemistry is different, we have sugars, for example, which are D sugars and acids, but lipids, we have the bacteria have one sterilizing, bacteria have the other sterilizing. So it's perfectly possible to use one or the other. And the same rules that we go through in Georgia Church, trying to make life based on the opposite sterilizing. So it's perfectly possible to do. It will work. And if we were to find life on Mars that was using the opposite sterilizing, we could.
So hopefully the life we find would be on Titan won't something like that, where it's less likely to be shared and it's partial conditions weird.
I wouldn't count on that because life started in deep sea ice. It's sea harsh, yeah. So Titan is different. Europa is probably quite similar to Earth in the sense that we're dealing with an ocean. There's a deep ocean there. That's the only Earth can be. And it all of a sudden has hydrothermal particles. Same with Enceladus. You can tell that from these plumes. So through liquidation, we can tell what the chemistry is. For Titan, we're dealing with liquid. If there really is life, then it would really have to be very, very different.
So the hardest group is the quantum the precarious to eukaryotes. What's the second? What's you have a lot.
Yeah, being second one, I think. So it's not so much. I mean, photosynthesis is part of the problem. It's a difficult thing to do. Again, we know it happens. We don't know why it happens. But the fact that it was taken on board completely by plants and algae chloroplasts and did very well in completely different environments. That seems to suggest that there's no problem with exploring. We can have a separate origin and explore this whole domain over there. Bacteria into. So that kind of says that the reason that it only happened once is probably because it's difficult, because the wiring is difficult. But then it happened at least 2.2 billion years ago, right before the June. Maybe as long as 3 billion years ago. And then so rips of oxygen resistant traces in the fossil biochemical mechanisms. That's really disputed. Some people say it goes all the way back 4 billion years ago, and common ancestral life in the first place. So immediately you've got groups of people who disagree over 2 billion years about when it started. Let's take the latest date when it's uncovered. It's 2.2 billion years ago. Through to around about the time of the capital expansion, definitely got close to modern levels, which was around about 550 million years ago. So we've gone more than 1.5 billion years, where the Earth was in stasis. Nothing much changed. It's known as the boiling boom. That probably stops when you carry it around somewhere. So this idea that the world is constantly changing, we're constantly evolving, we're moving up somewhere else, it's a very human idea, but in reality, there are kind of tipping points to a new stable equilibrium where the cells that are producing oxygen are precisely counterbaled by the cells that are moving oxygen, which is why it's 21% now and it's bigger way for hundreds of millions of years. And we have a very precise balance. We go through a tipping point and we don't know where the next stable state is going to be, but it can be longer. And so if we change the world with further warming, there will be a tipping point. The question is where, when, and what's the next stable state? It may be uninhabitable to us. It will be habitable to life, for sure. But there may be something like a permanent extinction where 95% of species go extinct. There's a 5 to 10 million year gap and life recovers.
And the question statistically, without humans, statistically, is that ultimately the greater complexity in just life.
Well, after the first appearance of oxygen with the GOE, there was a tipping point which led to a long-term stable state that was equivalent to the Black Sea today, which is to say oxygenated to the very surface and stagnant, sterile, sulphurous, no air. And they were stable, certainly around the continental margins, for more than 1 million years. It was not a stable electron progression.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about evolution, like what leads to stable states, and how often are evolutionary pressures emerging from the environment. So maybe other planets are able to create evolutionary pressures, chemical pressures, whatever, some kind of pressure that says you're screwed unless you get your shit together with the next thing. 10,000 years. Like, a lot of pressure. It seems like Earth, like the warming ability might be explained in 2 ways. One is super difficult to take any kind of next step, and the second way to be explained is there's no reason to take the next step.
No, I think there is no reason. But at the end of it, there was a snowball Earth. So there was a planetary catastrophe on a huge scale where the ice, the sea was frozen on the equator, and that forced change. It's not long after that, it was really years perhaps after that, so a short time. This is when we begin to see that. So there's a shift again, another tipping point that led to catastrophic change and led to a different takeoff. We don't really know why, but one of the reasons why we're discussing the book is about sulfate being washed into the oceans, which sounds incredibly parochial. But the issue is, I mean, the data is, we can track roughly how oxygen is going into the atmosphere from carbon isotopes. So there's two main isotopes of carbon. One is carbon 12, 99% of carbon is carbon 12. And then 1% of carbon is carbon 13, which is a stable isotope. And then there's carbon 14, which is trivial radioactive. So carbon 13 is 1%. And life and enzymes generally, what we can think of as carbon atoms as balls bouncing around, one balls bouncing around. Carbon 12 moves a little bit faster than carbon 13 because it's lighter. It is more likely to encounter an enzyme. And so it's more likely to be fixed into organic matter. And so organic matter is enriched, and this is just it's enriched in carbon 12 by a few percent compared to carbon 13, relative to what we expect. And if you then bury organic matter, then it's no longer oxidized, so some oxygen remains left over in the atmosphere. And that's how oxygen accumulates in the atmosphere. You can work out historically how much oxygen there was in the atmosphere by how much carbon was being buried. And you think about possibly how much carbon was being buried in the atmosphere. Well, if you're burying carbon 12, what you're leaving behind is more carbon 13, which is represents of limestone. So you can look at limestones and work out what's the carbon 13 score. And usually kind of a feedback of the oxygen. Right before the Cambrian explosion, there was a negative isotope explosion, which is basically carbon 13 gold down. And what that seems to be saying is the amount of carbon 12 in the oceans was disappearing, which is to say it was being oxidized. And if it's being oxidized, it's consuming oxygen. And that should, so if a big carbon 13 signal says there's the ratio of carbon 12 to carbon 13 is completely going down, which means there's much more carbon 12 being taken out within the
Well, it's a good way to estimate the amount of oxygen.
Yeah. If you calculate the amount of oxygen based on the assumption that all this carbon 12 is being taken out, is being oxidized by oxygen, that's all the oxygen in the atmosphere gets treated is one left. And yet the rest of the geological indicators say no oxygen. So it's a kind of a paradox. The only way to explain this paradox, just on mass balance and how much stuff is in the oceans and so on, is to assume that oxygen was not it was sulfate was being washed in. Its use as an electron acceptor, like sulfate was used in bacteria just as we use oxygen as an electron acceptor. So they pass their electrons to sulfate and sulfate. And yeah. So they're oxidizing carbon with sulfate, passing the electrons onto sulfate. That reaction down for iron pipelines sinks down the bottom, gets buried out of the system. And this can make out mass balance. So why does it matter? It matters because what it says is there was a chance event tectonically. There was a lot of sulfate sitting on the ground as a kind of mineral. So calcium sulfate minerals, for example, and because there happen to be some continental collisions, mountain building, sulfate was pushed up the side of the mountain and happened to get washed into the ocean.
Yeah, so I want us making happy accidents like that.
Yeah, statistically, it's really hard. Maybe you can roll that in statistically, but this is the course of life on Earth. Without all that sort of information, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have animals, and so on and so on. So it's
this kind of explanation of the Cambrian explosion. So let me actually say it in several ways. So, folks who challenge the validity of the theory of evolution will give us an example. Now, I'm not studying this, but will give us an example of the Cambrian explosion. This thing's weird. This is weird. So, the question I would have is, what's the biggest mystery or gap in understanding about evolution? Is it the Cambrian explosion? So how do we step by step understand how to explain? First of all, what is it? In my understanding, a short amount of time, 10 million years, 100 million years, and huge number of animals, a variety of diversity. Yeah, is that the biggest mystery?
It's a really big mystery. There are still mysteries about why then. And I just said sulfate being washed into the ocean as well. It needs oxygen, and oxygen levels rose around that time. So probably before that, they were high. What we're seeing with the Cambrian explosion is the beginning of predators and prey relationships. We're seeing modern ecosystems. We're seeing arms races, and we're seeing the full creativity of evolution unleashed. And so I talked about the boring building. Nothing happens for 1.5 billion years. The assumption, this is completely wrong, this assumption, is that evolution works really slowly. And you need billions of years to affect some small change and another billion years to continue. It's completely wrong. Evolution gets stuck in a stasis and it stays that way for tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years. And Stephen Jay Gould used to argue this, called the punctuated equilibrium, which he was doing it to do with animals and to do with the last 500 million years or so, where it's much less obvious than if you think about the entire planetary history. And then you realise that the first 2 billion years was bacteria only. The origin of life, 2 billion years of just bacteria, oxygen photosynthesis arising here. Then you have a global catastrophe, snowball Earth, great oxidation event, and then another billion years of nothing happening, and then some period of upheavals, and then another snowball Earth, and then 7% nothing. This is long periods of stasis, where the world is in a stable state, and it's not geared towards increasing complexity. Everything is imbalanced. And only when you have a catastrophic level and global level problem, like your snowball Earth, it forces everything out of balance, and there's a tipping point, and you end up somewhere else. Now, the idea that evolution is slow is wrong. It can be incredibly fast. And I mentioned earlier on, in theory, it would take 500 years to invent an app from a license. But it doesn't take long to convert one tube into a tube with nodules on it, into a tube with arms on it, and then multiple arms, and then you say, it starts out as a swelling. It's not difficult intellectually to understand how these things can happen. It boggles the mind it happens so quickly, but we're used to human timescales. And what we need to talk about is generations of things that live for a year in the ocean. And then a million years is a million generations, and the amount of change that we do and affect in that time is enormous. And we're dealing with large populations of things where selection is sensitive to pretty small changes. So again, as soon as you throw in the competition of predators and prey, and you're ramping up the scale of the evolution, it's not very surprising that it happens very quickly. And so I don't think there's a big mystery. There's lots of details that need to be filled in. I mean, the big mystery in biology is consciousness.
The big mystery behind one intelligence is kind of a mystery too. But then you think biology, psychology. Is from a biology perspective, it seems like intelligence and consciousness are really the same, like weird, like all the brain stuff.
I don't see this intelligence as necessarily difficult. I suppose. I mean, I see it as a form of computing. I don't know much about computing.
We don't know much about consciousness either. So I mean, I suppose. Oh, I see. That consciousness you do know.
No. I mean, I think I can understand the wiring of the brain as a series of, in pretty much the same way as a computer in theory, in terms of circuitry of it. The mystery to me is how this system gives rise to feelings.
Yeah, I think we've oversimplified intelligence. I think the dance, the magic of reasoning is as interesting as the magic of feeling. We tend to think of reasoning as very running a very simplistic algorithm. I think reason is the interplay between memory, what the hell is going on in the unconscious mind, all of that.
I'm not trying to diminish it in any way at all. Obviously, it's extraordinarily, exquisitely complex, but I don't see a logical reading to it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you both. Yeah, there's a big global mystery around consciousness.
I mean, if we compare it with classical physics, classical physics is logical, and we can understand the kind of language we're dealing with. It's almost like a human language we're dealing with stuff. So things like considering it's practically impossible for the human mind to compute what is just happened there.
I mean, that is the same. It's like you understand mathematically the notes that are used for composition, that's intelligence. Yes, the line makes you feel so. That is what's hard to understand. Yeah, but there's an interesting phrase here. I wonder if blue cells. I tend to think the consciousness would be self-knowledge. Meaning the person who builds tries to build versus biology is such a computer system. I feel like the building blocks of consciousness from a biological perspective are like that's like the final equation. That's understand the whole thing. It's like electrical field, like electrical field plus everything, the whole shebang.
I'm inclined to agree. I mean, my thinking is from my reading knowledge of the history of science is that the biggest breakthroughs usually comes from a field that was not related to it. So if anyone, it's not going to be a biologist who solves consciousness, just a biologist to embed it in and then nobody's going to believe we've done it because we've proved it. In any case, the little dog is consciousness that. So it tells you that it is good language and most good evening. But I think most people will accept based on things. That's what it is. All of this probability. In one way, I think why it matters is that my expectation, I suppose, is that we will be over the next 100 years or so, if we survive at all, that AI will increasingly dominate. And pretty much anything we put out into space, the universe, what's out there, will be AI. Will be doing that. When we do, it will be on a much more scale. And I suppose the same would apply to any civilization. So perhaps rather than looking at science life, we shouldn't be. But then we face the problem that I don't see how a planet is going to give life to reality. See how planets do it. And if the principles that govern the evolution of life on Earth apply to other planets as well, then the likelihood of ending up with a human-like civilization being recognized to AI in the first place is massive. Once you've done it once, perhaps it takes over the universe. Maybe there's no issue. But it seems to me that the two are necessary. Not just turn us down without doing things.
You have to run the full the evolutionary computation for the organics to create AI.
How does AI bootstrap itself up without need like an intelligent design?
The origin of AI is going to have to be good chemistry. So that's not a limiting factor. I mean, there's massive question. Let's say we live in this incredibly dark and beautiful world of just millions of planets with bacteria on them and very few intelligent civilizations. And yet, there's a view like that. Now, why haven't we at scale seen that? Is it it's yourself? Is it because they don't exist?
All don't exist in the right place, the universe at the right time. That's the simplest answer for it.
Is that the way we find
I find that, it's not that I find it more compelling, it's that I find more probable. Like all of them, I mean, there's a lot of hand waving in this, we just don't know. So I'm trying to read out from life on Earth to what would happen somewhere else. It gives, to my mind, a bit of a pessimistic view of bacteria everywhere and communication in terms of life. And running forward, humans only once on Earth, and nothing else that could necessarily be any more exciting about making contact with than we've been making contact with on Earth. So I think the chances are pretty limited. And the chances of us surviving are pretty limited too. The way we're going is likelihood of us not making ourselves extinct within the next few hundred years, possibly not the next 50 or 100 years, seems quite small. I hope we can do better than that. So maybe the only thing that will survive humanity will be AI. Maybe AI, once it exists, once it's capable of effectively copying itself and transferring it out of the loop, then maybe that will take over the universe.
Yeah, there's a kind of inherent sadness to the universe. But isn't that also potentially beautiful that that's the next step of life? I suppose, from your perspective, as long as it carries the plane of consciousness.
I think there can be some beauty to being the next step of life. I don't know if consciousness matters or not, from my point to be honest with you. But there's some sadness, yes, probably, because I think it comes down to the selfishness that we were talking about earlier. An individual with a desire not to be displaced from life, but to stay alive, be here. So I suppose the threat that a lot of people feel is that we will just be wiped out. There will be potential conflict between AI and humans, and that
Would that be a sad state of affairs that consciousness is just an intermediate stage between bacteria and AI? Right?
I would
So,
see bacteria as maybe
right, so maybe
all of life just hit some form of feelings in response to the environment. That's not to say it's intelligent, but there's only algorithms for intelligence, but nothing compelling does. I think it's beautiful what a planet can come up with. It's astonishing to come up with this stuff that we see around. That either we or whatever we produce is destroying. It is a start. But it's also hugely pessimistic. I like to think that people will manage to do something which is at least as good, if not better than us.
yeah, I have that same optimism, especially a thing that's able to propagate around the universe more efficiently, more extensive, if you will. Some merging with AI and humans, whether that comes from bioengineering people's life or just like its life, somehow to carry that real consciousness and that personality and the beautiful tension that's within all of us, carry that through to multiple planets, to multiple solar systems, and all out there in the universe. And that's a beautiful vision. Whether AI can do that or a bioengineered humans can, that's an exciting possibility. And especially meeting other alien civilizations. Do you think aliens have consciousness?
If they're organic,
Organic,
yes.
connected to consciousness.
I think any system which has got bootstrap itself from planetary origins. I mean, let me finish this and then we'll come to from planetary origins is going to face similar constraints, and those constraints will be addressed in similar basic engineering ways. I think we will be starting to we will have charges, and I think we will have to be selected in populations over time. All of these things will tend to give rise to the same processes as the simplest things to a difficult problem. So I would expect to resemble life in many ways. When I was about 16, reading a book by Fred Hoyle called Black Cloud, which I was budding biologist at the time. This was the first time I came across something really challenging the heart of biology, saying we are far too parochial in thinking about life as carbon based. Here's a life which is going to be dust, stellar dust, solar system scale. And I, it's a novel, but I found enormously challenging because it hadn't occurred to me how limited my thinking was, how narrow-minded as I was being. Here was a very completely different conception. And since then, I've seen him attacked in various ways, and I'm quite reluctant to say the attacks make more sense to me than the original story, which is to say, even in terms of information processing, if you're on that scale, there's limit to the speed of how quickly can something think. If you read it to
How's the work? How are you?
solar system,
Good, dog. What's been doing this?
those pieces alone is not going to hold a conversation. Well, the kind of timelines that Fred Hoyle was imagining, but it's not by any easy way of doing it, as you speech of life is limited. And then again, you really can't. Something Richard Dawkins argued long ago. I do think he's right. There is no other way to generate this level of capacity by natural selection. Nothing else you can do. You need populations, and you need selection populations, and kind of an isolated interstellar cloud. Again, there's unlimited time. There's no problems with distance, but we need to have a certain frequency of generational time to generate serious level of I just have fun.
Well, as far as we know, so natural selection, evolution is very powerful here. There could be other mechanisms. So whenever, I don't know, there's no cellular autonomy, but complex systems and basic components that seemingly move based on simple rules when taken as a whole, really interesting complexity emerges. I don't know what the thresholds are. It's not really selection, but interesting complexities emerge, and that's not all understood exactly.
There's a difference between complexity and evolution. So some of the work we're doing in Origin of Life is thinking, how do genes arise? How does information arise? And thinking about it from the point of view of reacting CO2 with hydrogen, you get carboxylic acids and amino acids. It's quite hard to make nucleotides. And it's possible to make them. It's been done for all these times. But you need trace amounts. So the next question, assuming that this is the right way of seeing the question, is, well, how do you make more nucleotides? How do you become more complex and better with nucleotide generating machine? And the answer is, well, you need positive nucleotides. So that can work, and we know it happens in biology. If this nucleotide, for example, catalyzes CO2 fluxation, you increase the rate of flux through the whole system, and you're going to steep and drive the force to make
How you living,
and this can be inherited.
What's good?
There are forms of heredity that you can have. Basically, if the cell divides into two, the stuff inside is stuff that is basically bound as a network which is capable of generating itself. Then it will inevitably generate itself. And so you can develop greater complexity.
No, big dog.
But everything that I've said depends
What's new?
on the rules of thermodynamics. There's no evolvability about that. It's simply an inevitable outcome of your starting point, assuming that you're able to increase the drive force through the system. You will generate more of the same, you will expand on what you can do. It's only when you introduce the information into that as a gene, as a smooth stretch of our life, which can be random stretch, then you get real evolvability. Then you get biology as evolution. But you also have selection as evolution.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to think about information. That's the kind of memory of the system. Yeah, at the local level, it's propagation, copying yourself, changing, improving your adaptability to the environment. If you look at Earth as a whole, it has kind of memory of a key feature. It remembers the stuff it tries. Like if you were to describe Earth, I think evolution is something that we experience as individual organisms. That's how the individual organisms interact with each other. There's a natural selection. But when you look at Earth as an organism in its entirety, how would you describe it? I mean,
Well, not as an organism. I mean, the idea of Gaia is lovely. And James Lovelock originally put Gaia up as an organism that has somehow evolved. And he was immediately attacked by lots of people. And he's not wrong, but he backpedaled somewhat because that was more a poetic vision than science is now called systems science. So it's really about how does the world regulate itself so it remains within the limits which are hospitable to life. And it does it well. It is working at a planetary level of kind of integration of regulation. But it's not evolving by natural selection. It can't because there's only one of it. So it can change over time. It's not evolving. All the evolution is in parts of the system.
yeah, but it's a self-sustaining organism.
No, it's sustained by the sun.
Right. So I mean, that you don't think it is possible to see Earth as its own organism?
I think it's poetically beautiful and I have authority to work combined, but it's not. It's terms.
If the audience was to visit, would they notice? What would be the basic unit of meditation?
It's green. It's green and blue. I think that's the best thing. It stands out from space as being different to any other planets.
So notice the trees first. Just the
Well,
color.
I would notice the green.
Yeah. And then probably notice the graphics.
Probably notice systems.
Let me
They
actually.
arrived at night and noticed systems.
It depends on time. You write quite beautifully in Transformers once again. I think you opened the book this way. From space, describing Earth. It's such an interesting idea. Earth is. You also, Hitchhiker's Guide summarizing it as harmless. And mostly harmless. So you open Transformers with space, it's gray and crystal, obliterating the blue-green colors of the universe. It is crisscrossed by regular patterns and convergent striations. There's a central amorphous density where these scratches and blend. This quote, world does not look alive, although it is extended out along some lines. There is something grasping on Earth's state of the bottom. Across the globe, there are thousands, varying in shape and detail, all of them brave, angular, and organic, spreading. Yet, at night, they light up, blowing up the dark sky, suddenly beautiful. Perhaps these gatekeepers on the landscape are in some sense living. There's a controlled flow of energy. There must be information, some form of metabolism, some turnover of materials. Are they alive? No, of course not. They are cities. So is there some sense that cities are you think aliens?
Easy to see it that way.
It wakes up about they wake up.
Yeah. I imagine that any aliens that are smart enough to get here would understand this. My reason for saying that is that we tend to think of biology in terms of information and forget about the cells. I was trying to draw a comparison between the cells as the energy flow through the city and the energy flow through the cells and the turnover of materials. And an interesting thing about cities is that they're not really exactly governed by everybody. There are regulations and systems and whatever else, but it's pretty loose. They have their own life, their own way of developing over time. And in that sense, they're quite biological. There was a plan after the Great Fire of London. Christopher Wren was known for St Paul's Cathedral, but also to rebuild a large Jerusalem type Euclid to a large part of the area of central London. Was burned. And it never happened. But it's interesting what was in the plan. All these boulevards, but there were no pubs, no coffee houses, or anything like that. And the reality was London was very grew up in this set of jungle streets. And it was the coffee houses and the pubs rather than the business city of London that was being done. And that was where the real life of the city was. No one planned it, but the thing was unplanned. That works much better that way. And in that sense, the cell is completely unplanned, not controlled by the genes and the nucleus. It's kind of evolved entity that has the same kind of flux, the same animation, the same kind of flow. It's a beautiful analogy, but I wouldn't get too stuck with it as well.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. You are so steep next to the entirety of science, the history of science is steep in biological framing. And not just biological, but very human centric too. The human organism is the epitome of life. I don't know if I don't know. I think there is some deep fundamental ways which say that he is a living being. In the same way that
But it doesn't give rise to an offspring city. So it's not. It doesn't work by natural selection. It works by if anything means it works by.
yeah, but isn't
Isn't
it?
itself conceptually as a moving being.
So I mean, maybe memes, maybe ideas are the organisms that are really essential to that. Maybe it's much more important about the collective aspect of human nature, the collective intelligence than the individual. Maybe the collective humanity is the organism. The thing that defines the collective intelligence of humanity is the ideas. And maybe the way that manifests itself is maybe you have more societies, geographic societies, nations. I mean, from an alien perspective, it's possible that is more deeply noticeable than not from a place of ignorance.
What's noticeable doesn't tell you how it works. I don't know what the problem with what you're saying really, except that it's not possible without people's. We went from the hunter-gatherer economy, if you like, without cities, due to city. And as soon as we get into the human evolution and culture and society and stuff, yes, there are other forms of evolution and other forms of change. But cities don't directly propagate themselves, they propagate themselves through human societies. Human societies only exist because humans as individuals propagate themselves. So there's a kind of there is a hierarchy there, and without the humans in the first place.
If you life is primarily defined by basic unit on which evolution operates.
That's a really important thing.
And we don't know, we don't have any other better ideas.
I never came across that. Maybe I'm just ignorant of it. You mentioned I don't think specifically about that, but I have thought about it in terms of selective units of the origin of life and the difference between evolvability and complexity, not just increasing complexity, but within very narrowly defined limits. The great thing about genes and about selection is it just knocks down those limits. It gives you a world of information which is limited only by the biophysical reality of what kind of invisible world the planet live on and cities and all these other forms that look alive and could be described as alive because they can't propagate themselves through existing as the product of something that didn't propagate itself.
Yeah. I mean, there's a deeply compelling truth to that. I just hope that we don't miss the giant cloud.
I kind of hope that I'm wrong about what it is because I can't say that my worldview is particularly uplifting. But in some sense, it doesn't matter if it's uplifting or not. Science is about what's reality, what's out there, why is it this way? And I think the beauty of the two.
There's beauty in darkness. You're right about life and death. Sort of a biological level. There's the question of suicide, why live? There's the question of why the human mind is capable of depression. Are you able to respect that from one place of biology? Why our minds, why we humans can go to such dark places? Why can we commit suicide? Why can we go, suffer, period, suffer from feeling the meaninglessness of going to a dark place that depression can take you? Is this a feature of life?
I don't know. I mean, if it's a feature of life, then I suppose it would have to be true of other organisms as well. We were talking about dogs earlier on, and they can certainly be very sad and upset and maybe weeks or days after they died or something like that. So I suspect in some sense it's a feature of biology. It's probably a feature of mortality. But beyond all of that, I mean, I guess there's two ways you could come at it. One of them would be to say, well, you can effectively do the math and come to the conclusion that it's all pointless. There's really no point in being any longer. And maybe that's true. In the greater scheme of things, you could justify yourself in terms of society. Society would be honest with you as well. You end up in a big place just by logic.
Sometimes it's surprisingly combined.
Well, maybe this is where consciousness comes in. We have transient joy, but with transient joy we have transient misery as well. And sometimes with everything in biology, getting the regulation right is practically impossible. You will always have the culture to drive some people, unfortunately, joy and some people misery, and that's the way brains are wired. Adapt everything. It's the same with sex and everything else as well. You can't regulate it, so it's anything goes.
Amen to that. Let me, I'm writing in your book, Power, Sex, and Suicide. First of all, can I just read off the book, Susan? If there's any better titles and topics to be covered, I don't know what they are. It means we look forward to whatever you're going to write next. Let's see right next. The first you wrote oxygen, the molecule beneath the room, as we talked about this idea of the role of oxygen in life on Earth. Then, wait for it, power, sex, suicide, mitochondria, and meaning of life. Then, life ascending, the 10 great inventions in evolution. The vital question, the first book on is the vital question, why is life the way it is? And the new book, Transformer, Deep Chemistry of Life and Death. In Power, Sex, and Suicide, you write about writing, or about a lot of things, right? I have a question about writing. You write, in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, one perfect spends 15 years researching his religion guides entry on the Earth, which originally read harmless. By the way, I would also side question would like to ask you what would be your summary of what this is. You're right, as long as the subject is ethically down by the guide.
How's your day going? Excellent. Well, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about de-extinction and things like life extension technology, human growth hormones, stem cells, really advanced things. I know that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the country, and I'm making it through today. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, palladium, everything. And I have more data on mine than any person. So perhaps I make a very successful person someday. It's very influential, and if I am, I'm going to help you and your friends and your family. How's that sound? Excellent. No, we're all related. Yep. Shall I say? No. Well, there's the first for everything, big dog. Yeah, it's a big family. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. can trace my bloodline going back to the Bible, and not many people can do that. Yeah, so how are things in your neck of the woods? Yes. How's your day going? Great. Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that. We're just chilling, watching the Lex Friedman podcast. I'm listening to an audiobook. Just enjoying life. So feel free to enjoy life alongside me. If you're ever bored, I'm here. Here to support you with whatever you need. Here to be a friend. If you ever need anything, let me know, okay? Excellent. Beautiful. Well, enjoy, my friend.
To read mostly. I suspect that too many new editions suffer a simple fate, if not through absurd editing decisions, at least through a lack of need for change in content. As it happens, nearly 15 years have passed since the first edition of Power, Sex, Suicide was published, and I am resisting the temptation to make any lame revisions. Some say that even Darwin lessened the power of his arguments in The Origin of Species through multiple revisions, in which he dealt with criticisms, sometimes shifted his views in the wrong direction. I prefer my original to speak for itself, even if it turns out to be wrong. Then he asked the question about writing, both for students in an academic setting, but also writing some of the most brilliant writers on science and humanity have written. What's the process of writing? How do you advise other humans? If you were to talk to young Dharma or the young you, and just young anybody, and give advice about how to write well about these big topics, what would you say?
I suppose it's a couple of problems. One of them is, what's the story? What do I want to know? What do I want to convey? Why does it matter to anybody? And very often the biggest, most interesting questions, the childlike questions, do I actually everybody wants to ask them? Then I would do it in case they were stupid. One of the nice things about being in science, a lot of you will realise that everybody doesn't ask these questions. It's not so stupid to ask them after all. So trying to ask the questions that I would have been asking myself at the age of 15, 16, when I was really hungry to know about the world and didn't know very much about it. We wanted to go to the edge of what we knew, but it helped to get there. Too much terminology and so on. I want someone to keep a clean eye on these questions. Beyond that, I've wondered a lot about who am I? And that was in the end the only answer I had was myself at the age of 15 or 16. Because even if you just don't know who's reading those and where are they reading it. Are they reading it in Bath or in bed or in the metro? Are you listening to an audiobook? Do you want to have a recapitulation every few pages because you read a few pages at a time, or are you really irritated by that? You're going to get criticism from people who are irritated by what you're doing. You don't know who they are or what you're going to do to get irritated. In the end, all you can do is just try and please yourself. And that means, what are these big, fascinating, big questions? What do we know about it? And can I convey that? And I kind of learned in trying to write, first of all, say what you know. And I was shocked in the first couple of weeks how often I came quickly against all the stuff we don't know. And if you're trying to, I realised later on, supervising those physicists who mathematicians who PhDs to us, one of the maths is way from but the process of trying to work out what are we actually going to model here, what's going into this equation, it's a very simple one to write on the page. what's the simplest possible way that I can encapsulate this so that I now have it as a union, that I can see how it interacts with the other units. And you realise that, well, if this is like that, and this is like this, then that can't be true. So you end up navigating your own path through this landscape. And that can be thrilling because you don't know where it's going. And I'd like to think that that's one of the reasons why I'm working with people, because this sense of thrilling adventure ride, I don't know where it's going either.
So finally, the simplest possible way to explain the things we know, and the simplest possible way to explain the things we don't know, and the tension between those two. And that's where the story emerges. What about the edit? Do you find yourself to the point of this, editing out most of the hardness? To arrive at simplicity, do you find the edit is productive, or does it destroy the magic of virtue?
No, I usually find, I think I'm perhaps a better editor than I'm a writer. I write and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite.
Put a bunch of crap on the page first and see
Well,
the editor takes it.
yeah. But then there's the professional editors. In Transformer, the editor came back to me after I sent him 2 months after I said the first edition, he read the whole thing and said, the first 2 chapters prevented political hurt and huge and do something about it. And that was the last thing.
If your editor sounds pretty like a speech.
Yeah, well, this was an email. And I thought about it, what's he was right. So I put the whole thing aside for about 2 months. And then turned to it with full attention in September or something, and rewrote those chapters. Kept some of it too. It took me a long time to process it, to work out what needs to change, where does it need to change, how am I going to tell the story better so it's processing it. In the end, I think it's still difficult, it's still about chemistry, but it has, he ended up saying now he's got a barrel of energy to it, because he told me the truth the first time, it's like he was telling me the truth the second time as well, and he was delighted.
I think if you give advice to young people in general, folks in high school, folks in college, how to take on some of the big questions you're taking on. Have you done that in space biology and expanded out? How can they have a career they can be proud of?
Kimberly Shorts, I got to follow.
I'm sure you've gathered some wisdom that can impart.
Yeah, so the only advice that I actually give to my students is follow what you're interested in. Because they're often worried that if they make this decision do this course instead of that course, then they restrict their career opportunities. There isn't a career path. It's not, I mean, there is, but there isn't. There's a lot of competition, there's a lot of death. So who survives? The people who survive are the people who care enough to still do it. And they're very often the people who don't worry too much about the future. You need to live in the present. Because if you do a PhD, it's hard to get a PhD, then you have to be hard to get a top job. And the next one will be another continent, and it's only 2 years anyway. So there's no guarantee you're going to get a faculty position at the end of it. So
it's always the next step to compete. You get a faculty position, you get the tenure, and tenure for full professor, full president, some kind of whatever discipline is as an award. If you're in physics, you're always competing for Nobel Prize. There's different awards, and then eventually you're all competing for. I mean, there's always a competition.
So there is no happiness.
You're looking into the future.
And if what you're caring about is a career, then it's probably not right for you. If, though, you could put that aside, I've also worked in the industry with food, twice, so I know that there's no guarantees you've got a career that way either. So live in the moment. and try and enjoy what we're doing. And that means really going to the themes that you're most interested in and try and follow them as well as you can. And that tends to pay back in surprising ways. I don't know if you've found this as well, but I've found that people will help you. If they see some light shining in the eye, you're excited about their subject. And just want to talk about it. And they know that their friend in California's got a job coming up. That's like, go for this. They'll use the network.
There he is. There's that sandbagging son of a bitch. How you do? How you living, baby? There you go. Yeah. He sent us a documentary or something. You have to be careful with that. That's like 2 out of the last 3 days. Right? I got you. All right. So, what can we do to prevent that? Meaning. Okay. So, it's like I have like a little table right next to the glass, right here, and I have these tables. Then if I flap around at night, I don't fall on anything. I don't fall on my phone or anything. Do you have a little table that you can put next to you? Oh, that's fucking perfect, man. It's like a hospital. I got you. All right. So then, what's stopping you from putting it on there and using it like that all the time? I got you. All right. Well, then I just know at night that I have to remind you, make sure that your laptop is on that table. Well, here's why. Because I mean, 2 out of 3 days, you come close to 86 in that thing, and I don't want you to break it. The second that you break it, then you're not going to be able to be in here as much, and then I'm going to be sad, and we'll have. I mean, you're a lovely person in here. Um, Jude asked about you, and it's funny. I don't know if you heard Riser and I talking, but like Jude and I have been playing games super late. Like we play like 4 in the morning, and he asked where's Casmincy. I'm like, literally, we just got done playing the same thing that you and I were playing, mini golf, and But then I said, then we were watching Joe Rogan do an interview on aliens, and I'm sure that Casmincy probably just fell asleep, and my and but yeah, we gotta make sure to preserve that computer. I had one. This is probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I had it on my lap. Man, I'm gonna fall asleep. I think I just like subconsciously put it to the left of my body, and I put my glasses down on it, and then I closed the lid and shattered the screen. Right, and didn't break my glasses, but it destroyed the screen. And so I know, like, very familiar with if you're a sleeper, like falling asleep, your laptop can get really fucked up and really easy. So can your phone. Um, so I do my best to, and I just learned the hard way. Especially like even if you don't fuck it up, you can fuck up like the power cord to it, which can be really bad. All that kind of stuff. But well, did you just move it? Oh, very nice. So it's on that table. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. Very cool. Very cool. I've been getting a lot of interesting people in here today. Um, More than normal. I don't know if that's because people are home or people are lonely, but a lot of people wish me happy holidays or whatever they want to say. That's absolutely fine. And I've had some people who were just they're very curious about me, and that's cool. Especially in the KSI Discord there, because I'm pretty new in there, and so I get the same questions. Why is your camera on? I explain to them that I'm streaming. They say to me, "Yeah, but why is your camera on?" And I'm like, "Well, isn't that what you're supposed to do on a video call?" And they're like, "Yeah, but you're not talking." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, my microphone's far away, so if you want to chat, we can absolutely chat." But it's interesting to me, like people are totally fine with people never showing their screen, never showing their camera, and just being on voice. Exactly. But they think it's absolutely ludicrous to do the opposite of that, and I don't really get that one. And I would have my microphone on if people want it, but what ends up happening to me is people want to then talk, and then they're like my microphone's going all the time, and then they're like, well, now you're basically like talking to audio, and then I either get like a server mute or they just flat out ban me. So there's that. In the Wall Street Bets Discord, I have been winning people over every single day, even like guys who are really mean to me. Like one guy yesterday, he's like, "You're Jewish, automatic ban, automatic block." And then today, he was super nice, like really nice to me. I was like generally, no matter what the day is, I just say, "I hope everybody has a nice day." And people will be like, "Oh, fuck yourself, kill yourself," all this other shit. And and this guy was like, today he was really nice, and I'm like, "Hey, have you seen my blog?" That's like what I've kind of been pushing on people in there, and they're like, "No, yeah, I haven't seen it." Like, well, it's make a blog if you've ever seen it. At least blog entry. It's literally like a book, and they're like, "Okay, let's take a look at it." And they'll take a look at it, and they're like, "Wow, that's really interesting." They're like, "Wow, that is a giant blog," and these are guys who are in the stock market. They're generally high net worth individuals. They're generally, I would say, into science and technology and things. And so it's been getting some attention in there. And um, then what? Okay, so I got that. Aiden Ross's Discord has been pretty lit today. I don't know why. Maybe because he's coming back. He hasn't streamed in a while. Oh, I have something to ask you. Would you please, when you get a chance, press the create support ticket and ask Rabbi anything thing, um, and just do a test for me? I've been meaning to ask you to do that for like 2 days now. I just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. Um, that's what I'm doing. I wondered why I wasn't doing it. Welcome. This is Kylie. Kylie, somebody we met earlier today, and chilling. Yeah, I think they were watching my stream that came on it. Okay, so let's see here. New channel, create invite. What did it say? Manage threads, manage messages, uh, create public threads, allow members to create threads that everyone in the channel can view. Send, okay, did you say it was send messages and threads?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I think I fixed that. Can you try it? Yo, what's going on? How are you, Pip? Thank you, my friend, and happy holidays to you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Watching Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10, you need to go to the moon? Absolutely. How's that little lass who caught your eye recently? Are you going to spend the day with her? Okay. Oh, all right. So, is she someone who you may want to introduce to your family someday? That's amazing, man. Wow. Wow. We got wedding bells already. I might have to preside over the occasion. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that would be something. A Scroto Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 wedding would be phenomenal. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. So, did you get everything that you had anticipated? Taking notes. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. My Discord keeps growing. I have over 1,500 people in here. We're getting new people in every day. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in iShow Speed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in KSI's Discord. So I'm getting connected bigger, um, with bigger influencers. I don't know if I told you this. So the owner of Kick, you know what Kick is? Okay, so the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, and I did an interview a couple months now at this point, but with a couple of their creators, and he and I are now friends on Discord. So whatever I said, at least positive, and got to make that connection. And every day, new people come in, and in addition, I don't know if you know who like Zoot is. You know who Zoot is, right? Yeah, Zoot comes in here every day, and we play we play games for like 2 hours. So we've been playing mini golf, and we've been playing um, uh, Uno. So those have been that's been really fun. And yeah, so I keep him entertained, and he does the same to me. Yeah, just keeping the strength of the community alive. We've got a lot of people here, just randomly come in to say hello on a daily basis, which is great. And I promote the coin, even though nobody asks me to. I promote the coin to just about every single person in this coin because they want to know what is all this beautiful merch. And I explained to them what Harry Potter Obama Sonic can do. You have no idea how many people just see me in random discords and they're like, "You guys really like Sonic the Hedgehog?" And I'm like, "Huh? Oh no, no." I have to explain what's going on. So with those kinds of things, I'd say that things are very positive here. Also, hey, do you know what Wall Street Bets is? Excellent. So those guys are total assholes to me. But there's one Wall Street Bets Discord with like 60,000 people, and I'm slowly making waves in there and making strides, advancing my cause. I created a robot that basically puts me in there all the time and just streams Bloomberg 24/7. So it like adds to their Discord server, and then people ask me questions and do everything like that. And those are pretty influential people and high And I want you to know how much I appreciate you coming in. I think that you're a phenomenal individual. You're an excellent friend. And if you ever need anything, you know I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, James. Take care, my friend. Peace. Bye-bye. James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. One of my favorite people in the world. He's a wonderful person. I don't know if you know who James is. Um, yeah, you guys look a lot alike. Yeah. Kind of tall. Yeah, like 50 or something. Yeah. Um, I there's another. Yeah, there are a couple guys who kind of have that look. Um, yeah, he's he's a class act. He fought for me with like people didn't always want me to fight around the time. And oh yeah, definitely. I had to fight for like 6 months to be able to scream in their system. At first, they were like, the way that I met them, I was in a Twitter space and I started talking about futurology. And when I started talking about that stuff, either people tune me out or they think, hey, this is somebody who's talking about stuff that is normally being discussed. And they heard that I streamed my life and they this number one resource on Earth. They they jumped in and they were like, hey, um, would you please join our Discord? And I was like, sure. So I joined the Discord, and I noticed that like I couldn't just open up a VC myself. So whenever they had an event, I would jump in the VC and be the last person to leave, and I would be in there for like a few days. And then I'd get kicked out by somebody, and eventually they were like, they basically were like, well, there are some people who want you in here streaming all the time, but there are other people that it catches them off guard. They don't know what to make of it. And if we're getting like we're getting random people in here, and they are high net worth individuals, and they want to do investing. We don't know if just some random person sleeping in the Discord is the best thing that they should see. But then the counter argument to that is, dude, we are Harry Potter Mama Sonic Teddy Eden. The first thing we eat is a rabbi steak. That's exactly what we have. It just adds to our lore. Exactly. So it adds to our lore. Exactly. And um exactly. Exactly. So then we got to, I remember the date. It was December 18th, 2023. And there are some girls in Harry Potter Homicide Technique, and one of them was just coming in and asked me to, uh, we were just kind of texting or whatever, and she wanted me to go under the covers. So I went down under the covers, girl. And, and, and then, and then And then I really think that some guys got jealous of that because we don't have many girls in there. And then all of a sudden, not really they were mad at me because they know that I'm doing it. But they were like, we've got this motto, like don't come, retain. That's our big thing. And so if we got you and you're not retaining, you're like a public figure here. We don't know if that's that great. So I'm like, look, guys, fine, whatever. I understand. So I can tell you the date. It was December 18th. So I remember saying, though, it's not like I was just like, hey, I'm gonna do this, and I said it's like up to your imagination what I'm doing under the covers, but also it was a female member of the community who wanted me to do this. So it's like I was proud of it. Anyway, once that happened, then it was like, okay, well then I'll maintain the retain motto as long as I need. And then they sent me some shirts and they sent me, let's just say like become as illegal and all these things like just to reinforce that. And then it actually was really interesting that I was in an interview this fall, and they were asking me, I was talking about Harry Potter Obama side thing. Oh, no, I got straight up asked, what do you do when you have to masturbate? And I said, well, I'm a part of a community where our motto is retain. And so I do my absolute best to do that. And then when Harry Potter Obama Sonic Technique found out I did that, they're like, oh, we got it. We got him on our side. And so they were even like, we can't believe you remembered to say that. I was like, yeah, I can't remember. I can't believe I remembered to say it either. But yeah, so they originally did not want me to scream in there, and then little by little, I won them over. And then I don't want to say now I can do absolutely anything I want there. I still ensure that I don't spam and I don't take advantage of them or the situations there. But they have just been actually the best community to just help me in anything that I need. I've never bought cryptocurrency; they've only ever given it to me, and I would. We've had these nights where we do. Well, I haven't done it in a while, and I'm really good at it. If people tell me I'm really good at it, is being the host of trivia. There's this website that I use that's randomtriviagenerator.com, and I really. The reason why I don't do it is because my Twitter. It's hard for me to keep a consistent Twitter account because Twitter's on me like flies on shit because whenever I create anything that has Rabbi Rothschild in it, I am getting that account banned. So, but I'm really good at. Well, people tell me I'm really good at it. It's not that I'm really good at it. I just realized you need to be fast. Don't and like people like it's very fast paced. So it's not like one question a minute. It'll be like 3 or 4 questions a minute. Oh, you know the answer, great. Chime in if not, we'll move on to the next one. And it was on it's a really great website, randomtriviagenerator.com. So with that, I hosted earlier this year. It was like this summer. I did a trivia night with them, which is cool. I mean, it's fun to do, and it gets a lot of people in there. And it like if you ever in these Twitter spaces, they are sometimes really boring, especially with cryptocurrency, because it's like, hey, we got this cryptocurrency coming out January 3rd, and then but we don't have anything else to talk about until then, except did you know that we have a cryptocurrency launch on January 3rd? But there's nothing else to talk about. And so they're like, all right, well, bring people up and do whatever. And instead of doing that, they can just, and other cryptocurrency companies as well. Hey, we have Rabbi here. Rabbi, do you mind hosting trivia? And I can just go in and be like, all right, boom. And then just be like, what's the largest continent? Boom, and people will know. And some of the questions are really, really difficult. So, frankly, I try to avoid those and just kind of keep it pretty mellow, kind of easier trivia, because nobody wants to get really hard about this stuff or have me be really, how would I say, like really strict on it. But I haven't done it in a while, and that's just because Twitter has been kind of, ever since they just went through this massive ban on it, I've just kind of been like, oh, I'll focus on Discord. And I really think, Discord's just easier for me to be able to do. The Twitterverse is an excellent universe, but it does get kind of different. Look, if I can't go by Rabbi Rothschild, which is what I am, which is my name, then I'm kind of hurting myself because then I have to go in there. I'm like, oh, I'm anonymous user 12345. Hey, do you remember who Rabbi Rothschild? Well, that's who I am. And they're like, well, okay, well, why don't you have that profile? I'm like, even the profile pic that I have here, Twitter has some kind of thing in the algorithm that if you show that picture, you get your account banned like that. It's almost like they have like a big thing of like hate symbols or like spam symbols or whatever. And so I created other ones. But the thing is, I've always just wanted my original content. And until that happens, I just kind of, because I worked hard at it. I had like 3,000 followers. I had another one with 10,000 followers, but they weren't all real. But had 3,000 followers. I knew who all those people were. They knew who I was. And we would connect on a daily basis. So I kind of transitioned um, my efforts to Discord, and it's frankly, Discord's easier for me to be able to connect with. Like, the other issue that arises, have you ever hosted a Twitter space? If you did, and you started it, that's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. And you probably had a maximum of like 2 people, maybe. Because you have to be a huge account, especially with how their algorithm works. Oh, I know what else kind of moved me away from Twitter. Well, I originally had a Twitter Blue account. I had the check mark and everything, and um, they started changing things, and then it just was like at the point where I can't just keep paying. Like originally it was $1, then it went to $8. Now it's like $156 a year or something like that. I just get tired. They're just gonna keep raising this, and I'm not getting anything out of it. I feel like I didn't tweet. I would tweet so much because I would just tweet what I thought was really cool stuff from ChatGPT. So I'd be like, ChatGPT, tell me 100 different computers faster than a quantum computer. And it would be like 100 different things. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's just exactly. No, it absolutely does. 100. No. This was before the graph. No, I understand. That's it is before the graph days. Um, that absolutely could be. I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't be. I think though that it has to do with it has to do with me just spamming people. And I wasn't spamming people. I was just mass following. They told me specifically why they did it. And they said you're not allowed to follow people using an automated meter. And they also said something like following too many people in too short an amount of time is bannable offense. And once they get you for that, and then you create other accounts, well, then they get you for what's called uh, like what is it? Ban evasion. Ban evasion. So once they get you for ban evasion, then you can't create any more accounts. It's just like I kind of say whatever. I will do what I want to do on Discord and hopefully make more friends there. And Discord has been the best thing for me. Period. It allows a consistent place for me to be able to stream, to make friends, to be able to tell people my message. And like I had this guy, Ellie, who came in, or whatever their name is, the person who just came in, or Kylie. And the way that, like, saying, like, hey, do you have a fan page? I used to have fan pages because I got them. Was like, I'm getting a call right now from Discord. Who is this? I get so many fucking calls. Oh my, it's unreal. And the funny thing is, all of my accounts light up when somebody calls. So it's like 1, 2. It's like 15 different devices. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know who these people are who think like, hey, I'm just gonna randomly call people using Discord and see if they pick up. I do sometimes pick up, but nevertheless, no one in their right mind is just gonna take calls from strangers. Video calls if they don't know what's going on. Um, there's this other thing I can't stand. If you get a new invitation for a message from someone from a server, and if you just say ignore, it says ignore everyone in the server, and then it puts a message on all my different devices, like ignore everyone. And if I say no on one device, I have to say no on all the other devices. It's just, I mean, all of the things that you or anybody else goes through on Discord, where are you a human or turn on notifications, all those messages, I just get them 15 times, and I just realize that not many people utilize the strategy that I'm utilizing, but I And I don't know why people don't. I don't know why, frankly, this is kind of confusing. I don't know why Coca-Cola doesn't just create a Coca-Cola account and just put it in social or the Adam Ross with the biggest displays. You just have it sit there. I don't know why they don't do that. Every time you see Coca-Cola, it's like smoke. It's like it's a call to action. I don't know why advertisers don't do that, and it's free. It could be because they think people, a lot of people in the system, or they get their accounts banned, but I'm not sure. Another thing I don't understand, why, like, I just use Coca-Cola because they're the biggest, one of the most, if not the most well-known brand. Why they don't want to advertise on pornography? There's something like reptilian about the brain, and I would think they would want to connect with people's like their how would I say, like their reptilian brains. Their like subconsciously. I don't know why they would like. I don't know. Nobody like no one, at least on pornography. No big brands will advertise on pornography sites, and I don't understand. I would think that's where they would want to advertise the most, because that's when you can connect your brand with someone in their like most subconscious mindset. I don't understand. I don't understand why a lot of these things, but is that Kylie? What is Kylie? Yeah, yeah. Excellent question. It's the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Eagle. This is worth $300 million, this cryptocurrency. So the good people at Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Eagle donated all of my merchandise, and I wear it very proudly. And my shirt says, it's faded, but it says, "Let's accidentally get rich." And my pants are the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu logo. You can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu website. It's hpos10i.com. And you can find out more about the cryptocurrency. Are you into cryptocurrencies, Kylie? Kylie, do you know what cryptocurrency is? That's okay. Well, basically, one of these projects, these cryptocurrency projects, found out about me. They like what I do, and they sent me a bunch of merchandise to wear, which I do wear, and I wear proudly and tell people about their project. So basically, they help to endorse me. And the cryptocurrency, when I started with it, was worth pennies, and now it has a market value of $300 million. It's worth a lot of money. Yeah, so I think that's good. Does that answer your question? They have a page if you want to buy it. They have an entire merchandise store, so you can get that. I've got like a hoodie here. This hoodie is worth like $800. It's one of a kind, I'm sorry, limited edition. Very cool. Excellent quality. It's really beautiful. So they sent me all kinds of cool stuff. And they sent me the sleep mask. This sleep mask is one of a kind, and I wear it proudly. All right, my friend, we're going to continue to watch this podcast. Feel free to listen to it. If you have any other questions, let me know. Go ahead. This podcast is about human consciousness. So let's check it out.
Really care. And you
Yes,
can
sir.
have a job 2 years
Yes, sir.
down the line, but
Excellent. Is your sister an adult? Is she 18? She's 20. Perfect. Tell her to come in here whenever she has time. I'd love to meet her. Yeah, tell her all the things that I told you, that we're bringing more peace, that we have a positive message. We want to end world hunger, end world thirst, so that we can eventually start space tourism and terraforming other planets and start interstellar travel. I appreciate that. Shout out to your sister. Tell her Rabbi said what's up. What? Absolutely. So tell her you should check out my blog. Did you see my blog, Kylie? Okay, so I sent it to you. Did she see my Super Rothschild on TikTok? Excellent. I'm also on Instagram. I'm Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. She can see that. And tell her to send me a follow. Yeah, absolutely. I'll send it to you right now. Just one moment. Does she like karaoke? Does your sister like karaoke? Excellent. Well, I do karaoke as well. So, oh yeah, sometimes many times a night. Yeah, definitely. I've already done it this week. I did it this morning as well. Just one moment, I'm going to send you my link, and then she can have it. Does she have a Discord, or does she have a Discord user? Oh, perfect. Excellent. Well, I'm all over Reddit. For just one moment. I'm all over Reddit. Yeah, I agree. So just one moment, and I will share this with you. What's your sister's name? It is Jenna. Shout out to Jenna. Okay, so tell Jenna I sent you my Instagram. I have a bunch of different Instagram accounts, and if she likes, um, if she likes karaoke, I have a bunch of different karaoke songs that I sing. And yep, and let me get you my TikTok. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, so you just type in Rabbi Rothschild, you'll find it. I'm like all over the place. So that's a good thing. And I'm going to shoot, and you as well, shoot me a friend request, and I will follow you back. And I'm going to send you TikTok right now. So you got my you see I sent you my Instagram and my TikTok? Excellent. And did you show her all my different streams at once? Yeah. Okay, excellent. Well, the easiest place to probably see me is in Discord if she ever wants to come in here, but also on YouTube. So I sent you my YouTube. So feel free. And then you got to take a look at my blog. It's huge. So I'll send you that as well. And the reason why I say take a look at my blog is because it has all kinds of information on future technology, like the stuff we were talking about earlier, about space sails and space elevators and transatlantic tunnels and faster than light travel and ways to extend your life. All that kind of stuff is available on my blog. So take a look at my blog. Kylie, take a look at my blog right now if you can, and read through it. It'll take you a long time to even read through a quarter of it. But take a look at what you think, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Okay. Okay, excellent. So I will follow you on Instagram, and you DM'd me at. Oh yeah, hold on. You DM'd me on Rabbi Rothschild. Yeah, you. Okay. Are you SB busy? Excellent. I followed you back. We are connected. Excellent. Absolutely. Tell her to tell all her friends that we'll make them all rich people. All they have to do is tell their friends and let me know. And what I want you to do, look at Discord right now. I just sent you my blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. You see that? All right. I want you to go to that, and I want you to read through it. It's huge. Make sure to click my face. So when you go to rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, click on my face, and then you'll see. Look how big it is. No, you're not looking at the right thing. That's YouTube. No, you haven't. Hold on. Yeah, no, you're looking at YouTube, not YouTube. My blog. Do you see go to the messages that we have? The message that I just sent you is www.rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Do you see that? Yes, sir. Okay. will you go get a charger and then come back when you have more power and we'll talk all about it? In the meantime, I sent you my blog. Take a look at it. All right, there we go.
What you really care about is what you're doing now. So it doesn't matter if you have a job in 2 years' time. It'll work itself out if you've got the right time. And so that's the only advice I can give. And most people probably drop out through that system because the fight is just
Yeah, when you have the light in your eye, when you have the excitement to do things, what happens is you start to surround yourself with others who are interested in that same thing that also have the light. If you really are rigorous about this, it does take, it doesn't take that.
no, you've got to be obsessed. But if you're doing what you really love doing, then it's not working. It's what you do.
Yeah, but I also mean the surrounding yourself with people that are just the same thing. Depending on just
And look,
finding the right mentors, collaborators, because I think one of the problems with the PhD process is people are not careful enough to make you mentors. Those are people, mentors, colleagues, and so on. Those are people who are going to define the direction of your life, how much you love a thing, how are these like the 2 little conversations you have in the hallway. It's incredible. So you have to be a little bit careful. Sometimes you just get random moments to sign. Really pursue, I suppose, the subject as much as you pursue the people that do that subject. So it's like the whole dancing.
they kind of go together.
Yeah, really take that part seriously. And probably the way you're describing it, careful how you define success. Because
You'll never find happiness in success. There's a lovely quote that Bruce Stevens said, nothing in life is so disenchanting as attainment.
yeah, so I mean, in some sense, the true definition of success is getting to do today what you really enjoy doing. Just what fills you with joy. And that's ultimate success. So success isn't the thing beyond the horizon, big static, the big trophy.
As close as we can get now, that's not to say you enjoy all the time, but it's as close as we can get to a sustained human happiness is by getting some fulfillment from what you're doing on a daily basis. What you're looking for is the world giving you the stamp of approval or the Nobel Prize or the fellowship or whatever it is. Then, I've known people like this who they're eaten away by the anger and caustic resentment that they've not been awarded this prize that they deserve.
And the other way, if you put too much value into those kinds of prizes, you win them. I've gotten a chance to see that it also, the more quote unquote successful you are in that sense, the more you run the danger of growing an ego so big that you don't get to actually enjoy the beauty of this life. You start to believe that you figured it all out, as opposed to, I think, what ultimately the most fun thing is being curious about everything around you, being constantly surprised, and these little moments of discovery, of enjoying beauty in small and big ways all around you. And I think the bigger your ego grows, the more you start to take yourself seriously for really to enjoy that. So, the summary from harmless, mostly harmless, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, how would you try to summarize Earth? And, if you were given, if you have to summarize the whole thing in a couple of sentences, maybe throwing meaning like, why? Maybe, is that a defining thing about you? Like, you care about the meaning? I wonder if that should be part of the identity. These creatures seem to be very lost.
Yes, that's what I was asking about. That's my defining question is why. I did joke I had a small scar on my forehead from climbing accident years ago. And the guy I was climbing with had dislodged her in the rock and had shouted some everybody around me took the piss, saying, "You looked up to ask why."
Yeah, but that's a human imperative. Part of what it is. Look up to the sky. That's right.
So the question, finally, of try to think of it. I think the first word that comes to mind is business.
Most of the well, it's interesting because like if you were to write the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I suppose say our idea that we talked about the criteria that is the most prominent form of life throughout the galaxy and the universe. I suppose that Earth is very unique.
Choice abundance.
Yeah.
It's profit, it's rich, it's enormously.
So how would you describe that it's not material? Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the technical term, but it is basically is.
Yeah.
I would describe that. I think I've actually really struggled with that term because the words, I mean, there's few words, like because it's too chaotic to put everybody off immediately. You just start using words like that and they'll leave the room. A crib cycle is another one that gets people to leave the room. But so I'm trying to think, is there another word for chaotic? And really the only word that I've been able to use is complex. In complex steps. Complex equations. And that word, it serves one immediate purpose, which is to convey an impression. But then it means so many different things to everybody that actually is lost. So,
But that's noticeable like the date's transition of complexity. Basically, you create out. What about the harmless and the mostly harmless? What kind of
probably back into the universal kind of scale. I don't think that humanity is in the danger of disturbing the universal world.
I think
It's still even then a while, I think, before we disturb the fabric of time and space.
was the aforementioned Andre Carpati, I think he summarized Earth as a system where you hammer with a bunch of photons. The input is like photons and out goes rockets. So you just,
Well, that's a hell of a lot of photons for
yeah, but like maybe in the span of the universe, it's not that much. So, and I do wonder, what the future is, whether we're just at the beginning of this Earth, which is important we try to summarize it, or we're at the end, where humans have finally gained the ability to destroy the entirety of this beautiful project we got.
or just inadvertently through global warming and pollution and so on. We just need to pass it. I mean, I think we're more likely to do it inadvertently than through a nuclear war, which could happen at any time. But my fear is we just don't run into people at all. We kind of think we're smart enough to fix the problem quickly if we really need to. I think that's the overriding assumption. We're all right for now. Maybe in 20 years' time, it's going to be a calamitous problem, and then we'll really need to put some serious mental power into fixing it without seriously worrying that perhaps that is too late. However brilliant we are, so we miss the point.
I don't know. I have optimism for descendants.
Oh, I have no doubt that we can fix the problem. But this emerging problem.
And
I do have doubts about whether people would come together enough to not just in any one country, but around the planet to I know we can do it, but do we have the will? Do we have the vision to accomplish it?
That's what makes this whole ride fun. You know, not only do we not know if we can handle the crisis before us, we don't even know all the crises that are going to be before us in the next 4 years. So the ones I think that will most likely challenge us in the 21st century are the ones we don't even expect. People didn't expect World War II at the end of World War One. Some biggest
But then in late 1920s, people were not worried about it.
yeah, no, there's always people worrying about everything. So if you focus on the thing that people worry about, yes, because there's a million things people worry about it, and 99.9999% of people don't have the conclusion. Of course, the people that turn out to be right, they say, you're all wrong. That's not an accurate way of knowing what show people are different. I think rationally speaking, the worry about it, nobody thought it would be nonsense. The war to end all wars. Why would you end all wars? And the idea of nuclear weapons, just technologically, is a very difficult thing to anticipate. To create a weapon that just jumps forward and to destructive capability. And of course, we can intuit all things like engineered viruses, nanobots, artificial intelligence. We can guess all the different complicated global effects of the war, about how they change the allocation of resources, the flow of energy, the tension between countries, military conflict between countries, the reallocation of power, and looking at with China and this whole thing, with Russia, with Africa, the weird dynamics of Europe, America, falling apart, political division fueled by recommender system for children, Facebook, the whole beautiful mess is just fun. And I think a lot of the theoretical engineers, political scientists, critical human beings, that while everyone is bickering and so on life and fun on weekends, they're actually trying to build solutions. And those are the people that we're crazy to do. That is that, that's the process of evolution. We all started with the Chuck Norris single cell organism that went out from events. And it was the parent to all of this. But for that guy or lady or both, I guess, it was a big thank you. I can't wait to see what happens next. And I'm glad there's incredible human writing and studying. This huge this is really amazing. I can't wait to read what you write next. Thank you for existing. And thank you for talking. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with me. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, we'll leave you a few words about the job. I think the biggest innovations of the 21st century will be at the intersection of biology and technology. A new era is beginning. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
The universe doesn't care about your personal inheritance. You can just have met the person who's going to be the love of your life. It's the culmination of your whole project for happiness. When you step into the street, it's done. That's mortality. Mortality isn't just time to have fun event. It's that every moment you're subject to fate in your way. You can think about lots of little deaths you experience whenever all the projects and the plans come up against the fact that the universe can just roll over them.
Following the conversation with John Rabbi, psychologist, cognitive scientist, and diversity historian, I highly recommend his lecture series called Awakening and the Meaning Crisis, which covers the history and future of humanity's search for meaning. This is the Lex Reading Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, dear John, and Nick. You have an excellent 50-part lecture series online on the meaning crisis. And I think you describe in modern times, an increase in depression, loneliness, cynicism, and wait for it, bullshit. The term used technically by Henry Franklin and adopted by you. So let me ask, what is meaning? What are we looking for when we engage in search for meaning?
So when I'm talking about meaning, I'm talking about what's called meaning in life, not the meaning of life. That's some sort of metaphysical thing. Meaning in life are those factors that make people rate their lives as more meaningful, worth living, worth the suffering that they have to endure. And if you study that, you see it's a sense of connectedness. Connectedness to yourself, to other people, to the world, and a particular kind of connectedness. You want to be connected to things that have a value and existence independent of your egocentric sort of preferences and concerns. This is why, for example, having a child is considered good because you're connecting to something that's going to have a life and value independent of you. Now, the question that comes up for me, there's two questions. One is, why is that a risk? And secondly, you have to answer the second question first, which is, well, yeah, but why is being so important? Why is this sense of connectedness so important? And why, when it is lacking, we typically fall into depression, potentially mental illness, addiction, self-destructive behavior. And so, the first answer is, it's that sense of connectedness. And people often express it metaphorically. They want to be connected to something larger than themselves. You don't mean it literally. I change what you know. Say, oh, now my life is so fulfilling. So what they're trying to convey, they're using this metaphor to try to say, they want to be connected. They want to be connected to something real. They want to make a difference. They will matter to it. And one way of asking them, what's meaningful is, tell me what you would like to continue to exist even if you don't. And how are you connected to it? How do you matter?
That's one way of trying to get at what is the source of meaning for you. Is if you were no longer there, you would like to continue. That's not the only one definition. Because there's probably many things that are source of meaning for me that maybe I find beautiful that I would like to continue existing.
Yes. If it contributes to your life, you're connected to it in some way. And it matters to you, and you matter to it, and you make some difference to it. That's when it goes from being just sort of true, good, and beautiful to being a source of meaning for you.
Is the meaning crisis a new thing, or has it always been with us as a part of the human condition in general?
That's an excellent question. And part of the argument I made in the meaning crisis is there's two aspects to it. One is that there are perennial problems, perennial threats to human. And in that sense, human beings are always vulnerable to despair. The book of Ecclesiastes is all vanity and meaningless. But there's also historical forces that have made those perennial problems more pertinent, more pressing, more difficult for people to deal with. So the niche crisis is actually the intersection of perennial problems finding existence. It's absurd, expensive, existential anxiety, and then pressing historical values, which have to do with the loss of the resources that human beings have typically, across historically, across culturally, made use of in order to address these perennial problems.
Is there something potentially deeper than just a lack of meaning that speaks to the fact that we're vulnerable to despair? Ernest Becker talked about his book, The Now of Death, about the fear of death being an important motivator in our life. As William James said, death is the wound at the core of the human condition. Is it possible that this kind of search for meaning is coupled or can be seen from the perspective of trying to escape the reality, the thought of life on the planet?
Yeah, Becker, the terror management theory There's been some good work around sort of providing empirical support for that. Some of the work not so good.
So which aspects do you find convincing? You steelman that case.
So what aspects I find convincing is that being infinity, being finite, being inherently limited, is very problematic for us.
Given the extensive use of the word problematic, I like that you use that word to describe ongoing mortality as problematic. Because people sort of on Twitter use the word problematic when they disagree with somebody. But this, to me, seems to be the ultimate problematic aspect of the human condition is that you've done it. And
I think I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm trying to get you to consider that your mortality is not an event in the future; it's a state you're in right now. That's what I'm trying to shift. So your mortality is just a. We talked about something that causes mortality fate. But what we actually mean is it's full of fate. And I don't mean in the sense of things that we pre-written. What I mean is the sense of the universe doesn't care about your personal narrative. You can just have met a person that's going to be the love of your life. It's the culmination of your whole project for happiness. And you step into the street and it hits you. Yeah, that's mortality. Mortality isn't just some one event. It's that every moment we are subject to fate in that way. So you can think of lots of little deaths you experience whenever the projects or plans come up against the fact that the universe can just roll over them.
the death is the indifference of nature, the universe, to your existence. And so, in that sense, it is always your contribution.
Yeah, but you're vulnerable in so many ways other than just the ending of the biological life. Because it's interesting, if you rate what people fear most, death is not one of these conclusions. They often put public speaking as number one. Because the death of status, reputation, can also be a profound loss for corporations. It's driving into despair.
But as the term management folks would say, as Becker would say, that a self-report and a survey is not an accurate way to categorize action or information with beings. So we could be terrified of death, and we, from childhood, we realize the absurdity of the right now. We've learned to really try to forget about it, try to construct illusions that allow us to escape momentarily over long periods of time with the realization of death.
Okay, so I took it seriously. I wanted to say you just to consider. So terror management theory is you do things like you give people a list of words to read, and in those lists of words associated with that. And then you see what happens to people. And generally, they start to become more rigid in their thinking. They tend to identify with their worldview. And they lose cognitive flexibility. That's when you present it to them in that third person perspective. But if you get them to go in the first person perspective, imagine that they're dying and that the people that they care about are there with them. They don't show those responses. In fact, they show that there's an increase in cognitive flexibility, increase in working. I'm trying to say we might be putting the cart before the horse. It might not be death per se, the kind of meaning that is present or absent in death, which is the crucial thing for us.
By the way, to push back, I don't think you took it seriously. I don't think you truly steel man the case because you're saying that death is always present for us, yes. But isn't there a case to be made that it is one of the major motivators? Nietzsche, world of power, Freud, when it comes back to your mother, all the different explanations of what is true quality as human beings. Isn't there a strong case to believe that this death is a really damn good, if not anything, tool to motivate the behavior of humans?
I'm not saying that the events of death is not significant in these things, but
you personally, right? As somebody who produces a lot of ideas, reports them, writes them down, is a deep thinker, admired thinker, and as the years go on, become more and more admired. Does it scare you?
No, I mean, you have to talk to me on all my levels. And the biological reporting is something's thrown in my head all the time, things like that. But if you're asking me, do I long to live forever? No. In the Buddhist tradition, there are practices that are designed to make you there simultaneously the full quality. The thought of living forever is actually horrific.
I looked at the option. Like when you're sitting with a loved one and watching a movie, which is the movie that you really like, you don't want it to end. You don't necessarily always flip it to the other aspect of it. The complete opposite is the large family. What happens will last forever. It's got to be a middle ground, like a snooze button. Sure, you don't want to sleep forever, but maybe press the snooze button and get an extra 15 minutes. There's surely some kind of balance. That deer seems to be a source of an intense appreciation of the moment in art. And that's what the Stoics
What up, man?
meditate on mortality.
Sure.
Seems to be a nice way for people to
Yes, I can hear you. What's going on?
that life is full of moments that
What's
you
that?
and then you don't get it.
Yes? Yeah, that's from Discord. That's not from Discord. It says this is Discord. It's like a what's it called? These look like the chats. I have to do it. Chats. What's going on? Let me check this.
Right. And the Stoic response is not the project of trying to expand the duration of your life, but to deepen those moments so they become as satisfying as possible, so that when death comes, it does not strike you as anything.
Does that project work true for you?
I think so.
Do you take the project?
I used to. I don't so much anymore. Part of it, as I'm older and your temporal horizon flips, somewhere in your 30s or 40s. You don't live from your birth to towards your death.
That's such a beautiful phrase. It's like world horizon eclipse. That's so true. That's so true. At what point is that? That the point for which the world has opportunity, possibility is opening up before you.
Yeah, it's like Peter Pan. There's all of these golden possibilities. You fly around. And yes, very much. And then when it comes, you start to look for a different model. The Socratic, the Stoic, Buddhism is also, which is more about, wait, when I look at my desires, I seem to have two negative desires. In addition to satisfying a particular desire, I want whatever satisfies my desire to be real. And whatever is satisfying my desire to not cause internal conflict, but bring something like peace of mind. And so I'm more and more moved towards how can I live such that those two meta desires are a constant frame within which I'm trying to satisfy a specific desire.
What do you think happens after?
I think mind and life go away completely when we die. And I think that's actually significantly important for the kind of beings that we are. We are the kinds of beings that can come to that awareness, and we have a responsibility to decide how we're going to comport ourselves towards it.
Do you know what that means? The mind goes away.
It's like when you're playing music and the last instrument you put down, the song's over. It doesn't mean the song wasn't beautiful. It doesn't mean the song wasn't nice. It doesn't mean the song like didn't add to the value of the universe and its existence. But it came to an end.
Is there some aspect in which some part of mind was there before the human and remains after? Something like panpsychism, or is it too much for us?
Something like panpsychism. I take it seriously. I don't think it's a ridiculous proposal, but I think it has insoluble problems that make me doubt it. The idea that the mind is some kind of ultimately immaterial substance also has actually just devastating problems. Those are the two kinds of frameworks that people usually propose in order to support some kind of idea of immortality. I find both very problematic. The fact that we participate in distributed cognition, that most of our problem solving is not done as individuals but as groups. This is something I've worked on, I've published on that. I think that's important. But most of the people who do work on systems of distributed cognition think that while there's such a thing as collective intelligence, there's no good evidence that there's collective consciousness. That can often called zombie agency for that reason. And so, while I think it's very clear that no one person runs an airline, there's a collective intelligence that solves that problem. I do not think that collective intelligence supports any kind of consciousness. Therefore, I don't think the fact that I participate, which I regularly do in distributed cognition, gives me reason to believe that that participation grounds some kind of consciousness.
There's so many things. First of all, distributed cognition, maybe that's the same for collective intelligence. That means a bunch of humans individually are able to think of cognitive machines and are somehow able to interact and process dialogues, talk about, to morph different ideas together with this ideal landscape together. It's so interesting to think about, okay, well, you do have these fascinating distributed cognition systems, but consciousness does not propagate the same way as but isn't there a case when you just look at intelligence? You look at us humans, it's a collection of smaller organisms, yes, which we are. So there's like a hierarchy of organisms. Tiny ones work together to form tiny villages. You can then start to see as individual organisms that are then also forming bigger villages, interact in different ways. function becomes more complex. And eventually we get to us humans, where we start to think, well, we're an individual, but really we're not. There's billions of individuals inside of us, both domestic and foreign. So, isn't that building up consciousnesses like turtles and way up to us, our consciousness? Why does it have to stop with us humans? Are we doing like is this the phase transition when it becomes a zombie-like giant village versus like there's like a singing angels and it's consciousness what it's just us it's the bacteria of consciousness. Not bacteria, but maybe you could say bacteria does, but like the interesting complicated organisms that are within us that consciousness.
I think it's proper to argue, and I have, that Hermesian bacteria has a kind of agency and even a kind of intelligence, kind of sense-making ability. But I do not think that we can treat consciousness, at least what we mean by consciousness, is kind of self-awareness, this ability to do respect, etc., to bacteria. Now, the reason why distributed cognition doesn't have consciousness, I think, is a little bit more tricky. And I think there's no reason in principle why there couldn't be a consciousness for distributed cognition, collective intelligence. Not many philosophers would agree with me on that point. I think it's more an issue of certain empirical facts, bandwidth, density of connection, speed, information transport, etc. It's conceivable that if we got some horrible Frankensteinian neural link and we linked our brains and we had the right density, dynamics, bandwidth, and speed, that a human consciousness could take shape. I don't have any argument in principle against that. I'm just saying those contingent facts do not yet exist, and therefore it is implausible that consciousness exists at the level.
You talk about consciousness quite a bit, so let's step back and try to sneak up to a definition. What is consciousness?
For me, there are two aspects of the question. One is the nature of consciousness, another something like consciousness.
It's good.
And otherwise apparent consciousness.
Good, all right. So, Tyler, did you figure it out? Yeah. All right. Well, we're just chilling, learning about human consciousness, baby.
In a non-conscious universe. And then there's a function question, which is equally important, which is what does consciousness do? The first one is obviously problematic for most people. Yeah, consciousness seems to be so different from the rest of the non-conscious universe. But I put it to you that the function question is also very hard because you are clearly capable of a very sophisticated, intelligent behavior without consciousness. You are turning the noises coming out of my face into ideas in your mind, and you have no conscious awareness of how that process is occurring. So why do we have consciousness?
No, I go outside at least once a day.
Here's the thing.
I try to.
It's an extra question you need to ask. Should we
Try for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm the entertainment. So if I'm not here, then people don't know what to
I
do.
make the case that you actually have to answer the question what consciousness does and what it is. You should be able to give a unified answer to both of those.
You try to elucidate the difference between what consciousness is and what it does, both of which are
I
mysteries.
do cook, and I don't do DoorDash, but I do get groceries delivered from like Costco and Walmart, and I
That's
love
putting me in a bit of a difficult position because I actually am trying to answer them separately.
I mean, I've gone out and
But
I've streamed it, but it's a lot of work to stream while you're shopping,
only one of these
and then everybody's wondering what you're doing. And then I got
people
to
were trying to explain
have like multiple hands.
how they put each thing, but without saying what do they do.
What'd you say? do IRL streaming, but I haven't. The last time I streamed live at Walmart was earlier this year, and that's on my Instagram. I got Walmart. Um, I got Walmart Plus, so I get everything delivered now. But yeah, I went to Walmart like I videoed me at Walmart like probably I have like 5 or 6 videos of me there at least. So if you want to see it home, see that. I have videos from Ralph's, which is like a local grocery chain, and you'll get that. What's my favorite dish? I love fruit. I know. I love fruit. I love fruit. But if you're talking like a dish, like if I have to order something, I really love pizza. Pizza. I love pizza. I like. Um, what else do I like? I like spaghetti. I love. Yeah. I like. I like sandwiches a lot. So I like pastrami. I like corned beef. I like. Um, oh, I like schnitzel and like breaded beef, basically. And I like that with duck sauce. That's one of my favorites. I like meatballs. I like pickle. I like um, I I like the filter fish. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite food, but I like it. Um, I like tuna fish. I like. Go ahead. Go ahead. You like sweets? Absolutely. I love chocolate. I love milkshake. I love I love milkshake. I love chocolate. I love pies. I've never met a pie I didn't like. Um, you know what I really like? I like meat pies as well. So I like shepherd's pie and like chicken pot pies. I get those from my local market um, pretty regularly, and I used to get them all the time. I would eat them on like a few days a week. Um, what else do I like? I like I like Asian food. Um, I like a lot of Chinese food. Yeah, I do. I like sushi a lot. Um, yeah, that's all good stuff. I like um, I like I like I like French fries. I really like French fries. I mean, I could eat like a whole plate of French fries pretty easily. Um, I like horseradish sauce, not the French fries, but um, like you know what my favorite food is now? It's like this steak. I love steak. So steak with like the horseradish sauce is like to me. Um, I like chicken. I like brisket. I love brisket. Um, I like ribs. I like beef ribs. Um, what else do I like? But really like if I had to say I have a favorite food, probably steak. Beautiful. That's amazing. Is she a good cook? Excellent. And a good baker? You know what I really like? Is maraschino cherries. You know what maraschino cherries are? They're like a candied cherry. I really like fruit, like I said. So I love pineapple. I love watermelon. I love blueberries. Yeah, so absolutely. Yeah, I love all that stuff. I like just about any kind of fruit. I like trying exotic fruits that I haven't had before or that are rare. Um, that's kind of fun for me. But I also like to try to true. Yeah, I was just gonna say dragon fruit is one of my favorites. It's wonderful. I I like them both. Right? Yeah. Of your major fruits that are available in a store, I think I like them all. Like honeydew melon, muskmelon, um, watermelon. I love blueberries, blackberries, strawberries. Um, I love that's Rabbi's food minute with there we are. There aren't many types of fruits that I don't like. I don't. I'm sure there are some that I like more than others, but so long as it's right, I like basically all fruits. And then I love smoothies. I'm a huge smoothie fan. Um, yeah, that's all really good stuff. I I like I like noodles a lot. So I'll eat like Alfredo noodles or like fettuccine Alfredo or spaghetti. Anything with anything with noodles, I can eat noodles every day. Yeah, same here. I eat noodles. I eat noodles a lot. I like ramen a lot. It's cheap and easy to prepare. What else do I like? I like lasagna, like cheese lasagna. The vegetarian lasagna. I like uh, vegetarian pizza. I'm somebody who likes pineapple on my pizza. I know a lot of people despise that, but I really enjoy it. I think it's great. Um, I enjoy salads. So I love like tuna salad, chicken salad. Um, I love beef bacon. Beef bacon is a really great food. Um, I love rotisserie beef bacon, so not pig bacon, beef bacon. So there's something called beef bacon that's available, and there's also turkey bacon, but I prefer beef bacon. No, I don't. But I eat the turkey bacon, and I will eat. I love beef bacon. Beef bacon is wonderful. There you go. Beef bacon by far. Beef bacon by far. I really like beef bacon. I like eggs. I like eggs a lot. Just like I could eat just like 12 pack of it in one sitting. I have a huge appetite, so I eat a lot. Um, I like plain eggs. I like sunny side up eggs. I like scrambled eggs. I like eggs prepared just basically any way. Um, I like um, hollandaise sauce on my eggs with like English muffin. That's really good with beef bacon and like egg Benedict kind of deal. I like what else do I like? I like borscht. So uh, it's like um, uh, what is it? Like it can be a soup, but it's what makes it up? Red. It's I've been up all night, so just bear with me if I make it at this point. Um, um, beets. It's beets. So I really like beets. I could eat beets all the time. You know what I really love as well? Cottage cheese. Yeah, I do too. I love cottage cheese. I could eat like any fruit or vegetable with cottage cheese. I love I love a lot of vegetables. Um, and I like ranch. So I'll eat like I don't know. There he goes. He might be back, might not. Who knows? There he is. I like like a fruit tray and a vegetable tray. I'm excellent with those. I really like steak though. Like if I'm at a restaurant, I'm going to a nice restaurant. That's a meat restaurant. I will order steak. If it is a dairy restaurant, I will eat. I like vegetable lasagna. Or I like cheese lasagna, vegetable lasagna. I like cheese pizza. I like vegetable pizza. I like. Um, they make a lot of um, like vegan equivalent, or I should say vegan equivalent, but like Impossible Burger and Beyond Foods. There's also one. The brand is escaping me at this moment, but they'll make like vegan sausage patties that I've had that I can't really tell the difference. So that's pretty good. Um, I like pancakes. I like waffles. I like Belgian waffles. As you can tell, I like a lot of things. I like stir fries. Um, I like just about every kind of ice cream, and I love shakes. I love malts. I like um, egg creams. I like. Um, there he is. Maybe bad, maybe not be bad. That was folks. I'm gonna ask him what he likes. The second I start this podcast back up, I'm gonna come back.
Do what problems do they help to solve? How do they make the organism work out? Because you have other people who say, "Oh no, this is a function consumption issue," but I can't tell you, I can't solve the hard problem. I don't know how quality of meals. So what I'm saying is, we need people who treat these problems separate. Although I think that we could pretty
So the hard problem is focusing on the
yes,
quality of everything. Feels like something, experience something that's consciously, and does is more about the functional usefulness of the thing.
yes,
To the whole beautiful mix of cognition and just function in everyday life. Okay. You've also said that you could do very intelligent things without consciousness.
yes. Clearly,
Is that obviously?
yes. I don't know what I'm doing to access my memory. It just comes up, and it comes up really intelligently.
But the mechanisms that create consciousness could be deeply interlinked to whatever is doing the memory access, is doing the
Oh, I think so.
cognition.
Yes, yes.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is we'll probably sneak up to this question a few times, which is whether we can build machines for consciousness. Um, or machines that are intelligent, human level intelligent or beyond with the ability of consciousness. I mean, ultimately, that's one of the ways to understand what consciousness is to build different. Okay, we can either, so within the Chomsky way, try to construct models, like he thinks about language in this way, try to construct models, theories of how the thing works, and we can just build the damn thing.
Exactly. And that's a methodological principle in cognitive science. But one of the things that sort of distinguishes cognitive science from other disciplines dealing with the nature of cognition in the mind is that cognitive science takes the design stance. It asks, well, could we build a machine that would not only simulate it, but serve as a bona fide explanation of the phenomenon?
Do you find any efforts in cognitive science compelling in this direction? In terms of how far we are, there's on the computational side of things, something called cognitive modeling, which is construct simplified models of how the brain does things and see complex behavior emerge. Do you find any efforts in cognitive, or what efforts in cognitive science do you find most inspiring?
I think the project we're trying to create, AGI, artificial general intelligence, is where I place that is artificial intelligence being of scientific significance. This is independent of technological socioeconomic significance, which is already well established. But being able to say, because of the work in AI, we now have a good theory of cognition, intelligence, and perhaps consciousness. I think that's where I place my bets in the current endeavors around artificial intelligence. So tackling that problem head on, which is now central, at least to a group of cognitive scientists, is, I think, what needs to be done.
And when you think about AGI, do you think about
Let's go back to what I think is at the core of your general intelligence. So right now, compared to even our best machines, you are a general intelligence. You have a wide variety of problems. Some of our best machines have a little bit of transfer. They can learn this game, play through other well-designed, moved-out games, but they couldn't learn how to swim. And so what's interesting is what seems to come up, this is something like published work, in all these different domains of cognition, across all these different problem types, is a problem. Since we do have good sort of psychometric evidence that we do have some general ability,
What's going on? Why do you keep bouncing? Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, can't. My man, Kylie, why do you keep bouncing? Well, you heard about like all my favorite foods. I love arugula. I love white cookies. I love I love. There you go. I love. You notice I haven't said I really like alcohol, and and I don't. I'll tell it tastes like garbage. It tastes like terrible. I will drink it, but it's just not my thing. Um, oh, fuck yeah! I love feeling fucked up. I love feeling well, not fucked up, like not so I'm out of control. But I love the body buzz, and I love what I feel in my face. However, I don't like the taste of it. So Tyler, what kind of food do you like? What's your favorite food? Yeah. Sundays. How about all that stuff? I enjoy dumplings. I like every kind of meat I think. But I really like dumplings. But any kind of pasta, just the pasta part. You could give me pasta and marinara sauce, and I, I'm like, I'm solid. I think I could eat. I did for a while. I ate steak every single day for like a couple of years, and I never got sick. I love it. I love cheese. I didn't mention that. I love fondue. I eat cheese a lot, and it's one of my favorite foods. I can just take cheese and make all kinds of things out of it. I'll take cheese and just eat it with marinara, and it's like pizza. Or I'll eat cheese with salsa and make like uh, nachos, basically. Um, I like cottage cheese. Um, I like yogurt a lot. don't just like bread. I like basically every kind of bread, even though it's not very good for you. But I really like pretzel bread. If you've ever had pretzel bread, um, pretzels are good, but pretzel bread is something I like a lot. Um, I like chips. There are a bunch of kinds of chips that I like. I like Pringles a lot. It's probably my go-to chip. But I'll play something good. Um, I like chips and salsa. It's just like an easy thing. I like easy things. I mean, when I focus on my career and I can eat out and do all kinds of things, I splurge when it comes to food, and especially at my local markets. And like, I will just get like the entire week worth of food prepared, and then just all I have to do is like, heat it up, and that's pretty easy to do. Um, yeah, there are things that I've always wanted to try that I just don't for various reasons. But I think that with the advent of the the growth of the vegan community, where they have replacements for things, um, you can't really tell the difference. Or at least people tell me they can't tell the difference. So, for instance, like um, at like some dairy restaurants, they will have um, like an Impossible Burger with um, like usually we don't have cheeseburgers, but because it's not meat, you can. And people have told me that they're the same or they're very similar. So those are some things that I'm positive for in the future, where I would really like to live in a world where we don't have to kill any animals and we could still have the taste of them, with like 3D printed meat and things like that. So perhaps within the next few decades, all foods might be available to people or some people without any animals being harmed. There are some like really exotic animals that I want you to try, but like giraffe is technically a kosher animal, but there's always been a question of where it needs to be slaughtered, and it's just hard to get your hands on giraffe. But that's kind of something I've always wanted to try, and like reindeer is kosher, but I've never had that. That's a difficult one. They basically have to be farmed. No, I've never tried it. Is it good? Yes, sir. No, I'm single by choice. No, no. I dated a lot of guys. I I I dated a lot of women, and I am proud to say I've never cheated on anybody. I've only had very positive relationships with women, and I'm proud of my behavior with women, and had a lot of fun with a lot of different women, but never settled down with anyone. And I would say this: if I wasn't doing this right now, I would have found someone and been married. I was, I had a matchmaker right before I started doing this, and I was in the process of dating to the point of marriage, and then the pandemic hit. Everybody stopped dating for a little while, and then I started doing this, and I've always felt like if I need to, I can go back and get a matchmaker and get set up with someone. But in the meantime, I I don't want I don't want a significant other right now. If I had, I can really say this. If I had a a swimsuit model who wanted to date me right now, I would say no. I really am focused on my streaming, and I know that. I mean, unless she was like, "Hey, I'm fine with being on camera 24/7 as well," I wouldn't give this up for any woman in the world. I feel what I'm doing is very important for the history of the world and for humanity in general. And I know that when this goes viral, if and when it does, I'll be able to have any woman that I want. So I'll have the pick of the litter, so to speak. So I just have to be patient, and that's something that I don't really have a hard time with. I I'm very focused on this project, and yeah, go ahead, Google. Oh no, I've been on many dates. No, I've dated women at length. No, for years, but I at the time didn't want to settle down yet. And but no, I would. Do I want to get married? Right. Yeah, I mean, I always kind of knew, or I always felt that, and I would even tell girlfriends this in the past. I wanted to be someone who was in my 40s and got married to a younger woman, and where I could be established in my career, or perhaps be, have, you know, basically sowed my wild oats, and then had a family. And I kind of think that's one of the advantages of being a man is there's not so much of a time limit on when we can reproduce. So you could be a 40, 50-year-old man and have a 30 or 40-year-old wife, and that's not too big of an issue. How about you, Kylie? Anybody's taking your heart? Kylie, did you go to my blog yet? Yeah. Did you see how big it was? Did you go all the way to the bottom? What's the website you went to? What website did you go to? Charlie, what website did you go to? I know, which one? No, that's not what I wanted you to go to. I have a blog, BLOG. I want you to go to a browser right now and type rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. RABBI Rothschild, ROTHSCHILD dot blogspot, BLOGSPOT dot blogspot, BLOGSPOT .com. Rabbi Rothschild dot blogspot.com. Did you go to rabbirothschild.blogspot.com? Okay, hold on. Now go to click my face. Do you see there's a picture of my face? No. No, then you didn't type it correctly. You didn't type it correctly. Okay. I will send you a link that you can just click. Just one moment. Yeah, it's 2 B's. Go to the link that I just sent you. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Copy it, put it in a browser, and then click my face, and you will see the largest log entry of your entire life. Kylie, do you see that I sent you a link? rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Just take the link that I sent you, copy it, put it in your browser. Kylie, do you see that I sent you a link? .blogspot.com. Do you see that I sent you a link? Copy it and put it in your browser. Hold on. Did you click my face? Click my face. Do you see how big it is? You have to scroll for pages and pages and pages. Do you see that? No, you don't. The thing that says Guinness World Record, click that. No, you haven't. You haven't. You haven't. It's very long. Do you see that? It doesn't. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to do. Perfect. So you've been there. All right. Well, read through it. It's important. You don't have to memorize it, but just look at it. It's very important information about health and about sexuality and about food and about the future of humanity. Very interesting topics in there. Everything. Exactly. You got it perfectly. Everything. I want it to be, and obviously a lot of it is AI, but these are very good questions. How do you extend your life? How do you? What are the healthy? What are all? Give me a list of all the vitamins. It gives you a list of all the vitamins. Everything about humanity, and it's listed, so you can. And do you see how long it is? Exactly. I have a challenge for you. I have pictures at the very, very bottom of it. Okay? I want you to scroll all the way to the very bottom and tell me what the pictures are. So I'm challenging you. You just keep scrolling and you get to the very bottom eventually. But when you do, tell me what the pictures are. I will be very proud of you if you can make it to the bottom. It'll take you a couple minutes. Good man, Tyler. I hear you scrolling. What are the pictures? Yeah, what are they? Exactly. You got it. You made it to the bottom. Isn't it really long? Show that to your sister when you have a chance. There's a lot of information on food in there. A lot of information she'll probably think is cool. I know it's too long. I'm not saying that you have to sit there and memorize it. It's just if you go in there and you press Control F, you can search on any topic and it will come up. You type the word nuclear, and it'll have all kinds of stuff on nuclear energy. You type in anti-gravity, it'll have all kinds of stuff on anti-gravity. Whatever you want, you can just search it. I mean, I know it's too long. I didn't make it so that one person would sit there and read it, although some people may. I made it so that it was a compilation of basically my ChatGPT record, and people can take a look at it, and if it's interesting to them, they can read it. If not, they don't have to. But the thing is, and what I think you're seeing, most people don't have as much data or as much content as I do. You've seen I've got TikToks, I've got YouTube, I've got Discord, I've got Instagrams, I've got a huge blog. You name it, I have it. I'll be right back. Well, you can tell Kylie, got a lot going on. In the meantime, I've been up all night, so I gotta get some sleep. But I am gonna have PC here. I'm gonna have the podcast going, so feel free to kick back, relax. I want you to know, Kylie, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you. I'm glad to have a new friend, and as you know, I'm always here. So if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. Okay? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have I seen my Instagram? You got it. Good brother. Is your sister Leala? You're amazing. Yes, sir. I know. I'm messaging her right now. Hey, man. What's going on, Brady? Hey, I hope you're having a wonderful day. How's it going? Oh, life's good. Life, yeah, I'm here. I am. Yeah, I do. It takes a lot of sleep to be this handsome. 8, 11, 10 a.m. But I haven't slept. I've been up all night. I have been recently. It just kind of depends on how popular I get. How many hours a night do you sleep? There you go.
I made an argument as to what I think that general ability is. And so it's happening right now. The amount of information in this room that you could actually pay attention to is combinatorial explosive. The amount of information you have in your memory, long-term memory, and all the ways you could combine it, combinatorial explosive. The number of possibilities you can consider, also combinatorial explosive. The sequences of behavior you can generate, also combinatorial explosive. And yet somehow you're zeroing in. The right memories are coming up, the right possibilities are coming up, the right sequences of behavior, you're paying attention to the right thing. Not infallibly so, but so much so that you reliably find obvious that you should interact with in order to solve the problem. That's an ability that is still not well understood within AGI.
Filtering out the gigantic waterfall of data.
Right. It's almost like a Zen koan. What makes you intelligent is your ability to ignore so much information and do it in such a way that it's somewhere between arbitrary guessing and algorithmic search.
And to a fault sometimes, of course, that you, based on the models you construct, you forget, you ignore things you should probably not ignore.
And that, hopefully we can circle back to it, is related to the meaning issue. Because the very processes that make us adaptively intelligent make us perennially susceptible to self-deceptive, self-destructive behavior because of the way we misframe the environment in fundamental ways.
But to you, meaning is also connected to ideas of wisdom and truth and how we interpret and understand and interact intellectually with the environment.
Yes.
So, what is wisdom? Why do we want wisdom? How do we and where do we find it? What is this?
Intelligence is what you use to solve your problems. Right? Rationality is how you use your intelligence to overcome the problems of self-deception that emerge when you're trying to solve your problems. So it's that meta problem. And then the issue is, do you have just one kind of knowing? I think you have multiple ways of knowing, or you have multiple rationalities. So wisdom is to coordinate those rationalities so that they are optimally constraining and supporting each other. So in that way, wisdom is rationally self-transcending rationality.
Right, so life is a kind of process where you jump from rationality to rationality and pick up a village of rationalities along the way that then help to
Yes, it's properly coordinated.
You mentioned framing.
Yes.
So, what is framing? Is it a set of assumptions you bring to the table and how you see the world, how you reason about the world? Yeah, how you understand the world.
So it depends what you mean by assumptions. If by assumption you mean a proposition, representation, or a rule, I think that's much more downstream from relevance realization. I think relevance realization refers to, again, constraints on how you are paying attention. And so for me, talking about framing is talking about this process you're doing right now of salient landscape. What's salient to you? And how is what's salient constantly shifting in sort of a dynamic tapestry? And how are you shaping yourself to the way that salient landscaping is aspectualizing the world, shaping it into aspects for interaction? For me, that is a much more primordial process than any sort of a beliefs we have. And here's why. If we mean by beliefs, a representational proposition, then we're in this very problematic position. Because then we're trying to say that propositions are ultimately responsible for how we do relevance representation. And that's problematic because representations presuppose relevance representation. They represent this, the cup. The number of properties it actually has, and that I even have epistemic access to, is combinatorial explosive. I select from those a subset and how they are relevant to each other insofar as they are relevant to me. This doesn't have to be a cup. I could be using it as a hat. I could use it to stand for the letter B. All kinds of different things. I could say this was the 10th billion object made in North America, right? Representations presuppose relevance realization. They are, right? They are therefore dependent on it, which means relevance realization isn't bound to our representational structures. It can be influenced by them, but they are ultimately dependent on relevance realization.
Let's define stuff. The relevance realization.
Yes.
What are the inputs and the outputs of this thing? What is it? What are we talking about?
What we're talking about is how you are doing something very analogous to evolution. So if you think about the activity isn't in the organism or the environment, but in a dynamical relation, and then what does evolution do? It creates variation, and then it puts selective pressure. And what that does is that changes the niche constructions that are available for species, changes the morphology. You also have a loop. It's your sensory motor loop. And what's constantly happening is there are processes within you that are opening up variation and also processes that are putting selection on it. And you're constantly evolving that sensory motor loop. So you might call your cognitive fitness, which is how you're framing the world, is constantly evolving. I can give you two clear examples of that. One, right? The autonomic nervous system, parasympathetic and sympathetic. The sympathetic system is biased to trying to interpret as much of reality as threat or opportunity. The parasympathetic is biased to trying to interpret as much of the environment as safe and relaxing, and they're constantly doing opponent processing. There's no little man in you calculating your level of arousal. There's this dynamic coupling and a processing between them that is constantly evolving and arousing. Similarly, your attention, you have the default mode network, task network. The default mode network is putting pressure on you right now to mind wander, to go off, drift. And then the task focus network is selecting out of those possibilities the ones that will survive and go into. So you're constantly evolving your attention.
Okay, so there's a natural selection of ideas that's a bunch of systems within you are generating, and you use the natural selection. What is the selector, the object that you're interacting with, the class? Relevance realization. Once again, you just described how it acts.
Yeah.
You described what the hell it is. So what's the goal? What are we talking about? So relevance realization is how you interact with things in the world to make sense of make sense of why they matter, what they mean to you for your life.
Yes, that's the language you just used. You started to use the meaning in life language.
Good? Okay.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. So, what does that evolution of your sensory motor group do? It gives you, and here I'll use the term from Rothschild, it gives you an optimal grip on the world. So let's use your visual attention again. So here's an object. How close should I be to it? Is there a right or a exactly? Exactly. So you have to evolve sensory motor loop in order to get the optimal grip that actually creates the affordance of you getting to the
Yeah, but you're describing physical goals of manipulating objects, but so this applies the task, the process of relevance realization is not just about getting a glass of water and taking a drink.
No?
It's about falling in love. Of course. What else is there?
Well, there's obviously,
Between those two options.
I can show you how you're optimally gripping in an abstract cognitive domain. Okay? So a mammal goes by, and most people will say, there's a dog. And why don't they say, they might, but typically, probabilistically, they'll say there's a dog. They could say there's a German Shepherd, there's an apple, there's a living organism, there's a police dog. Why that? Why there? Why did they stop telling neurological these basic levels? But what you find is that's an optimal grip because it's getting you the best overall balance between similarity within your category and difference between the other categories. It's allowing you to properly fit to that object insofar as you're setting yourself up to, well, I'm getting as many of the similarities and differences I can on balance because in the trade-off relationship that I need in order to probably interact with this. Yeah. That's optimal grip. Not right. It's at the level of your categorization.
You follow these models of the world around you. And on top of them, you do stuff. Like you build representations.
Yes.
What's the salience landscape? Salience meaning attention landscape.
So salience is what grabs your attention or what results from you directing. So I tap my hands, that's salient, grabs your attention is drawn to it, it's bottom up. But I can also say your left big toe, it's salient to you because you directed your attention to it. That's top down. Again, on a process going on. So whatever stands out to you, what grabs your attention, what arouses you, what triggers at least momentarily some affect towards it, that's how things are salient. What salient, I would argue, is how a lot of unconscious relevance realization makes information relevant to working memory. That's when it now becomes online or direct sensory motor interaction with the world.
So you think the salience landscape, the ocean of salience extends into the subconscious mind?
I think relevance does, but I think when relevance is recursively processed, relevance realization, such that it passes through sort of this higher filter of working memory, has these properties of being globally accessible, globally broadcast, then it becomes the thing we call salience. Look, that's really good evidence. There's really good evidence from a colleague at the University of Toronto, Lynn Asher, that's what working memory is. It's a higher order relevance. But that's why things like chunking will get way more information through working memory. It's basically monitoring how much relevance realization has gone into these information. Usually you have to do an additional kind of recursive process. And that tells you, by the way, when do you need consciousness? When do you need that working memory and that salient landscape? It's when you're facing situations that are highly novel, highly complex, very ill-defined, that require you to engage with.
Okay, guys, so relevance realization is the part of the thing that constructs that basic level thing, the dog. When you see a dog, you call it a dog, not a German Shepherd, not a mammal, not a biological meat bag, it's a dog. wisdom. So what is wisdom? You return. I think as part of that, we got to relevance realization, and then wisdom is an accumulation of rationalities. Describe the rationality as a kind of starting from intelligence, much of puzzle solving, and then rationality is the meta problem of puzzle solving, and then what wisdom is the meta problem of puzzle solving.
Yes, that's that. The better problem you have when you're solving your puzzles is that you often fall into self-deception. It's
Self-deception.
right. So whereas knowledge overcomes ignorance, wisdom is about overcoming foolishness. If what we mean by foolishness is self-deceptive, self-destructive behavior, which I think is a good definition of foolishness. So what you're doing is you're doing this recursive relevance realization. You're using your intelligence to improve the use of your intelligence. You're using your rationality to improve the use of your rationality. That's that recursive relevance realization. Think of a wise person. They come into highly, often messy, ill-defined, complex situations, usually where there's some significant novelty. And what can they do? They can zero in on what really matters, what's relevant, and then they can shape themselves, salient landscaping, to intervene most appropriate to that situation as they have framed it. That's what we mean by a wise person. And that's how it follows into the model of a person.
When you say self-deception, I mean, part of that implies that it's intentional. Part of the mechanism of cognition, you're modifying what you should know with some purpose. Is that how you see the word self-deception?
No, because I belong to a group of people that think the model of self-deception as lying to oneself ultimately makes no sense. Because in order to lie to you, I have to do something you don't, and I have to depend on your commitment to the truth in order to modify your behavior. I don't think that's what we do to ourselves. I think, and using the technical term, thank you for making space for that earlier on, I think we can bullshit ourselves, which is a very different thing than lying.
So what is bullshit? And how do we bullshit ourselves, technically speaking?
Yeah, Frankfurt, and this is inspired by Frankfurt and other people's work based on
bullshit.
Yeah, classic essay.
Pretty good title.
I think it's one of the best things he wrote. He wrote a lot of good things.
The title of the essay.
Yes. It's always in Facebook if you're certain academic studies. So let's contrast the bullshit artist from the liar. The liar depends on the bullshit artist is actually trying to make you indifferent to the question of truth and modify your behavior by making things salient to you so that they are catchy to you. So, a prototypical example bullshit is commercial television. You watch these people at a bar getting some particular kind of alcohol, and they're gorgeous, and they're laughing, and they're smiling, and they're clear-eyed. No, that's not true. And they know it's not true. But here's the point. You don't care. Because there's gorgeous people smiling, they're happy, that's salient to you, and that catches your attention. And so, go into a bar, that won't happen. You know it.
Yeah.
But you buy the product because it was made salient to you. And you can't lie to yourself. Salience can catch attention, but attention can drive salience. And this is what I can do. I can make something salient by paying attention to it. And then that will tend to draw me back to it again. Which, you see what happens? It means it tends to catch my attention more, so that when I go into the store, that bottle of liquor catches my attention. I buy it.
And that's why is that bullshit?
Because what you're doing is being caught up in the salience of things, independent from whether or not that salience is tracking
Is it independent or is it loosely connected? Because it's not so obvious to me when I see happy people at a bar that I don't or believe that. Well, my experience has been maybe different. Logically, I can understand, but maybe there's a bar out there. There's all happy people dancing. In fact, most of the bars I go to these days in Texas, they're pretty lots of happy
I think, I mean, there's probably variation. Like, for truth seeking. Let's say that the intent is at least to try and shut off your truth seeking. It might not completely succeed, but that's the intent. At times, it can completely succeed because I can give you pretty much gibberish and never let it motivate your behavior. There's an episode from the classic series, not the modern series, the classic series, where there's an alien and they're running for office in the United States. Now, I'm Canadian, so this doesn't quite work for me. The speech goes like this: "My fellow Americans, when I was young, I dreamt of being a baseball. But we must move forward, not backwards, upward, not forward, twirling towards freedom." You go, there's a rush. There's nothing there. It's great satire. It's a lot of political speech. It's exactly like that. There's nothing there.
Well, so,
I'm not saying all political speech is good,
so there's a fundamental difference. There's a fundamental difference between that absurd and non-secular speech and political speech. Because one of the things is political speech is grounded in some sense of truth.
and so if that requires you talking about alternative facts, you hear self-destructive oxymoronic phrases. Isn't that approaching toward pure bullshit?
I think pure bullshit, like the fact is very difficult to get to. But I get the point. So, what exactly is truth? It's impossible to know.
I think Spinoza is right about truth, that truth is only known by its own standard. It sounds circular. There's a way in which he didn't mean that circularity. I think this is also a version of Plato. He's a huge influence on Plato. I think we only know the truth retrospectively when we go through some process of self-transcendence, when we move from a frame to a more encompassing frame so that we can see the limitations and the distortions of. You have this when you have a moment of insight. Insight is doing, you are realizing what is relevant. Oh, I thought she was aggressive. Angry. She's actually really afraid. It's misframing this. And change what you find relevant. Have those aha moments.
Do you think it's possible to get a sense of objective reality? So, is it possible to get to the ground level of what something that you can call objective truth? Or is it only opposition to ground?
I think those moments of transcendence can never get us to an absolute view from failure. So this is Drew Hyman's notion, finite transcendence. We are capable of self-transcendence. And therefore, we are creatures who can actually raise the question between our goodness or beauty. I think they all share this feature. But that doesn't mean we can transcend to God to some absolute view from nowhere that takes in all information and organizes it comprehensively. But that doesn't mean that truth is thereby rendered valueless. I think the better term is real. And real and illusory are comparative terms. You only know that something's an illusion by taking something else to be real. So we're always in a comparative task. But that doesn't mean that we can somehow jump outside of our framing in some final manner and say, this is how it is from God's eye point of view.
So, what do you think, if I may ask, of somebody like Iran, So where the core principle is that reality exists independently of consciousness, and that human beings have direct contact with reality through self-perception. So they have that, you do have that ability to know reality.
There's two things. Knowing that there's an independent reality is not knowing that independent reality. Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, but I think objectivism would probably say that our human reason is able to contact that.
Then I would respond and say, you have to, I believe, in fact, in the conformity theory of knowing that the deepest kind of knowing is when there's a contact, a conformity between the mind, or the body, mind, and reality. But, and here's where I guess I push back. And I would say, you have to acknowledge personal knowledge as reason knowledge. Because if you don't, you're going to fall into Guinness paradox. Guinness paradox is to know P. Well, if I don't know P, I'm going to go looking for it. But if I don't know P, how could I possibly recognize it? No way of recognizing it. I have no way of knowing that I found it. So I must know P. But if I know P, then I don't need to learn about it. I don't need to go search. So learning doesn't exist. Knowledge isn't possible. The way you break out of that paradox is saying, no. It is possible to partially know something. You know it enough that it will guide you to recognizing it. But that's not the same as having a complete grasp of it, because I still have to search, find what I don't yet possess. So part of knowledge has to be real knowledge.
Right, partial knowledge is the knowledge.
Yes.
What do you think about somebody like Howard Hoffman, who thinks the reality isn't the complete? He's given this actually really nice definition or idea that you talk about, that the tension between the illusory and what is real. It says that basically taking that and ran with the real, the point where the real is not at all connected to some kind of physical reality.
I hope to talk to you. You're supposed to talk to one point. So I have to talk in his absence. I think that, first of all, I think saying that everything is illusion is like saying everything is false. It doesn't make any sense. There's something you have to say against this standard of realness. This is an illusion, and he uses arguments of evolution, which are problematic to me because it's like, well, you seem to be saying that evolution is true, that it really exists, and then somehow our cognition and perception has access to reality, math, and presumably some science will have. And then what he seems to be saying is, well, a lot of your everyday experience, but if we do have some reality whereby we can make the argument as to why most of your experience, most of your everyday experience is illusion. But for me, that's not a novel thing. That's Descartes. It's the idea that most of our sense experience is untrustworthy, but the math is what connects us to reality. That's how we interpret it according to evolution. Oh, look, we all see the sun rise, it move over, we set, and it's all an illusion, but the math gets us to the reality.
Well, I think he makes a deeper point that most of cognition is all that operates in the illusion world.
How does he know that things like cognition and evolution exist?
I think there's an important distinction between evolution and cognition. Right?
No, I just think that's not the point of it. Making a point that he's claiming that there are two things that really exist. What are they for?
He basically says that, look, the process of evolution makes sense.
Yes.
Right? Like, it makes sense that you get complex organisms from simple organisms through the natural selection process. Here's how you get transfer information from generation to generation. It makes sense. And then he says that there is no requirement for the cognition to evolve in a way that it would actually perceive and have
except that cognition evolved in such a way that it could perceive the truth of evolution. You can't treat evolution like an isolated thing. Evolution depends on Darwinian theory, genetics. It depends on understanding plate tectonics, the way the environment changes. It depends on how chromosomes are structured.
Actually, that's an interesting question to him, where I don't know if he actually would back on this. This, how do you know evolution is real?
Yes.
I think he would be open to the idea that it is part of the illusion of the constructed. In some sense, it is connected to reality, but we don't have a clear picture of it. I mean, that's an intellectually honest statement. Right? If most of our cognition as thinking beings is operating at every level in the illusory world, then it makes sense that this, like one of the theories of science, that's evolution, is also a complete part of this illusory world.
Right. But what happens to the premise for this argument, leading to the conclusion that cognition is illusory?
I think he makes a very specific argument about evolution as an explanation of why the world is about cognition operating in the illusory world. But that's just one of the explanations. I think the deeper question is, why do we think we have contact with physical reality? We could be very well living in a virtual world constructed by our minds in a way that makes that world deeply interesting. Whether it's somebody playing a video game or we're trying to do the process of distributed cognition to construct more and more complex objects. Like, why does it have to be connected to physics?
Okay, so if we're going to say, now considering it as a possibility rather than an inclusion based on arguments, because the arguments, again, will always rely on stipulating that there's something that is known. These are the features of cognition. Cognition is capable of illusion, and that's a true statement. You're somehow in contact with the mind. Why does the mind have this privileged contact and other aspects of the body do not? So but let's put that aside and now let's just consider. Now, when we put it that way, it's not an epistemic question, it's an epistemological question. Here's my reply to you. There's two possibilities. Either the illusion is one that I cannot discover, the matrix of steroids or something. No way. No matter what I do, I can't find out that it's an illusion. Or it's an illusion, but I can find out that it's an illusion. Those are the two possibilities. Nothing changes for me if those are the two possibilities. Because if I cannot possibly find out, it is irrational for me to pay any attention to that possibility. So I could keep doing the science as I'm doing it. If there's a way of finding out, science is my best bet, I believe. It's finding out if what's true and what's an illusion. So I keep doing what I'm doing. So it's an argument, if you move it to that, it makes no existential difference.
Oh man, that is such a deeply philosophical argument. Nobody's saying science doesn't work. It's an interesting question. Just like before humans were able to fly, they would ask a question. We would build a machine that makes us fly. In that same way, we're asking a question to which we don't know an answer, but we may know in the future. How much of this whole thing is an illusion? And I think in the second category, the first I forgot which one, yes, science will be able to help us discover this. Otherwise, yes, for sure, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If we're living in the simulation, we can't find out on our own.
Yes.
Then it doesn't matter. But yes, the whole point is, as we get deeper and deeper understanding of our mind, of cognition, we might be able to discover how much of this is a big charade constructed by our minds to keep us fed. I don't know, some weird, very simplistic explanation that will ultimately, in its simplicity, be beautiful. Or as we try to build robots and instill them with consciousness, with ability to feel those kinds of things. We'll discover, well, let's trick them into thinking a big deal and have consciousness, and they'll believe it. And then they'll have a deeply fulfilling and meaningful life. And on top of that, they will interact with us in a way that'll make our life better. And then all of a sudden, it's like at the end of Animal Farm, you look at pigs and humans, you look at robots and humans, and you get them either. And in that way, start to understand that much of this existence could be.
Okay, well, I have two responses to that. First is the progress that's being made on AGI is about making whatever the system is that's going to be the source of intelligence more and more dynamically and recursively self-correct. That's part of what's happening. Extrapolating from that, you get a system that gets better and better at self-correcting. And that's exactly what I was describing before as the transformative theory of truth. The other response to that is science, like people think of science just as right sort of end proposition. Let me just use the evolutionary example again. Right? Like I need if I gather the evidence, I need to know a lot of geology, I need to know plate tectonics, I need to know radioactive decay, I need to know about genetics, and then in order to measure all those things, I need to know how microscopes work. I need to know how pencils and paper work. I need to know how rulers work. I need to know how English work. I can't isolate all this shit. And if you say, well, most of that's an illusion, you're in a weird position. You're saying somehow all these illusions get to this truth claim. I think it goes in reverse. If you think this is the truth claim, in measuring all the things that scientists will do, gather, and all the ways the theories converge together, that also has to be fundamental truth. Because it's not a Lego, it is an interwoven whole.
Yes, it definitely is interwoven for the illusion world. But there's an aspect of truth that has to be consistent, deeply consistent across our system. But inside a video game, that's some same kind of consistency involved. There's rules about interactions. There's game theoretic patterns about what is good and bad. There's social joy and fear and anger and then understanding about a world, what happens in different dynamics of video games, even simple video games. There's no, even inside an illusion, you can have consistency and develop truths inside that illusion. And iteratively evolve your truth with the illusion.
Okay, but that comes back. Is that muscle genuinely self-correcting, or are you in the simulation in which there is no possible doorway? Because if my argument is, if you find one or two doorways, that feeds back to you. That you can't just say, this is the little tiny island in reality. That's the problem.
But what if you find that I think there is doorways, if that's the case. And what if you find a door and you step out, like you do from another situation? I mean, that's the point. That's sort of self-correcting. When you fix the self-deception, you don't know if there's other bigger self-deceptions.
Of course, in one sense, that's right. But again, back to when I step into the second simulation, is it, can I get the doorway of that? Right? Because if you just make the infinite regressive simulation, you basically said, I have a simulation, but I do everything.
Yeah, I think there's always a bigger pile of bullshit is what the claim I'm trying to make here. Okay. Let me dance around meeting once more. I often ask people on this podcast or at a bar or to imaginary people I talk to in a room when I'm all by myself, the question of the meaning of life. Do you think this is a useful question? Would you line between meaning in life and meaning of life? Do you think this is a useful question?
No, I think it's like the question over time. It sounds like a question, but it's actually because it has a presupposition that I think is fundamentally flawed. if I understand what people mean by it, and it's actually often not that clear. Like when they talk about the meaning of life, they are talking about there are some feature of the universe in and of itself that I have to discover and enter into a relationship with. And that's a plan for me or something. And so that's a property of the universe. That's a very deep, serious metaphysical ontological claim. You're claiming to know something fundamental about the structure of health. There were times when people thought they had a worldview that legitimated it. God is running the universe, and therefore God cares about his plan, etc. But I think a better way of understanding meaning is not meaning is like the graspability. Remember I talked about happening. It's like the graspability. Is that in me? No. Is it in the cup? No, because I can't grasp it. Graspability is in my hand. I can't grasp it. No. There is a real relation between these things. Same thing with the adaptivity of an organism. Is the adaptivity of a great white shark in the great white shark? Drop it in the Sahara. No. Meaning isn't in the it isn't in the universe. It is a proper relationship with the phrase transgender. It is the binding relationship between the subject. And therefore, when you're asking the question about the meaning of life, you are, I think, misrepresenting the nature of being. Just like when you ask what time is it on the sun, you're misrepresenting how we derive clock.
At the risk of disagreeing with a man who did 50 lectures on the meaning crisis, let me hard disagree. But I think we probably would agree. But it's just like a dance, like any dialogue. I think meaning of life gets at the same kind of relationship between you and the glass of water, between whatever the forces of the universe that created the planets, the proteins, the multi-cell organism, the intelligent early humans, the beautiful human civilizations, the technologies that will overtake them. It's trying to understand the relevance realization, the Big Bang, to the feeling of love they have for another human being. It's reaching for that, even though it's hopeless to understand. It's the question, the asking of the question is the reaching. Now, it is, in fact, romantic bullshit, technically speaking. But it could be that romantic bullshit is actually the essence of life and the source of its purpose.
Well, I hope not. But
Technically speaking, romantic bullshit, meaning romantic. So I mean, what is poetry? What is music? What is the magic you feel when you feel music? What is that?
it's music inside. There's it outside. It's both. That's precisely why you find it so meaningful. In fact, it can be so meaningful you can regard it as sacred. What you said, I don't think you preface that we might not be disagreeing. Right? What you said is, no. There's a way in which reality is wielded. I want my relevance realization to be in the best possible relationship, sort of meta optimal grip to us. I totally agree. I totally think that's one of the things, like I said this earlier, one of our meta designs, whatever is satisfying is also real. I do this with my students. I say, because romantic relationships are sort of taking the role of God and religion and history and culture for us right now. We put everything on them. That's not the great, but right. But I'll say to them, okay, how many of you are really satisfying romantic relationships? Now only talking to these people. Of those people, how many of you want to know your partner's cheating on you, even if it means destruction of the relationship? are usually all sort of hitting with cynicism, postmodernism, and they'll just say spontaneously, but because it's not real. It's not real. Right? So I think what you're pointing to is actually you're pointing not to an objective or a subjective thing. So romanticism says it's subjective. Some sort of positively reluctant empiricism says it's objective. But you're saying, no. There's reality realization, and can I get relevance realization to be optimally gripping in the best right relationship? And there's good reason you can't, because think about it. Your relevance realization isn't just representing, it's instantiating. There's something very similar to biological evolution, which is at the guts of life. Right, running your cognition. It's not just that you all have ideas, you actually instantiate. That's what I mean by conformity. The same principles within and without. You don't walk these subjectively. They're not just out there. They're both at the same time. But they help to explain how you're down to these conditions.
So the concept inside it, but there's still the question of the meaning of life. First of all, the big benefit of that question is that it shakes you out of your hamster in a wheel that is daily life, the mundane process of daily life, where you have a schedule, you wake up, you have kids, you have to take them to school, and you go to work, you repeat over and over and over and over, and then you get increased salary, then you upgrade the home, and that's the process. Asking about the meaning of life is so full of romantic bullshit that if you just allow yourself to take it seriously, it forces you to pause and think, like, what's going on here? And then it ultimately, I think, does return to the question of meaning in those mundane things. What gives my life joy? What gives it lasting deliciousness? Where do I notice the magic? How can I have that magic return again? Beauty. And that ultimately returns to. It's the same thing you do when you look up to the sky. You spend most of your day hurrying around, looking at things on the surface. When you look up at the sky and you see the stars, it fills you with a feeling of awe that forces you to pause and think in full context of, like, what the hell is going on? That, but also I think there is when you think too much about the meaning of glass and relevance realization of the glass, you don't necessarily get at the core what makes music beautiful. So sometimes you have to start with the biggest picture. And I think meaning of life forces you to really go to the big bang. Go to the universe, the whole thing, the origin of life. And I think sometimes you have to start there to discover the meaning of the big bang. I think. Or perhaps you would disagree.
Insofar as the question makes you ask about the whole of your life and how much meaning is in the whole of your life, and insofar as it asks how much that is connected to reality, it's a good question. But it's a bad question in that it also makes you look for the answers in the wrong way. You said, and I agree with what you said, how we really answer this question is we come back to the meaning in life, and we see how much that meaning in life is connected to reality. We pursue wisdom. And so, for me, I don't need that question in order to invoke me into that stance.
So let's return to the meaning crisis.
Yes.
What is the nature of the meaning crisis? What's its origin? What's its explanation?
Well, remember what I said, what I argued, that the very process is to make us adaptively intelligent, subject us to perennial problems of self-deception, self-destruction, creating bullshit of ourselves to other people, all of that. And that could cause, anxiety, existential anxiety, cause despair, cause a sense of absurdity. These are perennial problems. And across cultures, across periods, human beings have come up with ecologies of practices. There's no right practices, they've come up with ecologies of practices for ameliorating that self-deception and enhancing that fittedness, that connectedness that's at the core of human life. That's typically what we call wisdom. Here's how I can show you one clear instance of meaning crisis. It's a wisdom family. I do this regularly with my students. In the classroom, I'll say, where do you go for information? They will go for the phone. Where do you go for knowledge? They're a little bit slower, probably because they're in my class. They say, well, science. Where do you go for wisdom? Wisdom isn't optional. That's why it is perennial, plus cultural, plus historical, because they're funds. But we do not have homes or colleges of practice that fit into our scientific technological worldview so that they are considered to be the fastest growing demographic group of the night. They have no religious allegiance, and they are not primarily atheists. They most frequently describe themselves with this this become almost everybody now describes them as spiritual but not religious, which means they are trying to find a way of reducing the bullshit and enhancing the power. But they don't want to turn to any of the legacy of established religions by and large.
Well, is it both religion and the nuns? Isn't wisdom a process, not a destination? So trying to find, if you're a deeply faithful religious person, you're also trying to find, right? So just because you have a place where you're looking, or a set of traditions around which you're constructing the search, it's nevertheless a search. So I guess, is there a case to be made that this is just the usual human condition? How do you answer, if you ask 5 centuries ago, where do you look for wisdom? The answer most people would be more inclined to answer more in the Bible or a religious text.
Right, and they had a worldview that was considered not just religious, but also rational. So we now have these two things orthogonal, often oppositional, spirituality and rationality. When you go before a particular historical period, you look back in the Yoga tradition, and before there's something of a revolution. Those two are not in opposition, they are deeply interwoven, so that you can have a sense of legitimacy and deep realness and grounding in your practices. We don't have that. And I'm not advocating for religion, neither am I an enemy. I'll strengthen your case. So one of my RAs did research, get people who have committed themselves to cultivating wisdom, and you can look at people within religious traditions and people who are doing it in a purely secular framework. By many of the measures we use to try to study wisdom scientifically, the people in the religious do better than the secular. But here's the important point. There's no significant difference between the religious paths. So it's not like if you're follow the path of Judaism, you're more likely to end up wiser than if you follow Buddhism.
By the way, I don't know if that's my case. I was making the case that you don't need to have a religious affiliation to search for wisdom. It's that I thought along the point you just made that it doesn't matter which religious affiliation or none.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so this is the tricky thing where it does matter if you're in one, but it doesn't matter for the propositional feeds of that. There's something else happening. There's a you'll allow me. There's a functionality to religion that we lost when we rejected all the propositional dogma. But there's a functionality there that we don't know how to be creative.
What is that? Can you try to speak to that? What is that functionality? What is that? Why is that used? A bunch of stories, a bunch of myths, a bunch of narratives that are drenched in like deep lessons about morality and all kinds of things. What is that? What's the functional thing there that can't be replaced without
this is for me the biggest question. So thank you. But yeah, I think I have a significant answer. I don't think it's complete, but I think it's important. This is to step before the Cartesian revolution and think about the many different kinds of knowing. And this is now something that is prominent within what's called early cognitive science, the cognitive science context. There's a lot of converging evidence. These different ways of knowing. There's propositional. This is what we are most familiar with. In fact, it's almost has a tyrannical style. Right? This is knowing that something is the case. Like cats are mammals, and it's stored in semantic memory, and we have tests of coherence and correspondence and conjecture. Right? There's procedural knowing. This is knowing how to do something. This is skills are not theories, they're not beliefs, they're not true or false. They engage the world or they don't. And they are stored in a different kind of memory. Procedural. Semantic memory can be damaged without any damage to procedural memory. That's why you have to put them in the story of somebody something else and they're losing all kinds of facts, but they can still sit down and play the piano and fly this. Same kind of argument. There's perspectival. This is knowing what it's like to be in here now, in this situation, in this state of mind. The whole field of experience, what it's like to be you here now. You have a specific kind of memory around that, episodic memory. You have a different sense, you have a different criterion of real. So you can get this by study the scientists using moving rovers around. You can take a look at people who are doing VR. People talk about, they want to be in the game. That makes it real. They don't mean verisimilitude. You can get that, right? Sense of being in the game with something like Tetris, which doesn't look like the real world, and you can fail to have it in a video game that has a lot of verisimilitude. It's something else. It's about again this kind of connectedness that we're talking about.
If I may interrupt, is that connected to the hard problem of consciousness, the subjective qualia, or is it a different? That kind of knowing, is that different from the quality of consciousness?
I think it has to do with, I make a distinction between the adjectival and the adverbial qualia. So I think it has to do with the adverbial qualia much more than the adjectival. So the adjectival qualia are like the greenness of green, the blueness of blue. The adverbial qualia are here-ness, the nounness, the togetherness. And I think the perspective of knowing has a lot to do with the adverbial qualia.
I'm learning something different. Okay, so that's another way.
Right, the perspective, and then there's the deeper one. And this is a philosophical point. We can't go through the argument. You don't have to know that you know that you know, because you start doing it, you get an infinite test. You have to be kind of knowing that doesn't mean you know that you know.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, there's a lot of deep spilled over that over a 40-year period. So
My philosophers, they spill. This is what they do. They spill ink.
I want to talk
pay
about.
for ink spilling.
So I want to talk about participatory. This is the idea that you and the world are co-participating with things and such that the real affordances exist between you. So both me and this environment are shaped by gravity. So the affordance of walking becomes available. Both me and a lot of this environment are shaped by my biology. So affordances form that are here. Look at this cup. We share physics, share sort of biological factors, my hand, bipedal. Also, culture is shaping me, shaping this. I had to learn how to use that, treat it as a. So, this is an agent-arena relationship, right? There's identities created in your agency, identities being created in the world as an arena. So you and the world fit together. No one that's missing, you're really lonely, you're homesick, you're suffering culture shock. So this is participatory. It's the sense of it comes with the sense of belonging
At every level. So, ability to walk is a kind of
Yes.
that there's a dance between physics that enables this process and just participating in the process is the captive language.
Right. And there's a really weird form of memory you have for this kind of of yourself.
Right? Can you elaborate?
But you okay. So we talked about how all the different other kinds of knowing had specific kinds of memory, semantic memory for propositional procedure, right? Episodic with respect to what's the kind of memory that is the coordinated storehouse of all of your agent arena relationships, all the roles you can take, all the identities you can see, all the identities you can
What's the self? Do you mean like consciousness?
no,
Like
see your sense of
sense of self in this world? That's not consciousness. That's like an agency.
right? It's an agent arena relationship.
And so in an agent arena relationship, it's the sense of agent.
And then depends if the agent belongs in that arena.
Whatever the agent is, whatever the arena is, because it's probably a bunch of different framings how you experience that.
Yeah, you do. You have all within your identity as a self. You have all kinds of roles that are somehow contributing to that identity, whether or not equivalent to that.
Yeah. I wonder if like my two hands are different. Because there's a different experience with picking up from my right hand and my left hand. Are those like
That's a really cool question.
and they certainly feel like their own things. But that could be just anthropomorphization based on cultural narratives.
It could, but I think it's a legitimate empirical question because it also could be sort of Ian stuff. It could be we're using different hemispheres. They sort of have different agent relationships. But this is a really important question in the cognitive science itself. Does that hemispheric difference mean you're multiple, or you actually have a single?
Oh, so it's important to understand how many cells are.
Yes, you think so.
But that's just like a torque of evolution. It's not it surely can be fundamental to cognition. Having multiple cells or a single cell.
It depends. Again, because we're getting far from the answer to the question you originally asked. But do you want to go back to that first or answer this?
Which question? I already forgot everything.
It's the question.
Yes.
Okay, let's change this. Okay, then we can return to the self. Okay, so you said, you have all these propositions, et cetera, and they differ from the religions. They're not, they don't seem to be considered legitimate by people. But yeah, there's something functioning in religion that is transforming people, making them wiser. And I put it to you that the transformations are largely occurring at this non-propositional level. The procedural, perspective, the participant. Those are the ones, by the way, that are more fundamentally connected to meaning making. Because remember, the propositions are representational, and they're dependent on the non-propositional, non-representational processes that get into this other propositions. A religion goes down deep to non-propositional terms. That's the functionality.
Well, you talk about tools, essentially, that humans are able to incorporate into their transmission, like the technology, language is what I suppose. Isn't religion then psychotechnology?
It would be intelligence.
And the question is that Nietzsche wrote everything by saying God is dead. Do we have to invent a new thing? You go from the old phone, create the iPhone, invent the new set of technology takes the place of religion.
So when the bad text goes into the marketplace, who's he talking to? He's not talking to the believers. He's talking to the atheists. And he says, do you not realize what we've done? When we've taken a sponge and wiped away the sky, we are now forever falling behind chain from the sun. We have to become worthy of this.
Well, Nietzsche is a romantic Christian.
No, but there's a point there.
Yes.
The point, right? There's one thing to rejecting the proposition. There's another project of replacing the functionality of laws.
So his worry that as nihilism takes hold, you don't ever replace the thing that religion, the role that religion played.
maybe it's hard to tell with actually. It's so multiple. I'll speak for me. I think it is possible to, using the best cardinal science ever, respectfully exacting what we can from the best religion, philosophy, philosophical traditions, because there's things like Stoicism that are on the gray line between philosophy and religion. Buddhism is the same. Doing that best caught side, that best expectation, we can come up with that function without having to dive into a particular propositional sense of the legacy religion. That's my conclusion. I call that the religion itself.
So things like Stoicism and modern Stoicism, those things, don't you think in some sense they naturally emerge? Do you think there's a longing for meaning?
So Stoicism arises when there was a significant meaning crisis in the ancient world because of what had happened after the breakup of Alexander the Great Empire. So if you compare Aristotle with people who are living after Alexander, so Aristotle grows up in a place where everybody speaks the same, has this language, has the same religion. His ancestors have been there for years. He knows everybody. After Alexander the Great Empire broke up, people are now thousands of miles away from each other. They're surrounded by people because of the diaspora, the diaspora. They're surrounded by people that don't speak their language, don't share their religion. That's why you get all these other religions emerging, right? Universal other religions. So there's what's called domicile. There's a killing of home. There's a loss of a sense of home and belonging and physicalness during the Hellenistic period. And Stoicism arose specifically to address that. Because it was designed to address a meaning crisis, it is no coincidence that it is coming back to the roots.
But there could be a lot of other variations. And it feels like, I think when you speak of meaning crisis, you are describing, not prescribing. You're describing something that is happening. I would venture to say that if we just leave things be, the meaning crisis dissipates because we long to create institutions, to create collective ideas, this distributed cognition process that gives us meaning. So if religion loses power, we'll find other institutions that are sources of meaning. Is that your intuition?
I think we are already doing it. I'm involved with participant observation of many of these emerging communities that are creating colleges of practice that are specifically trying to address the meaning crisis. It just, in late July, we went to Washington State, did Dave Kelly's All Play, Return to the Source, and one of the most challenging things I've ever done.
That guy's awesome, by the way. I've got to interact with him a long time. Because
he said the same thing.
Yeah, it's from another world. It feels like a different world because I interacted with him directly. But so this is somebody, maybe you can speak to what he works on. So, he makes movement and play. He encourages people to make that like how you move about the world, whether that's as part of sort of athletic endeavors or actually just like walking around the city. And I think the reason I ran into him was because there was a lot of interest in that in the athletic world and the grappling world that I was willing to get to. People who study and make movement part of their life to see how we integrate play and fun and just the basic humanness that's natural to our movement. How do we integrate that into our daily practice? So this is yet another way to
I think it's actually an example of what I was talking about. Because what's going on with wave integration are for in nature, martial arts, mindfulness practices, technological practices is exactly explicitly so. He will tell you he's been creating these. He's trying to get at the non-propositional kinds of knowing that we by evolving our sensory motor loop and enhancing our relevance for our recognition, because that gives people profound true sense solves, right? But what I could say is, when it was done, I said, as far as I can tell, none of you are religious. Yeah. But what you just did was a religious act, wasn't it?
So that's saying that.
Yes.
Patrick, what's your take on atheism in general? Is it closer to truth than maybe is an atheism closer to truth than a person?
So I'm an atheist, which means I think that the shared set of presuppositions between the theist and the atheist are actually the next thing to
You explain that further.
Yes, you can. And I want to point out, by the way, that there are lots of non-theistic religious traditions. So I'm not coming up with a sort of airy-fairy category.
Yeah, what's the difference between non-theism and agnosticism?
So non-theists think that the theists, the atheists, share a bunch of presuppositions. For example, it's that sacredness is to be understood in terms of a personal being that is in some sense the supreme being. And that the right relationship to that being is to have a direct sacrifice. All of those.
For both theists and the atheists.
It's either in a modern version.
In which do you reject it in the sense that you don't know, or do you reject it in the sense that you believe that each one of those presuppositions is meant to be
I both on reflection, argument, and personal experimentation and experience, I've come to the conclusion that those shared propositions are probably not true.
which one is the most the personal being, the kind of accumulation of everything into one being.
So for me, there's two, and they're interlocked together. I'm not trying to dodge the question. It's that the idea that the ground of being is some kind of being, I think is a fundamental mistake. No.
Ground of being is
No.
it curls all the way up.
The ground of being is not itself a kind of being. Being is not a being. It is the ability for beings to be, which is not the same thing as a being. Our humans, we are beings. This glass is a being. This table is a being. But when I ask you, how are they all a being? You don't say, they're being a glass, being a table, being a human. You want to say, oh no, there's something beneath it all. And then you realize it can't be anything. This is why many mystical traditions converge on the idea that the ground is no thing, which is, which normally comes to nothingness. But if you put the hyphen back in, you get the original intent, nothing. And that is bound up with, okay, what I need to do in order to be in a relationship with. So it's a misconstruing ultimate reality as a supreme being, which is a category mistake to my mind. And then that my relationship to it, its sacredness is a function of belief. And I have been presenting you an argument for most of our discussion that meaning is a deeper level than these propositions. So that is a misunderstanding of sacredness, but I think sacredness to be that which is most meaningful and connected to what is most real.
And theists think what about sacredness?
They think of sacredness as a property of a particular being, God, and that the way that is meaningful to them is by asserting a set of propositions. Now, I want to point out this is what I want to modern or common go back to the classical periods of history. You get a view that's really radically different from how most people
Okay, so let me. This is an interesting question. I usually think about it from mathematics, but if meaning is sacred in Europe, will not be as true. Is meaning created? Is it discovered?
There's a Latin word that doesn't separate them called inventio. And I would say that, what is it? Good check. Is it participate? You experienced an insight, yes? Mm-hmm. Did you make it happen?
Your insight.
Did you make it happen? Or did you do, like, can you do that? I need an insight. That's what I do.
Oh, yeah, in some sense, it came from elsewhere.
Right, but you didn't just passively receive it either. You're engaged and involved in it. That's why you get it, right? So that's what I mean by participate. Participate.
So you do think that it's both. You do. I mean, that's not a trivial thing. Because a lot of times we think, when we think about the search for meaning, I think it's like you're going through a big house and you open the door there and so on, as if there is going to be a cologne as you discover.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm somebody that, based on the chemistry of my brain, have been extremely fortunate to be able to discover beauty in everything, in the most mundane and boring things. I am, as David Foster Wallace said, I'm bored. If I could just sit in a room, just like playing with the softball or something, would be exciting. Basically like a dog, endlessly. So to me, meaning is creative, because I can create meaning out of everything. But of course, it doesn't require a partner. It does require dance partners, whatever. It does require a. But honestly, that's what, a lot of people that I don't necessarily, we talk about it, I don't practice meditation, but people who meditate very seriously, like, days for months. They talk about being able to discover meaning just the wind or something. Like they just, the breath and everything, just subtle sensory experience. That, again, I do want to say, because the interesting difference that you're drawn to non-deism, deism, and atheism. Where's the agreement or disagreement between you and Jordan Peterson? I just talked to Jordan about this. Because you're very clear. It's kind of beautiful the clarity which you laid this out. I wonder if Jordan has arrived at a similar kind of clarity. Have you been able to draw any kind of line between the way the two of you see religion?
Yeah, so there was a video released 2 or 3 weeks ago with Jordan, myself, and Jonathan.
Who haven't watched that?
It's around this question. He's basically sort of making, he's putting together an argument for why. And I think that's a fair way. I don't think he would object to me saying that. And Jonathan Pajot is also Jonathan is a Christian. We're good with Jordan.
And Jonathan's work is like symbolism, the different mythologies and Christianity.
Yes, especially Neo-Platonic Christianity, which is very important. I got a lot of respect. But in my participation in that hour, you could see me repeatedly, but I think everybody, including Jordan, got effectively challenging sort of the attempt to build a theistic model, and I was challenging it from a theistic perspective. So I think we don't agree in certain sets of propositions, but there was also a lot of acknowledgement. I think genuine appreciation on his part, and Jonathan's part, of the arguments I was making.
So they believe in maybe the presupposition of like a supreme being. Not believe, but not believe, but they see the power of God.
I think that's relatively clear for me. We're doing some really complex things, so of modern atheism. Jonathan is a guy who somehow went into icon carving and Maximus the Confessor and Eastern Orthodoxy, and he's come out of it the other end. He's a 5th century church father, but is nevertheless being, rightfully so, trying to be increasingly relevant to many people. I think
So he's deeply old school.
yeah, I think he and I, especially because Neoplatonism is a non-theistic philosophical spirituality, it's a big part of his religion. He and I have that. He would say things like, God doesn't exist. What? You're a Christian, right? And he's being polite, but he'll say, well, God doesn't exist the way the cup exists or the table exists. The same kind of move I was making a few minutes ago. He'll say things like that. He will emphasize the no thingness the no thingness, because he's from that. What you might call classical theism. The classical theism looks a lot more like non-theism than it looks like modern theism.
Yeah, that's really interesting. What about, is there a line to be drawn between myth and religion in terms of its usefulness in man's search for meaning?
So here's where Jordan and I much more, actually all three of us. I said this in my series, but I want to say it again here. Myths aren't stories about things that happened in the past that are actually relevant. Myths are stories about perennial or pertinent patterns that need to be brought into awareness. And they need to be brought into awareness not just primarily at the propositional level, but at the non-propositional levels. And I think that is what religion does. I prefer to use the Greek word because we now turn the English word into synonym, a widely believed falsehood. Don't think, again, if you go back even to the church fathers, I'm not a Christian, I advocate for Christian. Right? Neither am I here to when they talk about reading these stories, they think the literal interpretation is the weakest, the least important. You go to the allegorical, symbolic, to the moral, to the spiritual. That's where, so they would say to you, but how is the story of Adam be true for you now? And I don't mean true for you in that relativistic sense. How is it pointing to a pattern in your life right now?
So there's some sense in which the telling of this mythos becomes real in connecting to the patterns that kind of captivate public attention. So you just keep telling the story, and there's something about some stories that are just really good at being sticky to the patterns of each generation.
Yes.
And they'll stick to different patterns throughout time. They're just sticky and powerful.
Yeah. And so we keep returning back to them again and again and again. And it's important to see that some of these stories are recursive. They're myths about one particular set of patterns. They're myths about not just the important patterns. Like you get the Jordan stuff about there's heroes. Myths are trying to make us understand the need for being heroic in our own lives. One of the things I like to put in counterbalance stuff is the Greek also have myths of hubris, right? The counterbalance the heroic. But then there are myths that are not about those deeply important patterns, but they're myths about religio itself, that the way religio means to bind, to connect, the way relevance realization connects us. And so the point of the myth is not notice that pattern, notice that pattern. It's notice how all of these patterns are emerging. What does that say about us? Those myths, I think, genuinely profound.
And how much of the myths, how much of the power of those myths is about the dialogue? You talked about this, I think, in the first conversation with Jordan. Yes, not sure you got really into it. You scratched the surface a little bit. But the role of, as you say, dialogue, distributed cognition. What is that? The thing we're doing right now, talking without mouth. What is that? And actually, can I ask you this question?
Yep.
If aliens came, were observing people, would they notice our distributed cognition first, or our individual cognition? What is the most notable thing? Is it our ability to individually do all IQ tests, or whatever, or puzzle solve, or is it this thing we're doing together?
I think most of our problem solving is done in distributed cognition. Look around you. You didn't make this equipment, you didn't put this place, you didn't write this language, but we're going to share it, etc., etc. But now there's more specific and precise. Let's take a standard task that people, reasoning task, don't want to use these details. It's called the weights and selection test. And we give it to people, highly educated psychology students, premier universities across the world. People have been doing it since the 60s. It replicates and replicates. And only 10% of the people get it. You put them in a group of 4, you allow them to talk to each other. The success rate is 80%. That's just one example of that phenomenon that's coming to the world.
But do you know if similar experiments been done with engineering students or psychology students? Is there major differences in IQ between those people? Okay. Let's move on. All right. So there is a lot of evidence that there's power in cognition. Now, what about this mechanism, this fascinating mechanism of the ants interacting with each other, the dialogue?
They use the discourse of dialogue to speak about conversation. But, and this is deeply inspired by Socrates and Plato, especially the Platonic dialogue. I'm sure we've all had this. So give me a moment. We participated in conversation that kept on life and took us both in directions we did not anticipate. Afforded us insights that we could not have had. We don't have to come to an agreement, but we were both moved. We both wanted an insight that we feel like, wow, that was one of the best moments of my life. Because we feel how that introduced us to a capacity for tapping into a flow state within distributed cognition that puts us into a deeper relationship with ourselves and another person potentially with the world. And that's what I mean by dialogos. And so for me, I think dialogos is more important. I'm sorry, I can hear George. But I think it's more
I just wish they would shut up. So what are you saying?
what they're saying is, well, see, that's what the most recent conversation was. I was trying to say, but I don't think mythos is, I think mythos is really important. I think these kinds of narratives are really important. But I think this ability to connect together in distributed cognition, collective intelligence, and cultivate a shared flow state within that collective intelligence so it starts to ramp up that collective wisdom. I think that's more important because I think that's the basis within which the myths and the rituals are ultimately created and when they function. Like the myth is like a dream. It depends on distributed cognition. It depends on people enacting it and getting into mutual flow states.
So the highest form of dialogue and conversation is this flow state, and that it forms the foundation for
I think so. I think so. So that communitas, that's Victor Turner's phrase, and he specifically linked it to what I study for something. That that within distributed cognition as the whole, as the generator of mythos and ritual, and those are bound together as well. I think that's fundamentally correct.
You know what's the cool thing here? Because I'm a huge fan of podcasts, audiobooks, but podcast in particular is relevant here is there's a third person. It's there also.
Yes, yes.
Like I'm close friends with a lot of podcasts. They don't know I exist. I just listen to them, and because I've been in so many flow states, I was like, yes, it's good. But they don't know I exist. But they are in conversation with me.
And think like what that's doing. You've got dialogue, and you've got this pedagogy you can describe. Think about how things like YouTube, they break down these old boundaries between private and public, between writing and oral speech. So we have the dynamics of living oral speech, but it has the permanency of writing. Like we're in the midst of creating a vehicle, right, and a medium for distributed cognition that breaks down a lot of the categories by which we organize our cognition.
I mean, because of the tools of YouTube and so much, the network, the graph of how quickly the distributed cognition can spread is really powerful. It's just a huge amount of people listen to your lectures. I listen to your lectures, but I've experienced that, at least in your style, there's something about your style. It felt like a conversation. Like, it felt like at any moment I could interrupt you.
Oh,
And I was just listening.
thank you for saying that, because I aspire to being genuinely as Socratic as I can when I'm doing this.
Yeah, there was that sense, actually, as I'm saying. How was that? It didn't feel like sometimes lectures are kind of, you come down with commandments and you just have to listen.
Yeah.
But there was a sense that maybe, I think it was the excitement that to understand, and also the fact that you were kind of, I think, thinking off the top of your head sometimes. There was you were interrupting yourself with thoughts, you were playing with thoughts, like you're reasoning through things. You reference a lot of books, so surely you were extremely well prepared. And you were referencing a lot of ideas, and you were also struggling with the way to present those ideas.
Yes, there was so the jazz, getting into the flow state, and trying to share participatory perspective and learning with the people rather than just pronouncing it. Yes.
What's mindfulness?
So I was not out as well. And I've been practicing many forms of mindfulness and ecology practices since 1991. Both practitioners, knowledge, anybody who's I think, I'm pretty sure I was the first person to academically talk about mindfulness at the University of Toronto within a classroom setting, lecture.
This is something that a lot of people have recently been interested in. Think about. So from that, in the early days, how do you think about this?
I've critiqued the sort of standard definitions, being aware of the present moment without judgment, because I think they're flawed. If you want to get into the detail of why you can, but this is how I want to explain it to these versions. And it also points to the fact of why you need an ecology of mindfulness. You shouldn't equate mindfulness with meditation.
When you say ecology, what do you mean by meditation? So lots of many different variants.
No, so what I mean by ecology is exactly what we have in ecology, the dynamic system in which there are checks and balances on each other. Right? And I'll get to that with this about mindfulness, so I'll make that connection. But we're always framing, we've been talking about that, right? For those of you who are not on YouTube, this podcast, I wear glasses, and I'm now sort of putting my fingers and thumb around the frames of my glasses. So this is my frame. And my lens is, right, in that frame, I hold the lens, and I'm seeing through it, in both senses, beyond and by me. So right now, my glasses are transparent. I want to use that as a strong analogy for my mental frame. Now, sometimes, this is what you do in meditation. Step back from looking through your frame. I'm taking my glasses off right now and looking at why might I do that? To see if there's something in the lenses that's distorting. If I just did that, I can be helpful. But how do I know if I actually corrected the change I made to my lenses? What do I need to do? I need to put my glasses on and see if I can now see more clearly and standing back. Mindfulness includes both. It includes your ability to break away from your appropriate frame and the ability to make a new frame. That's what actually happens in insight. You have to both break an appropriate frame and make, see, realize new frame. This is why mindfulness enhances itself. Both ways, meditative practices and also contemplative practices. So mindfulness is frame awareness that can be appropriated in order to improve your capacities for insight and self-revelation.
Now, I am inexperienced in meditation, so the practice, a rigorous practice, the science of meditation. But, I've talked to people who seriously science study psychedelics, and they also talk about the really important thing is the sort of the integration back, so the contemplation step. So it's not just the actual things you see on psychedelics or the actual journey of where your mind goes on psychedelics, it's also the integrating that into a new perspective that you take on life. Exactly. You're really nice to describe. Meditation is in that metaphor, is the psychedelic journey to a different mind state. And contemplation is the return back to reality, how you integrate that into a new world view. And mindfulness is the whole process.
Right. So if you just did contemplation, you can suffer from inflation and projected fantasy. If you just do meditation, you can suffer from withdrawal, spiritual bypassing, avoiding. They need each other. It's cycle between them. It's like what I talked about earlier when I talked about the important processing, the autonomic nervous system, where the important processing network and attention. That's what I mean by an ecology of practices. You both. Neither one is a panacea. Either is a potent processing acting as checks and balances on each other.
Is there sort of practical advice you can give to people on how to meditate or how to be mindful in this full way?
Yes, I would tell them to do at least 3 things. And I locked into this. When I started meditation, I went down the street. There was a place that taught Vipassana meditation, metta contemplation, Tai Chi Chuan, or flow induction. You should have a meditative practice. You should find a contemplative practice. You should find a moving mindfulness practice, especially one that is conducive to the flow state, and practice them in an integrated fashion.
Can you elaborate on those practices you might like? So,
Right.
Generally speaking,
Meditative practice that all you. So what's the primary thing I look through rather than looking at my sensations? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on my sensations rather than focusing on the world through my sensations. So I'm going to follow, for example, the sensations in this area where my abdomen or where my breathing. So I can feel as my abdomen is expanding, I can feel those sensations, and I can feel the sensations of the contracting. What will happen is my mind will leap back to try to look through at the world again. I will start thinking about do my laundry or what was that noise? So what do? I get involved in the concept. I step back and label the process with an ING, listening, imagining, planning, and then I return my attention to the breath. I have to return my attention in the correct way. There's part of your mind that jumps around. The Buddhist tradition is called the monkey. It's like a monkey leaping with branches and chattering. If I was trying to train that monkey to stay, or if Jeff was saying, train a puppy dog, stay puppy dog, and he goes, and I get rid of it. Bring it back and yell at it. And train it right through fear. If I just indulge it, if I just feed its whims, oh, look, the puppy dog the puppy dog never learns to stay. What do I need to do? I have to either fight it or feed it. I have to have this centric attitude. I have to befriend it. So you step back and look at your sensation. When you step back and look at your distracting processes, you return your attention to the breath. You do it with the right hand. That's the core.
Okay, then what's a good contemplating practice?
The contemplative practice is to try and it's actually apropos because we talked about that participatory knowing, the way you're situated in the world. So what is a long thing because there's different interpretations of that. And I go for what's called an existential interpretation over the emotional one. But so what I'm doing in metta, right, is I'm trying to come I'm trying to awaken to what I'm trying to awaken to the fact that I am constantly assuming an identity and assigning an identity. So I'm looking at it, trying to awaken to that, and then I'm trying to awake from the mortal confusion that I can get into. So I'm looking out onto the world. I'm trying to see you in a fundamentally different way.
You know, like you go to the gym and you buy some clothes.
Yeah, yes.
Is it possible to reduce it to those things that, I mean, you don't speak with specifics, but is there actual practice you can do, or is it really personal?
No, I teach people how to do the metta practice. I also teach them how to do the platonic practice, how to do stoic. Another one you can do is the view from above. This is classic stoicism. I get you to imagine that you're in this room and imagine that you're floating above the room, then above Austin, then above Texas, above the United States. And you have to really imagine. Don't just think of it. Really imagine. And what you notice as you're pulling out, the wider contemplation of reality, your sense of self that you find relevant and important. So to know that for all of these, there's a specific step-by-step methodology.
So you can, so like an hour, you could just literally imagine yourself floating.
You have to go through the steps because the step in matters. If you just jump,
Do you have any other stuff on COVID?
I do, because during COVID, I decided, at the advice of a good friend, to do a daily course. I call it Meditating with Rabbi. Did all the way through meditation, contemplation, even some of the movement practices. That's all there, it's all available. I was largely inspired by Buddhism and Taoism. Then I went into the Western tradition and went through things like Stoicism and Neoplatonism, cultivating wisdom, which that's all there.
On your website?
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel.
On your YouTube channel? That's exciting. I mean, your meeting crisis lectures are just incredible. That's what we're about. Including the notes. The notes that people going through. There's the greatest tree of conversations. It's really good. What about flow reduction?
What flow is? Well, first of all, you need to understand what flow is,
Yeah.
and then you need to confront a particular issue around a practical problem.
Let's go there because a lot of those words seem like synonyms to people sometimes. So the state of flow. What is it?
All right, so you just died last year.
I love it very much. We've exchanged a bunch of messages the past few years, and he wanted to do podcasts several times. Like he said his struggle with this stuff. I never knew in those situations. I deeply regret some of the cases like this that I had, like with Conley, that I should have pushed him on it. Because yeah, as you get later in life, things, simple things become complicated. A voice, especially one that hasn't been really heard, is important. Anyway, I
share that. I can't tell you that within my area, he is he's famous in that. So, the flow state, two important sets of conditions. Very often people only talk about one, and that's a little bit of a misrepresentation. So, the flow state is situations in which the demand of the situation is slightly beyond your skills. So you both have to apply all the skills you can with as much sort of attention and concentration as you possibly can. And you have to actually be stretching your skills. Now, in this circumstance, people report optimal experience. Optimal in two ways. optimal, that this is one of the best experiences I've had in my life. It's distinct from pleasure, and yet it explains why people do very bizarre things like rock climbing, because it's pretty floating. But they also reach optimal in the second stage, and best performance. It's both the best experience and the best performance. So, Csikszentmihalyi also talked about the information flow conditions, right? For there to be this state of flow. And now we'll talk about what it's like to be a flow. So, what you need is three things. You need the information that you're getting to be clear. It can't be ambiguous or vague. Think about a rock climber. It's ambiguous or vague. There has to be tightly coupled feedback between what you do and how the environment responds. So if you act, there's an immediate response. There isn't a big time lag between your action, your ability to detect the response from the environment. Third, failure has to happen. Error will happen.
So there should be some anxiety about
And failure matters. So definitely, yeah. Because
question you being
Yeah.
a person that can
yes. Now, when you're in the flow state, notice how this sits on the boundary between the secular and the sacred. When you're in the flow state, people report a tremendous sense of at oneness with the environment. They report lots of a particular kind of self-consciousness, that narrative, naturally nagging in your head. How do I look? People like, how do I look? How's my hair? Do people like, should I accept that all goes away? Free from it. You're free from the most sadistic superego self-critic you could possibly have, at least for a while. The world is vivid. It's super salient to you. There's an ongoing sense of discovery. Although often you know you're exerting a lot of metabolic effort, it feels effortless. So in the flow state when you're sparring, your hand just goes up for the block, and your strike just goes through the empty space. So if you're a goalie in hockey, I mentioned hockey once, right? You put out you put out your left hand pucks. So there's this tremendous sense of grace, enlightenment, super salient, discovery, and realness. People don't, during the flow state, they don't go, hey, this is an illusion. The interesting question for me and my co-authors in the book, the article we published in the Oxford Handbook is called Hideous Thought and Area Urbana World, is that's a descriptive. We wanted an explanatory count. One of the causal mechanisms to have work in front. And so we actually proposed to interlocking cognitive processes. First thing we said is, well, what's going on in flow? But think about it. Think about the rock climber. The rock climber, we talked about this earlier, they're constantly restructuring how they're seeing rock face. They're constantly doing something like insight. And if they fail to do it, they impasse. That starts to get dangerous. And they've got to do an insight and find an insight and find an insight. So imagine the odds with these terms, that flash, that moment, and imagine it cascading so you're getting the extended aha. That's why things are super salient. There's a sense of discovery. There's a sense of at-oneness, of new participation, and grace. There's something else going on too. There's a phenomenon called implicit learning. Also, very well replicated. I'm going to be back in the 60s with readers. You can give people complex patterns, like number and letter strings, right? And they can learn about those patterns outside of deliberate focal awareness. That's what's called implicit learning. What's interesting is if you try and change that task into tell me the pattern, explicitly try to figure out the performance grades. So here's the idea. You have this adaptive capacity for implicit learning. What it does is it results in you being able to track complex variables in a way, but you don't know how you came up with that knowledge. Right? So you get, this is Hogarth's proposal of educated intuition. Intuition is actually the result of implicit learning. So an example I use is, how far do you stand away from somebody at a funeral? There's a lot of complex variables. status, closeness to the person, your relationship to them, past history, all kinds of stuff. And yet you know how to do it. And you didn't have to go to funerals. Just using that as an example. You have these powerful individuals. Here's regards to implicit learning. Remember I said before, the things that make it adaptive, make it subject to self-deception. Here's another example. Implicit learning is powerful at picking up on complex patterns, but it doesn't care what kind of pattern it is. It doesn't distinguish causal patterns, but merely correlational patterns. Implicit learning, when we like it, it's intuition. It's picking up on stuff from movies, prejudice, all kinds of other things. But intuition is going to learn. Now, he said, okay, what do we do? What do we do about it? This we get back to the book. What do we do about this? Well, we can't try to replace implicit learning with explicit learning because we'll lose all the adaptiveness. What can we do explicitly? What we can do is take care of the environment in which we're doing this. How do we do that? We try to make sure the environment has features that help us distinguish causation and correlation. What kind of environments have we created that are good at distinguishing causation and correlation? Experimental. What do you do in an experiment? Make sure that the variable is clear, no confound, no ambiguity. Make sure there's a tight coupling between independent and dependent variable, and your hypothesis can be falsified, error matters. Look at the three things. These are exactly the three conditions that you need for flow. Error information, tightly coupled feedback, and error matters. So, flow is not only an insight cascade, improving your insight. It's also a marker that you're cultivating the best kind of intuition. The ones that fit you best to the causal pattern.
But it's hard to achieve that kind of environment where there's a clear distinction between causality and correlation. And there's been rigor of scientific experiment.
Fair enough. I don't think Hogarth was saying it's going to be epistemic. But he's saying if you structure that, it will tend to do what the scientific method is, find causal. Think of the rock climb. All of those things are the case. They need clear information. There's tightly coupled and aromatics. And they think what they're doing is very real because they're not conforming to the real causal pattern of the rock things and the physiology of the body. They will fall.
Is there something to be said about the power of discovering meaning and having this relationship with the moment? There's something about flow that's really forgets the past and the future and is really focused on the moment.
I think that's part of the phenomenology, but I think functionality has to be that what's happening is that dynamic, non-propositional connectedness that is so central to being is being optimized. This is why flow is a good predictor of how well you rate your life, how much well-being you think you have, which of course is itself also predictive and related with how meaningful you find your life. One of the things that you can do, but there's an important caveat, to increase your sense of meaning in life is to get into the first stage, the fifth. That's why I said you want to practice those. But there's one caveat, which is we of course have figured out and then playing with words how to gain this, how to hijack it by creating things like video games. I'm not saying this is the case for all video games or this is the case for all people, but WHO now acknowledges this as a real thing, that you can get into the flow state within the video game world to the detriment of your ability to get into the flow state in the real world. What's the opposite of flow? Depression. Depression is called anti-flow. You get these people that are flowing into this non-real world, and they can't transfer the real world, and it's actually costing them flow into the real world. So they tend to suffer depression.
Like your ability, your habit, and just skill of gaining flow in the video game world basically makes you less effective. Or maybe it shocks you how difficult it is that you feel.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I don't want to really push back against the implied challenge of transferability because there's a lot of I have a lot of friends that play video games and a very large percent of young folk video games. And I'm hesitant to build up models of how that affects behavior. My intuition is weak there. Oftentimes, people that have PhDs are of a certain age, but they came up in video games more a deep part of their life development. I would venture to say people who have developed their brain with video games being a large part of that world are in some sense different humans. And it's possible that they can transfer more effectively some of the lessons, some of the ability to take float in the virtual physical world. They're also more, I would venture to say, resilient to the negative effects of, for example, social media or video games they have. That, maybe the objectification or the over sexualizing or violent aspect of video games. They're able to turn that off when you go to the physical world, turn it back on when you're playing the video games probably more effectively than the old timers. So I just want to say so I'm not sure really which the question for transfer is. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
I do. First of all, I did qualify by saying it's all video games, it's all people. I fully know the possibility, and I know this possibility because I've had students who actually suffered from this and that worry around it with he couldn't transfer. And then they were able to step back from that and take up the cardinal science, write about it, and work on it. Also, I'm not so sure about the resiliency thing because there seems to be mounting evidence. It's not consensus, but it's certainly not regarded as fringe, that the increase in social media is pretty strongly correlated with increase in depression, self-destructive behavior, and things like this.
I would like to see that evidence.
Sure.
Because, no. Let me. I'm always hesitant to too eagerly agree with things that I want to agree with. That there's a public perception. Everyone seems to hate on social media. And I wonder, as always with these things, does it reveal depression or does it create depression? This is always the question. It's like whenever you talk about any political or ideological movement, does it create hate or does it reveal hate?
And that's a good thing to ask, and you should always challenge the things that you're critically. I agree with that.
Like aliens.
So one of the ways you address this, it's not sufficient, and I did say the work is preliminary, but if I can give you a plausible mechanism that's new, and then that lens creates. Part of what happens, right, is illusory social comparison. Think of Instagram. People are posting things that are not accurate representations of their life or like events. In fact, they will stage things, but the people that are looking at these, right, they take it off them as real, and so they get downward social comparison. This is like compared to how you and I probably live. We may get one or two of those events a week. We're getting them moment by moment, and so it's a plausible mechanism that why it might be driving people into a more depressed state.
So the flip side of that is because there's a greater gap from real world to Instagram, you start to be able to laugh at it and realize there's artificial. So for example, which is artificial filter, people start to realize like there's like it's the same kind of gap as there is between the video game world and the real world. In the video game world, you can do all kinds of wild things. Grand Theft Auto, you can shoot people up, you can do whatever the heck you want. In the real world, you can't. You start to develop an understanding of how to have fun in the virtual world and the physical world. And I think it's just some perspective. I'm not saying either is true. Yeah, it's a very interesting place. The more ridiculously out of touch Instagram becomes, the easier you can laugh it off. Potentially, in terms of the effect that has on yourself.
So I'll respond to that. But I think what we should get back to the flow.
As we engage in flow.
We laugh at the hair, the shampoo company. There's a capacity for tremendous bullshitting because of the way these machines are designed to trigger signals without trigger reflect.
I'm thinking of counter examples because sometimes you laugh all the way to the bank. So you can laugh and not much.
Right.
There's many cases. So I think you have to laugh hard enough.
You do have to laugh hard. The advertisers get millions of dollars precisely because for many people it does get to buy the shampoo. And that's the concern.
And maybe the machine of social media is such that it optimizes the shampoo.
Yes. What I was trying to make is whether or not that particular example is ultimately right, the possibility of transfer failure is a real thing. And I want to contrast that to the experience I had when I was in grad school, doing play church for about 3 or 4 years, very religiously, in both senses of the word. 3 or 4 hours a day, like reading all the literature, and I was having all the weird experiences. Cold as ice, hot as lava, all that stuff. And it's all right. But my friends in grad school, they said to me, what's going on? You're different. They said, what do you mean? They said, well, you're a lot more balanced in your interactions. You're a lot more flowing, and you're a lot more sort of flexible, and you adjust more. And I was, oh. And this was the sort of Taoism claim around culture. That it actually transfers in ways that you might not expect. You start to be able, and I've now noticed that. I now notice how I'm doing Tai Chi even in this interaction, and how it can facilitate and forward. And so there's some powerful tools. And that's what I meant with flow wise. Not only flow in a way that's like making sure that you're distinguishing causation and causation, which still can do, but find how to situate a moment so that it will percolate through your psyche, permeate through many domains of life.
Is there something you could say similar to our discussion around mindfulness, meditation, and contemplation about the role that psychedelics take our mind? Where does the mind go when it's on psychedelics?
I want to remind you of something you said, which is Jim. It's not so much the experience, but the degree to which it can be integrated. So here's a proposal that comes from your word, others. A lot of convergence around this. Carter Paris is talking about it similarly in Cognitive Creative. But I'm not going to talk first about psychedelics. I'm going to talk about neural networks. I'm going to talk about classic problems with neural networks. So neural networks, like us with intuition and wisdom, are fantastic at picking out
Which neural networks are we talking about?
So I'm talking about a general, just general.
Both artificial and biological?
Yes. I think at this point there is no relevant difference. So one of the classic problems because of their power is they suffer from overfitting to the data. Or for those of you who are statistical orientation, they pick up patterns in the sample that aren't actually present in the population. And so what you do is there's various strategies. You can do dropout, where you periodically turn off half of the nodes in the network. You drop noise into the network. And what that does is it prevents overfitting to the data. It allows the network to generalize more powerfully. I propose to you that that's basically what psychedelics. They do that. They basically do significant extreme reduction. And so we get areas of the brain talking to each other that don't normally talk to each other, areas that do talk to each other, not talking to each other, down regulation of areas that are very dominant, default mode network, etc. And what that does is exactly something strongly analogous to what's happening in dropout and putting noise into the data. It opens up. By the way, if you give human beings an insight problem, trying to solve, and you throw in some noise, like literally static on the screen, you can trigger an insight.
So, like, literally, here's the kind of noise to the perception system.
Right. Can break it out, or we'll fit into the data and open you up. Now, that means, though, that just doing that in and of itself is not the answer. Because you also have to make sure that the system go back to exploring that new space properly. This is a level. You turn off, drop out, they just go back to the networks, and now they explore the state space that they couldn't explore before. Human beings are a little bit more messy around this. This is what the analogy does. So they need practices that help them integrate that opening up to the new state space so they can properly people. So beyond Leary's state setting, I think you need another S. I think you need sacred. You need psychedelics need to be practiced within a psychiatric framework in which people are independently beforehand proving their abilities to deal with self-deception or the insight and self-regulate. This is, of course, overwhelmingly psychedelics are used by individuals. And I think if we put them into that context, then they can help the project to self-transcending, cultivating meaning before you choose to do. But if I think we remove them out of that context and put them in the context of an audience, taken just to have certain phenomenological changes, we run certain practices.
So, using the term of higher state of consciousness,
Yes.
is consciousness an important part of that? Or why higher? Is it a higher state? Or is it a detour, a side road on the main road of consciousness?
So
Where do we go?
I think the psychedelic state is on a continuum. There's insight, and it flows in its like cascade flow, and then you can have some psychedelic experiences, mind revealing experiences, and then but they overlap with mysticism. They aren't the same. So, for example, in the Griffiths lab, they gave people psilocybin, and they taught them ahead of time how, like, sort of the features of a mystical experience. And only a certain proportion of the people that took the psilocybin went from a psychedelic to a mystical experience. What was interesting is the people that had the mystical experience had measurable and long-standing change to one of the big 5 factors of personality. They had increased openness. Openness is supposed to actually make them valuable. These traits aren't supposed to be that valuable. These are significant. Very important. Right? But imagine if you just created more openness in a person. They're now open to a lot more. They want to explore a lot more, but you don't give them the tools of discernment. That could be problematic for them. It could be very problematic.
Yeah, I got it. But, you have to land the plane. And have to integrate it back into your life. How you see the world, how you frame
Right.
perception of value.
When people do that, that's what I call it transformative experience. Now, the higher states of consciousness are really interesting because they tend to move people from a mystical experience into a transformative experience. So what happens in these experiences is something really, really interesting. They get to a state that's ineffable. They can't put it into words. They can't describe it. But they do this they're in this state temporarily, and then they come back and they do this. They say, that was really real, and this in comparison is less real. So I remember that. I want to change my life myself so that I'm more in conformity with that really real. So that is really odd because dream state. We come back from it and say, that doesn't fit into everything, therefore it's unreal. They do the exact opposite. They come out of these states and they say, that doesn't fit into this, right? Consensus, right? Intelligibility. And that means this is less real. They do the exact opposite. That fascinates me. Why do they flip our normal procedure of evaluating potential states? What the thing is, the higher states of consciousness, precisely because they have that onto-normativity, that the realness that demands that you make the change in your life, they serve to bridge between mystical experiences and genuine consciousness.
So you do think seeing those as more real is productive because then you reach for them.
So Yaden stuff work on. Again, all of this stuff is recent, but we have to take it with a grain of salt. But by a lot of objective measure, people who do this have these higher states of consciousness and undertake the transformative process. Their lives get better, the relationships improve, the sense of self improves, anxiety, depression, all of these other measures are the needle was moved on these measures by people undergoing this transformative experience. Their lives, by many of the criteria that we judge our lives to be good, get better.
I have to ask you how this fascinating distributed cognition process that leads to vast foundation of ideologies that have had an impact on our world. So you spoke about the clash of the two great pseudo-religious ideologies, Marxism and Nazism, especially their clash of the Eastern Province. Can you explain the origin of each of these, Marxism and Nazism, in a kind of way that we have been talking about the formation?
Hegel is the province of the opposite finance to Catholicism. He was like the philosopher who took German Protestantism and also Kant, the theology, and he built a philosophical system. He explicitly said this. He wanted to bridge religion, philosophy, and religion. He explicitly said that. They're not opposites. They're in different places. So he was trying to create a philosophical system that gathered to it, I think, core mythos of Christianity. Core mythos of Christianity is this idea of a narrative structure to reality in which progress is real, in which our actions now that change the future. We can co-participate with God in the creation of the future. And that future can be better. We can reach something like a utopia or the promised land. Creating a philosophical system for brilliance. But basically what it did was it took that religious vision and gave it the air of philosophical intelligibility and respect. And then Marx takes that and says, that process by which the narrative is working itself out that Hegel called dialectic, I don't think it's primarily happening in ideas. I think it's happening primarily between classes, within socioeconomic factors, but it's the same story. Here's this mechanism of history, it's teleological, it's going to move this way, it can move towards utopia. We can either participate in furthering it, like participating with God, or we can thwart it and be against it. So you have a sort of religious vision, all encompassing. Think about how Marxism is not just a philosophical position, not just an economic vision. It's the entire worldview, the entire kind of history and a demanding account of the human excellency. It has all these things about participating, belonging, fitting.
But it's very, in Marx's case, it's very pragmatic or directly applicable to society, to where it leads to more natural use of ideologies.
It does. But I think Marx, to a very significant degree, inherits one of Hegel's flaws. Hegel is talking about all this, and he's trying to fit it into post-Kantian philosophy. But for him, it's ultimately propositional and conceptual. He, like everybody after Descartes, is very focused on the propositional level, and he's not the attention to the non-proposition. This is why the two great critics, Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, they're trying to put their finger on the non-proposition, the non-conceptual, the relative power, faith, and they're trying to bring out that all these other kinds of knowing as deep inadequate. That's why Kierkegaard memories that Hegel made a system and he accepted society. And so Marxism is very much, it is activist. It's about reorganizing society, but the transformation of individuals is largely ideological, meaning it's largely about significant compositional changes in adopting a set of beliefs.
When it came in contact with the Soviet Union, or with became the Soviet Union, why do you think it had such a powerful hold on such a large number of people? Not Marxism, but implementation of Marxism in the name of communism.
Because it offered people, something that typically religions had offered, and it offered people the hope of making a new man, new kind of human being in a new world. And when you've been living in Russia, in which things seem to be locked in a system that is crushing those people, getting the promise in the era of scientific legitimacy that we can make new human beings and a new world in which happiness will ensue. That's an intoxicating proposal. You get sort of, like I said, you get all of the intoxication of a religious utopia. You get all the seeming legitimacy, claiming that it's a scientific understanding of history.
It's very popular to criticize communism and Marxism these days. And I often put myself in place before any of the implementations came to be. I tried to think if I would be able to predict what the implementations of Marxism and communism would result in the 20th century. And I'm not sure I'm smart enough to make that prediction. Because at the core of the ideas of respecting, it's with Marx, it's very economic theory. It's basically respecting the value of people and the regular man society for making a contribution to that society. And to me, that seems like a powerful idea. And it's not clear to me how it goes wrong. In fact, it's still not clear to me why the hell did this, like, did Stalin happen or Mao happen. It's there's something very interesting and complex about human nature and hierarchies, about distributed cognition. It's not trivial to understand.
No.
I mean, I wonder if you could put a finger on it. Why did it go so wrong?
The intellectual history of modernity talks about the Promethean spirit, the idea, the really radical proposal. And you think about how it's not so radical to us. In that sense, Marxism has succeeded. The radical proposal that you see even in the French Revolution, don't forget the terror comes in the French Revolution too, that we can make ourselves into godlike beings. Think of the hubris of that. Right? And think of the overconfidence to think that we so understand human nature, all its complexities, and human history, right? And how religion functions, and that we can just come in with a plan and make it run. In my mind, our Promethean spirit is part of why it's doomed to fail, and it's doomed to fail in a kind of terrorizing way, because the Promethean spirit really licenses people to do anything because the ends justify the means.
It's kind of to do some basically ultimate atrocities at any scale.
Exactly. Ground zero is so far. Right? Exactly. And you only believe when an ends that can justify anything. If you believe in the utopia, you can only believe in utopia if you really buy into the Promethean spirit.
So is that what explains Nazism?
The Nazism is part of that too. Promethean spirit that we can make ourselves into Superman, Superman. And Nazism is fueled very much by appropriating and twisting Gnostic themes that are very prevalent. Gnosticism tends to come to the fore when people are experiencing increased meaning crisis. Don't forget, the meaning crisis is crazy. All level. Everybody's suffering. Everybody's whole way of life, identity, culture, relationship, religion, and science, all of that. Nazism offers a kind of Gnosticism, get twisted, perverted. I'm not saying all Gnostics are not saying that all Gnostics are Nazis, but there is Gnostic mythology, mythos, and it comes to the fore. I remember this stuck with me. I was an undergraduate study for science. The professor extended lecture on this. It still rings true for me. Because if you understand Nazism as just a political movement, you misunderstand it. It is much more of a religious phenomenon in many ways.
Is it religious in that the loss of religion, so is it a meaning crisis, or is it out of a meaning crisis or rediscovery of religion?
I think it's the latter. I think there's this vacuum created.
In that context, is Hitler the central religious figure? And also, did Nazi Germany create Hitler, or did Hitler create Nazi Germany? And in this distributed cognition, where everyone's having a dialogue, what's the role of the charismatic leader? Is it an emergent phenomenon, or do you need one of those to kind of guide the populace?
Oh, yes. But I think in that situation, Hitler's charisma allowed him to take on mythological, in a proper sense, archetypal. He became deeply symbolic. And he instituted all kinds of rituals, all kinds of mythos. There's all this mythos of master race. There's all these rituals. Swastika is a religious symbol. There's all of this going on because he is tapping into the fact that when you put people into deeper and deeper meaning scarcity, they will fall back on more and more mythological ways of thinking in order to try and come up with a generative source to give them new meaning. Should say meaning, which is
What is evil? Is this a word to avoid?
no, you don't. Because I think part of what we're satisfied with here is resisting the Enlightenment, the historical period. The idea that evil and sin can just be reduced to morality, individual human immorality. I think there's something deeper in the idea of sin than just immoral. I think sin is a much more comprehensive category. I think sin is a failure to love wisely so that you ultimately engage in a kind of idolatry. You take something as ultimate, which is that can tend to constellate these collective agents, or hyper agents within distributed cognition that have a capacity to wreak havoc on the world that is not just into sort of a self-coded decisions. This was the Hannah Arendt thing, right? The duality. She was really wrestling. I think she's close to something, but she's slightly wrong. But Eichmann is just making a whole bunch of moral decisions that doesn't seem to capture the gravity of what the Nazis did to genocide of the orphan. She's right, because you're not going to get just the summation of a lot of individual valuable now, the moral choices adding up to what was going on. You're getting comprehensive, parasitic process, this massive distributed cognition that has the power to confront the world and confront aspects of the world that individuals can't. I think when we're talking about evil, that's what we're trying to play with. This is a convergence between me and Jonathan Lajoie. We were talking about this.
The word sin is interesting.
Yes,
Are you comfortable with the word sin? It's so deeply rooted in
it is. It is. It's part, and I struggle around this because I'm brought up as a Christian, so that's still there. I'm thinking,
probably layers of self-deception.
yeah, so you're
Always escaping.
trying to come into a proper, respectful relationship with Christianity via a detour, Buddhism, Taoism, and pagan places.
Trying to find a way how to love life.
Yes, exactly. So I think the term sin is good because somebody may not be doing something that we would prototypically call immoral, but if they're failing to love wisely, they are disconnecting themselves in some important way from destruction of the company. And I think it was maybe wrong. So people don't do things because they think it's wrong, and they do it lesser because that's a different thing than being immoral. Immoral is saying you did something that's wrong. It's like, no. That is your life. That's a great thing, isn't it? But if you're not your life at the expense of your kid, what's going on here? Well, I love my country. Great. You love your country at the expense of your commitment to the religion you belong to. People should wrestle with these questions. And I think sin is a failure to wrestle with these questions.
Yeah. To be content with choices you made without
Yes.
considering
Yeah.
is there a greater good that could be done.
Yeah.
Your lecture series on human crisis puts us in dialogue in some ways with podcasting with a bunch of fascinating figures throughout history. Heidegger, Jordan, a man called Young, Taylor Sparkle. Can you describe one powerful idea from each that jumps to mind with Heidegger?
So for Heidegger, one real powerful idea has had a huge influence on. He's had a huge influence on the big ways. He's a big influence on what's called story cousins. This whole idea about the non-propositional, that was deeply fortified in Heidegger and Rothschild. But I guess maybe the one idea for Heidegger is his critique of ontotheology, his critique of the attempt to understand being as intrinsically, something like that. How that gets us fundamentally messed up. We get disconnected from being because we over-focused on particular beings. We're loving the individual things, and we're not loving the ground from which they spring.
Can you explain that a little more quick? What's the difference between a being, a supreme being, and why that exists?
Okay, so like we talked about this before, that a supreme being is a particular being, whereas being is no thing. It's not any particular kind of thing. And so if you're thinking of being as a being, you're thinking of it in a thingy way about something that is fundamentally no thingness. So then you're disconnecting yourself, presumably ultimate reality. This text we did tell it. Tillich's great idea is understanding faith as a story, rather than set of propositions that you're observing. You think, what are you ultimately concerned about? What do you want to have? What do you want to be in right relationship? Back to your religion. What, and is that ultimate? Is that the ultimate reality that you see? Are those two things that you see? This is how profound influence on the world. I think it's brilliant.
some of the others, how do they integrate? It's like also the Carl Freud. Which team are you on?
I'm a young. Freud is the better writer, but Jung has a model of the psyche that is closer to where cognitive science is heading. He's more pressing. So,
Which aspect of it?
directly. So Freud has a hydraulic model. It's like he's like a steam engine, things are under pressure, and there's a fluid that's moving around. It's like this is the full converted. Jung has an organic psyche is like a living being, doing all this important processing. It's doing all of this self-transcending and growing. And I think that's a much better model of the psyche. So the steam engine model.
What do you think about that view of the subconscious mind? What do you think their view and your own view of what's going on there with shadow?
So
All bad stuff, some good stuff, ain't stuff at all.
well, I mean, both Freud and Jung are only talking about the psychodynamic unconscious, which is only a small part of the unconscious.
How can you do that?
They're talking about the aspects of the unconscious that have to do with your sort of ego development, how you are understanding and interpreting yourself.
Yeah, we'll ask you.
There's the unconscious that allows you to turn the noise coming out of my basement into ideas. So there's the unconscious that
Memory access.
all that stuff, which is huge and powerful.
They didn't think about that. They were never going to focus on the neutral that you have to deal with your secretary.
Which is relevant and important. I'm not dismissing. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's certainly not the unconscious. A lot of work going on coding conscious. So can we take the Jungian stuff and the cognitive science stuff and can we integrate it together theoretically? So he's working on that. He's after that project.
But nevertheless, your sense is subconscious.
At least an unconscious. I like the term unconscious. And Jung continually reminded people that the unconscious is unconscious. That we're not conscious of it. And that's its fundamental property.
Yeah, and then isn't the task of therapy that we conscious.
Yeah, to a degree, right? But also, yeah, create consciousness where there was unconscious is part of Jung's mythos. But it's also not the thought that that can be completed. Part of why you're extending the reach of the conscious mind is that so you can enter into a proper dialogical relationship with the self-organizing system of the unconscious world.
What did they have to say about the relations of humans? So, Freud joking and say sex. So much of our minds developing at a young age, sexual interactions with the world, whatever. Hence the thing about the Edible complex, wanting to have sex with your mother. What do you think about their description of what motivates humans? And what do you think about the will to power from Nietzsche? Which camp are you in there? What motivates you? Sex.
I think Plato's, I think there's a connection for me. Plato's my first philosopher, Jung's my first psychologist. Jung is very much like Plato in the psyche. Yeah, never do. Never do. And I think we have, I reject the monological mind, I reject the monophasic mind, but I think we are multi-centered. I think we have different centers of motivation that operate according to different principles to satisfy different problems. And that part of the task of our humanity is to get those different centers into some internal culture by which they are optimally cooperating rather than in conflict with each other.
What advice? Today, they're in high school, trying to figure out what they're going to do with their life, maybe in college. What advice would you give? How to have a career they can be proud of, or how to have a life?
So the first thing is find an ecology of practices community that supports them without involving you in believing things that contravene best understood science. So that wisdom and virtue, especially how they show up in relationships, and primary. It's so sound ridiculous, but if you take care of that, the other things you want are more likely to occur. Because what you most is what you want that when you're approaching your death is what were the relationships cultivated to yourself, to other people, to the world. What did you do to improve the chance of that being deep and profound relationships?
That's an interesting. So, how to practice so that you're finding a place where a lot of people do different things there, and interesting interplay with each other, but at the same time, it's not a fault. Like where ideas flourish. How the hell do you know? Because actually, a place where people are really excited about doing stuff.
Yes,
That's very right information.
especially if they're awash in a culture which we have ever experienced of bullshit. Precisely.
So try to keep away from the bullshit.
Yeah. But, I mean, I take this very seriously. I was with a bunch of people who want to respond retreat. People, Dave Kelly was a bunch of people who have set up apologies and practices, created communities. And I have good reason to find all of these people trustworthy. So we gathered together to try and generate real deal logos, flow in distributed cognition, exercise collective intelligence, try and address that problem, both in terms of meta curriculum that we can offer emerging communities, in terms of practices of vetting, how we will self-govern the federation we're forming so that we can resist purification.
Purification of people or ideas.
No,
Some of us just get unlucky.
some of us get unlucky, and we all respond. We all have a tremendous sense of urgency around this, but we were trying to balance it about not being premature. But there is going to, I mean, we're going to produce a meta curriculum that's coming in months. There'll be a scientific paper about integrating scientific work on wisdom with these practitioner-based ideas about cultivation of wisdom. There's going to be projects about how we can create a self-correcting vetting system. So we can say to people, we think this ecology is legit, it's a good fellowship with all these other legit ecologies. We don't know about that one. We're hesitant about that one. It's not in good fellowship. We have concerns. Here's what how our concerns is. And you may say, well, who are you to do that? It's like, nobody. But somebody's got to do it, right? And that's what it comes down to. And so we're going to give it our best.
Talked about the meat crisis in human civilization. In your personal life, what has been a dark place you have gone with in your mind? Has there been difficult times in your life where you really struggled?
Yes. When I left, fundamentalist Christianity, for a while I was a sort of armpit atheist. The problem with leaving the belief structure was that I didn't deal with all the non-propositional things that had gone through it. All the procedures and habits and perspectives and all the identities, the trauma associated with that. So, my therapy, my years of meditation, Tai Chi, I'm still wrestling with it. But for the first 4 or 5 years, I described it like this. It was like I called it the black burning. I felt like there was a blackness that was on the fire. Precisely because the religion had left a taste for the transcendent out, but it had food, it had given me food as prayer points, it soured in the stomach. The juxtaposition of those seemed like an irresolvable problem. That was a very dark time.
Did it feel lonely?
So it was very bad. It was extreme. deeply alienated. The universe seemed absurd, and there was also existential anxiety. You talk about these things for a reason. I don't just talk about these things I'm pointing to. I'm talking about it. Seeing in myself and people I care, having gone there, and how they can bring you close to self-destructive. I started engaging in self-destructive.
The meaning crisis to you is not just you look outside and see many people struggling with yourself.
That's like the narrative. I struggled with it, thinking it was a purely personal, idiosyncratic thing. I started learning to go outside. I started doing the Tai Chi, the meditation. I started doing all this Socratic philosophy. And when I started to talk about these pieces, I saw my students' eyes light up. I realized, wait, maybe this isn't just something I'm going through. Talking to them and doing the research, expanding it out, saying, oh, many people a shared fashion and also in an individual only fashion.
And we talked a lot about wisdom and meaning, and you said that the goal is to love wisely. So let me ask about that. What's the role of love?
It's central. I mean, it's even central to reason and rationality. This is Plato, but it was Spinoza. The most logical of the rationalists, the ethics is written like Euclid's geometry. But he calls it the ethics for a reason. Because he wants to talk about the president, right? What does he say? He says that ultimately reason needs love, because love is what brings reason out of being trapped in the gravity well of egocentrism. Murdoch, Thomas Murdoch said something really beautiful. Love is when you painfully realize that something other than yourself is real.
Kind of escaping the gravity of egocentrism. Beautifully put, a beautiful way to end it, John. You're a beautiful human being. Thank you for struggling in your own mind with the search for meaning and encouraging others to do the same. And ultimately to learn how to love wisely. Thank you so much for talking today.
It was great. Really, thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dr. B. For this podcast, please check out our sponsor. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words from Isaiah. I've always believed in you. I still believe that whatever good or bad fortune may come our way, you can always give it meaning and transform it into something of value. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Will there be a war between the U.S. and China in the 21st century?
Yes, there is. We're finished. The war between the U.S. and China will destroy the possibilities of President Xi.
Following this conversation with Noam Chomsky, the second time in the podcast. This episode is focused on the war in Ukraine, and it is a departure from the way I usually do this podcast in several ways. Noam is a strong, healthy 93-year-old, but this conversation is from Rothschild to be cautious. It is brief, only 1 hour. It is more of an interview than a conversation due to the limitations of our audio and video connection. I decided it's best to get Noam's clear thoughts on this war and the complicated geopolitics of today and the rest of the 21st century that is unrolling before us, with our decisions and actions fully capable of either helping humanity flourish or unleashing global destruction and suffering. As a brief aside, perhaps you know this, but let me mention that I traveled to Ukraine and saw, heard, felt things that are haunting and gave me a lot to think about. Because of that, I've been really struggling to edit the videos I recorded. I hope to finish it soon. I'm sorry for these delays. I'm especially sorry to the people there who gave me their time, their story, their heart. Please be patient with me. I hope you understand. This is the Lex Luger podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's no chopstick. You have studied and criticized powerful leaders and nations in times of political conflict and struggles from politicians. So let me ask you, what do you think motivates Vladimir Putin? Is it power, legacy, fame, geopolitical influence, or the flourishing of a nation he loves and represents?
I think no, you take everything to Putin's mind, nothing running with the actions of the last 20, 25 years, and read the stage of power. But almost 25 years ago, was Hillary Clinton, his prime minister, president. His first task was to try to overcome the chaos and disarray of the 1990s. During the 90s, Gorbachev had a proposal. He called for a cooperative enterprise with the West that would share an effort to rebuild what he called a common European home, in which there would be no military alliances, just Russia, Western U.S. accommodation, with move towards social democracy in former USSR and comparable moves in the United States. Well, that was a smash. The United States had no interest in that. Clinton came along in the 90s. Russia was induced to adopt what's called shock therapy with the market transformation, which devastated the economy, created enormous social disarray, the rise of virtual oligarchs, elected corrupt, and Clinton started the policy of expanding NATO to the east in violation of firm, unambiguous promises to Gorbachev not to do so. Yeltsin, Putin's friend, opposed it. Other Russian leaders opposed it, but they didn't do that. They accepted it. When Putin came in, he continued their policy. Meanwhile, he reconstructed the Russian economy, the Russian society became viable, deeply authoritarian society under his state control. He himself was organized a major kleptocracy with them in the middle, apparently became very wealthy. On the international front, I continued the foreign policy that was the U.S. but diplomats, roughly every diplomat who had any contact with Russia that didn't dispatch their removed as they ordered warrants from the 90s that what Clinton was doing, founded by his Bush, the rest of it was reckless and provocative, that Russia did have a clear red line before Putin appeared to, namely no NATO membership for Ukraine and Georgia. This is pretty much how things went on through the 2015, 2008, George Bush, President Bush did invite Ukraine to join NATO with vetoed by France and Germany, both under U.S. pressure was kept on the agenda. The Russians continued to object to the Western diplomats, including the present current head of the CIA, predecessors, that this was reckless, provocative, and done. Continued. Putin unified on this work in doing, continued with the proposals that NATO, that Ukraine be excluded from NATO, and that there be some form of autonomy for the Donbass region. Meanwhile, in reaction to the uprising, uprising 2014, Russia moved in, took over Crimea, protecting its front border base and major naval base. U.S. objected and recognized that things continued without notable conflict. And to fill all the details, when Rabbi came in, he expanded the program of with U.S. military journals for de facto integration of Ukraine within NATO. So that proposed in September 2021, proposed enhanced program of preparation for NATO addition to extend it with a formal state in November. We're now practically after the invasion. Putin's position hardened. France, mainly France, but extent Germany, did make some moves towards possible negotiations. Putin dismissed them. Moved on to the direct invasion. What are his factors? Question was motivations. I presume what he's been saying all along, namely establishing his legacy as a leader who overcame the extensive destruction of Russia and massive weakening of it, restored its position as a world power, prevented Ukraine from entering NATO. They may have further ambitions as to dominating and controlling Ukraine very later. There is a theory in the West that he suddenly became a total madman who wants to restore the great Russian Empire. This is combined with the gloating over the fact that the Russian military is a paper tiger that can't even conquer. Believes that a couple of kilometers from the border that they're defended not even by regular enemies. But somehow along with this, is planning to attack NATO powers, conquer Europe, who knows what. And it's impossible to put all these concepts together. They're internally contradictory. So that's my judgment. I think what motivates them is what has been demonstrated in his actions. Restore Russia as a great power, restore its economy, control it as a total dictatorship, enrich himself and his cronies, establish a legacy as a major figure in Russian history, make sure that Ukraine does not join NATO, and probably gone out as part of the position maintain Crimea in the southeastern corridor of Russia, and non-ambiguous agreement about the Donbass region. That looks like his motivation. There's much speculation. There's beyond this, very hard to reconcile with the assessment of the real world of the same people who are making the grandiose speculations.
Putin has been in power for 22 years. Do you think power is corrupt?
I don't think anything's changed. It seems to be his policies are like things that they were. They changed in response to changed circumstances. So very recently, right before the invasion, a few weeks before, for the first time, Putin announce recognition of the independence of the Donbass region. That's a stronger position than before, much stronger. Up to then, he pretty much kept to the long-standing position of some kind of accommodation within a federal structure which the Donbass region has considerable autonomy. So that's a portion of the position.
But even the human mind of Vladimir Putin, the man,
I can't read his mind. I can only see the policies that he's pursuing and the statements that he's made. There are many people speculating about his mind. And as I say, these speculations are still not based on anything. Never said anything about confirmation of them. But more importantly, they're totally inconsistent with the analysis of Russian power by the same people who are making the speculation. So we see the same individuals speculating about Putin's grandiose plans to become exceedingly great and conquer. They'll start attacking NATO powers and gloating over the fact that his military power is so minuscule, can't even conquer times a couple miles from the border. And then it's impossible to make sense of that position.
why did Russia invade Ukraine on February 24th? Who do you think is to blame? Who do you place the blame on?
Well, who's to blame? Any power to commit aggression is to blame. But I continue to say, as have been for many months, that the invasion, Putin's invasion of Ukraine, is on a par with actual aggression as the U.S. invasion of Iraq, the Stalin, the Hitler invasion of Poland, other acts of supreme international crime under international law. Aggression, of course, is blamed.
The U.S. committed $6.9 billion in military assistance to Ukraine since the Russian invasion. Should U.S. keep up this support?
One has to do with providing support for defense against the invasion, which is certainly legitimate. The other is seeking ways to end the war before even this disaster arrives. Now, that second part is not discussed in the West, barely discussed. Anyone who dares discuss it is immediately subjected to a flaring invective and a historical condemnation. If you're serious about Ukraine, there are two things you ask. One, what can we do to support Ukraine in defense of these aggressions? Second, how can we move to end the war before it leads to even worse destruction of Ukraine, more starvation worldwide, reversing the efforts, limited efforts to deal with global warming, possibly moving up an escalation out of the war, the nuclear war. That's the second half of the phrase attributed to Winston Churchill. There's a lot of war, but no joy. And there ought to be joy if we care about Ukraine and the rest of the world. Can it be done? crimes and atrocities to an end, and avert the worst consequences that will ensure that would be instead to do assembly dealing with the first and all of our discussions limit themselves to the first in the United States and Europeans not important.
Do you worry about nuclear war in the 21st century? How do you avoid it?
Anyone who doesn't worry about nuclear war doesn't have a great set of functions. Of course, everyone is worried about nuclear war in the future. It's very easy to see how steps could be taken, even indeed recommended, that would lead to nuclear war. So you can read articles, you can go several commentators who say we should drop all the pretenses just to the war against Russia that have to be destroyed. You can see proposals coming from Congress, other leading figures saying we should establish a no-fly zone. And object to point out correctly that to establish a no-fly zone, you have to have control of the air, which means destroying Russian air defense systems, which happen to be inside Russia. We don't know that Russia won't react. Even the coal now almost in Russia to ensure that Ukraine wins, drives out all the Russians, drives them out of the country. Sounds nice on paper, but notice the assumption. The assumption is that Vladimir Putin, this madman who just seeks power and is out of control, will sit there quietly, accept defeat, slink away, not use the military means that, of course, he has to destroy Ukraine. One of the interesting comments that came out today's long article, I think, Washington Post, reviewing the latest leaks from television, not leaks, but presented by U.S. intelligence and U.S. leaders about the long build-up to the war. So one of the points it made was surprise on the part of British and U.S. leaders about Putin's strategy and his failure to adopt the fight for Europe the way the U.S. and Britain would, with real track on all destruction of communication facilities, of energy facilities, and so on. And understand why he hasn't done all that. And clearly, if you want to make it very likely that that will happen, then he's just fighting until somehow Russia faces total defeat. Then Japan will, because it's crazy and insane to claim that someone will use weapons that he hasn't used yet to destroy Ukraine. So the West is taking extraordinary gamble with the fate of Ukraine. The gambling that the madman with the mad won't use the weapons he has to destroy Ukraine. And at the stage for escalation of the latter was not the nuclear propaganda.
How much propaganda is there in the world today in Russia, Ukraine, and the West?
Extraordinary. In Russia, of course, it's total. Ukraine is a different story. Europe is big propaganda. In the West, now then, growing fuller, very cleverly placed in U.S. intelligence and top officials for decades to deal mostly with Russia and Malaysia. They recently said within all the years of the Cold War, there's never been any training for Russia phobia, to the extent that he seems to be done. That's pretty accurate. I mean, the U.S. is even canceled the Russian outlet, which means if you want to find out what they're like, the Russian Russian officials were saying you can't look it up on the outlook. You have to go through Al Jazeera and Indian cable television or someplace where they still don't allow Russian positions to be expressed. And of course, the propaganda is outlined. I think Hillary is one of the right companies. And Russia, of course, you pay for total propaganda is nothing. Any independent outputs, such as radio or being correct.
It's the media source of inaccuracy and even lies. And then how do we find the truth?
I don't regard the media as a source of inaccuracies and lies. They do exist, but by and large, media reporting is reasonably accurate. Reporters, the journalists themselves, in the past, who were just honest work. I've written about this for 50 years. My opinion hasn't changed. But they do pick certain things and not other things. Their selection is framing, is ways of presenting things. That forms the kind of propaganda which I could work your way through. But it's rarely a matter of pretty accurate.
But there's a difference between propaganda and lying.
Of course, a propaganda system paid and limit the material that's presented. They tell the truth within that perspective. So let me give you a concrete example which I wrote about extensively. How that manufacturing and transit environment. That's about this try to accept the propaganda model of media. And a large part of it is defense of the media. Defense of the media against Rothschild of freedom and the volumes they publish, attacking the media, charging the media which they published earlier and dishonest that they lost people in Vietnam. It's the trouble of reading through the two volumes. One volume charges the next volume is evidence. Turns out that the evidence is lies. They have no evidence. They're just lying. The media, in fact, produces the journalists who are doing it honest, courageous work. But within a certain framework, the framework of assuming that the American cause was basically just honorable, making mistakes, doing things, but the idea of questioning that the United States was engaged in a major war crime, it's off the edges. So unfortunately, it was this not crime, harm, effort to be good. So that's not lying. Propaganda.
So how do we find the truth?
How do we find the truth? It's okay with me to not be quite shallow. It's not common physics. But we also need to think about the other sources. Think a little about history. Look at the documentary record. All pretty well forced together to get a reasonable understanding of what's happened.
If you could sit down with Vladimir Putin and ask him a question and talk to him about an idea, what would you say?
I would walk out of the room just as with almost any other street. I know what he's going to say. I read the program. I know what he's going to doesn't want to hear from him. I'm not going to say, why did you carry out a crime that's comparable to the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the Stalin-Hitler invasion of Poland? I'm not going to ask that question. If I met with John F. Kennedy, would I ask, why did you radically escalate the war in Vietnam, launched the U.S. Air Force, that authorized napalm, and tried launch programs to drive villagers, we know it, according to National Relations Center, drive them into concentration camps. They separate them from the forces they defend Afghanistan.
Do you think the people who led us into war in Vietnam, the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, the war in Ukraine, are evil?
I mean, it's really hard to be in the position of leadership of a violent, aggressive power without carrying out evil out. What a big believer. I mean, I'm not their moral advisor. I don't know anything about them. I look at their actions, their statements, their policies, evaluate their families, evaluate their personality.
Will there be a war between US and China in the 21st century?
If the real person, a war between the U.S. and China destroy the possibilities of organized lifetimes. In fact, we can put it differently. Unless the U.S. and China reach an accommodation and work together and cooperate, it's very unlikely that organized human society will survive. We are facing enormous problems, destruction of the environment, pandemic, threat of nuclear war, genetics, decline of democratic functioning within the arena for rational discourse, that none of these things have that. We either work together to overcome them, which we can do, or we don't think together. That's the real question is creation. What the United States is doing is not helping. No, the current U.S. policy, which is perfectly open, I think secret about it, is to what's called encircle China, which is really with most of South Korea, Japan, Australia, which will be heavily provided by Biden with precision weapons aimed at China, backed by major naval operations, huge naval operations that took place in the Pacific. Many nations participated in doing that. Didn't get reported here, shut an enormous operation threatening China. All of this to encircle China, to continue with policies like that. Somebody like Pelosi, just to probably to make her look motive for taking up fire provocative people that opposed by the military, opposed by the White House. That's off the which of course called for the response of highly dangerous. We don't have to do that. We don't have to increase these threats. I mean, right now, the last NATO summit, take a look at it. For the first time, it invited to attend the countries that are in the Islamic states surrounding China, except from China from the east, and it in fact extended the range of NATO to what's called the Indo-Pacific region. And now the North Atlantic includes the whole Indo-Pacific region to try to ensure that we can overcome the so-called China threat. And we might ask exactly what the China threat is, and then start sometime. The former Prime Minister of Australia repeating international cricket. But article when they was created. That's right in the clause of the break. I asked him, going through what the Chinese created, ran through the claims, finally concluded the Chinese creator is the China exist. They exist, but does not follow U.S. order. Not like Europe. Europe does what the United States calls it to do, even if it doesn't like it. China just ignores what the U.S. does. And there's a formal way of describing it. There are two versions of the international order. One version says the UN is international order, which theoretically we subscribe to, but we don't accept. The UN is the international order is unacceptable to the United States because it bans U.S. foreign policy. It explicitly bans the spread or use of force in international affairs, except under circumstances that almost never arise, against U.S. foreign policy. Try to find a president who isn't engaged in the spread or use of force in international affairs. I think that obviously we can't accept the UN-based international system, even though under the Constitution it's the Supreme Court and it doesn't happen. But the United States has what's called a rule-based international order. That's acceptable because it's the United States that sets the rules. So we have rule-based international order where the U.S. sets the rules. In commentary in the United States, even in scholarship, almost 100% falling to the rule-based international order. Is that false? No, it's true. Is it propaganda? Of course it's propaganda. Because of what's not said, and because of what's presupposed. And answer to the earlier question. Well, China does not accept the rule-based international order. So when the U.S. imposes commands, you may not like them, but they follow them. China ignores them. So take, for example, the U.S. sanctions on Iran. The U.S. has to punish Iran because the United States pulled out of the unilaterally pulled out of the Ukraine-Iran nuclear agreement. So in order to punish Iran for breaking the agreement in violation of Security Council orders, we impose very large sanctions. The U.S. strongly opposes sanctions, and yet impartially, but it is irrespective. But you don't disobey U.S. orders. It's too dangerous. China ignores it. They're not taking the rule-based international order. No, that's unacceptable. In fact, said pretty openly, you can get it. The Secretary of State and others saying, hey, China is challenging their religion. Yes, they are. They don't accept U.S. religion, especially in the waters of China. So that's the China is. They do a lot of rough things. Coming internally with repression and violence and so on. But first of all, that's not affect the U.S. And second, the U.S. doesn't care about it because it easily accepts and supports comparable crimes and atrocities in China's head. So, yes, we should protest it, but without hypocrisy, we have no standing to protest or to support comparable things in all sorts of other places and just take a look at the U.S. foreign aid. And the leading recipient of U.S. foreign aid is Israel. She engages in constant terror, violence, and repression, constant almost daily. Second leading recipient is Egypt, under the worst dictatorship in Egypt's history. 60,000 people in jail, political prisoners, failure to understand here about why the Guinness doesn't drain us. You know, the proxy war against Russia, fighting Russia until it's severely weakened. They don't drain it. Here, the question is what's wrong with them? You look into their minds to figure out what's wrong. You have a different attitude. You say those who opposed the invasion of Ukraine, terrible crime. But what are you talking about? This is what you did reinforce the time. Homes here for crime safety. Most of the global south, they can't comprehend it. We're so insulated that we are just obviously right, and everyone who doesn't get along must be wrong.
Do you think the United States as a global leader of empire make the lack of essential? Why and how will it happen?
In the United States, you can certainly harm itself severely. That's what we're doing right now. Right now, the greatest threat to the United States is internal. Countries tearing itself apart. I mean, I really don't have to run through it with you. Take a look at something as elementary as mentality. The United States is the only country outside of war life expectancy is declining. Mortality is increasing. It doesn't happen anymore. To take a look at health outcomes came through. They're among the worst among developed society. And health spending is about twice as high as in developed society. You look at the charts, all of this starts around 1997, early 80s. Go back to that point. The United States was very much a more developed country in terms of mortality, incarceration, health expenses, other measures. Since then, the United States has fallen off the charts. And way off the charts. And that's the neoliberal assault for the last 40 years. Had a major effect on the United States. It's left a lot of anger, resentment, violence, and robbery for the destruction is simply drifted off the spectrum. It's not a sort of recovery in any usual sense, like it used to be. That systems and policies block anything in retrieving policy. The state spoken with follow religiously fighting entirely the entire action of Congress. It's not the actual political party. It's of course, democracies decline, the violence is increased, the judgments, the decisions of the Supreme Court, where the court's the most reactionary court in Myanmar. Go back to the 19th century. Every decision after decision was an effort to create a country that's a white supremacist Christian nationalist. I mean, especially in period the opinions of a leader of comments forces from others. It's, so yes, we can destroy ourselves from this. And in fact, the ways we're doing it are almost astonishing. It's well known, for example, everybody knows the U.S. infrastructure is crucial. So what is concerned is in terrible shape. Needs a lot of repair. The American Association of Engineers visited failed here. When finally Congress did pass a limited infrastructure bill to rebuild bridges and so on. This has to be called a China competition act. We can't rebuild our bridges because they're falling apart. We have to rebuild our bridges to beat China. That's illogical. And that's what's happening inside the country. And it takes You're not going to expect somebody to go to the grocery store every other time that somebody as disgusting and hideous as this one. Essentially what he said. Which one was words, but they were the end.
What gives you hope about the United States, about the future of human civilization?
Human civilization will not survive unless the United States takes the leading position in dealing with and overcoming the very severe crisis that we face. The United States is the most powerful country not only in the world, but in human history. There's nothing to compare with what the United States does has an overwhelming impact on what happens in the world. When the United States pulls out alone, pulls out the Paris Agreement on dealing with climate change and insists on maximizing the use of fossil fuels and dismantling the regulatory apparatus that provides mitigation. When the United States does that, as it did under Trump, it's a blow to future civilization. When Republican states today, right now, say they're going to punish corporations that seek to take the climate change into account in their investments. The U.S. is telling the world, we want to destroy the world. Again, not their words, but their input. That's what they mean. So as long as we have a political organization dedicated to gaining power at any cost, maximizing profit, no matter what the consequences, no future for human civilization.
No, thank you for talking today. Thank you for talking once again. And thank you for fighting for the future of human civilization. Again, thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Noel Chomsky. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, we will leave you with some words from Voltaire. It is forbidden to kill. Therefore, all murderers are punished unless they kill in large numbers at the sound of trumpets. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you. Following this conversation, Magnus Carlsen, the number one ranked chess player in the world, and widely considered to be one of, if not the greatest chess player of all time. The camera on Magnus died 20 minutes into the conversation. Most folks still just listen to the audio of the podcast going away. But if you're watching this on YouTube or Spotify, we did our best to still make it interesting by adding relevant and useful words. I mess things up sometimes, like in this case. I'm always working hard to improve. I hope you understand. Thank you for your patience and support along the way. I love you all. This is the Lex Review Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, it's Magnus. You're considered by many to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest chess players of all time. But you're also one of the best fans of football, aka soccer, competitors in the world. That's recently picking programs and competing at a world-class level. So, before chess, let's talk football. You're a Real Madrid fan, so let me ask you a ridiculous quick question. Who do you think is the greatest football, aka soccer player of all time? And you make the case for Messi, the case for Ronaldo, Pele, Maradona.
I think it's pretty hard to make a case for anybody else than Messi for his own game. And frankly, like my Real Madrid fandom sort of predates the Ronaldo era. This is the second one, not the first one. So I always liked Ronaldo, but I always kind of thought
Messi was better. And I went to quite a number of good games, and they've always been super helpful to be there. The only thing was that, like, they asked me, they were going to do an interview, and they were going to ask me who my favorite player was. I said somebody else. I think I said Easter at that point, which I take two now. He's taken off. So for that, it was very important, but it wasn't that huge.
To me, so Messi over Maradona.
Yeah, but I think it's just like with chess, it's hard to compare eras. Obviously, the improvements in football have been, like, in technique and such have been even greater than they have been in chess. But it's always a good story.
But just as a fan, what do you think is beautiful about the game? What defines greatness? Is that, with Messi, one is really good at finishing, two very good in assists, three there's just magic, just beautiful to see him play. It's not just about the finishing. There's some, it's like Maradona's hand of God. There's some creativity on the pitch. Is that important, or is it very important to get into the clubs and take championships?
I think the World Cup is pretty overrated, seeing as it's such a small sample size. So it sort of annoys me always when titles are always appreciated so much, even though that can be a lot of at least some. So I do appreciate statistics a bit, and all the statistics say that Messi is the best finisher of all time. I think it helps a lot. And then there's the intangibles.
The flip side of that is the small sample size is what really creates the magic. And then still ready to like the Olympics. So you basically train your whole life to live your whole life. It's a very moment. One mistake and it's all over. That's for some reason a lot of people either break under that pressure or that's it. You're admiring us for that.
No, I do. I just think that, like, rising through pressure and breaking under the pressure is often really oversimplified.
We do romanticize.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you another ridiculous question. You're also a fan of basketball. Yes, the GOAT question. I'm biased because I went to high school in Chicago. Chicago Bulls team there for Michael Jordan. Yes, the Jordan versus the let's continue on this thread of greatness. Which one do you think? Or somebody else?
So I'll give you a completely different answer. Depending on my mood and depending on who I'm going to talk to, I pick one of the two, and then I try to argue.
That's one mechanical thing. Can you, what would, if you were to argue for either one? Statistically, I think LeBron James is going to surprise.
Yeah.
So, again, there's a debate between
Unquantifiable greatness. No, that, I mean, that's the whole lesson, right?
yes. So it's quantifiable versus unquantifiable.
Yeah.
And you, depending on what.
Yeah.
But what do you lean in general with these folks, with soccer, with anything in life? Or is the unquantifiable more?
No, look at the.
When you're on cheerleading, yeah, I see like this later generation. There's something that's what people say about Maradona. Took arguably somewhat mediocre team to a World Cup. But there's that also uplifting nature. It is a team sport.
So, are you gonna punish Messi for taking a mediocre Argentine squad to the final in 2014 and punish him because they lost to the great Heat very narrowly after the loss? He set up like a great chance for Ukraine first match, which he lost. Yeah, eventually they lost the game.
Yeah, they do criticize for sure. Ronaldo and Messi for being in really strong spots in terms of clubs and teams. And saying, yeah, okay, it's easy when you have like Ronaldinho or whoever on your team.
It would be very interesting just if the league could make a decision.
Yeah, just random allocation. And just every single game, just people that they or maybe once a season. But every season you get
Let's say every player, if let's say they sign a 5-year contract for a team, like one of them is going to get to let's say one.
I bet you there's going to be
No, I mean obviously it would never happen or work, but
so on chess. Let's zoom out. If you break down your approach to chess, when you're best, what do you think? What do you think contributes to that approach? Is it memory recall, specific lines of positions? Is it intuition? How much of it is intuition? How much of it is pure calculation? How much of it is less strategy of the opponent, like the game theory aspect? In terms of what contributes to the highest level of play that you do.
I think the answer differs a little bit now from what it did 8 years ago. For instance, like I feel like I've had like 2 leagues in my career in 2013, 2013, 2014, and also in 2019. And in those years, I was very different in terms of my strength. Specifically in 2019, I benefited a lot from open preparation. While in 2013, 2014, I mostly tried to avoid important preparation rather than that being a strength. So I'm mentioning that also because it's something we didn't mention. I think like my intuitive understanding of chess has over the years always been a little bit better than the others, even though it has evolved as well. Certainly there are things that I understand now back then, but that's me, that's for others as well. I was younger back then, so I played with more energy, which meant that I could get better in long drawn games, which was also a necessity. But in terms of calculation, that's always been a weird issue for me. Like I've always been really bad at solving exercises in chess. Like that's been like the blind spot for me. First of all, I found it hard to concentrate on them and to look deep enough.
Because it's like a puzzle position made in purpose.
I mean, one thing is made, but find the best move. Like generally the exercise, like find the best move, find the best line.
So you just don't connect with it.
Usually, like you have to look deep, and then when I get these lines during the game, I go and find the right solution, even though it's not still the best part of the game.
But it doesn't feel like calculation, you're saying. In terms of
No, it does sometimes, but for me, it's more like I'm at the board trying to find the solution, and I understand what it's trying. I always like trying a little bit to replicate back. You give somebody half an hour in a position like in this instance, and I thought for half an hour to play the game. I just can't do it. One thing I know that I am good at is calculating short lines. because I calculate them well. I'm good at seeing little details, and I'm also much better than most at evaluating, which I think is something that's fascinating.
So evaluating a specific position. If I make this move, position change this way, is this the right step in the right direction, like in a big picture way?
Yeah, like you calculate a few moves ahead, then you evaluate. That's a lot of the times you can't, the branches become so big that you can't calculate everything, so you have to, so you have to make evaluations based on, based mostly on knowledge and visualization. Sometimes it's
When you say you're good at short run, what's that? What's short?
that's usually like lines of 2 to 4 moves each.
Okay, so that's directly opposite of being a faster game.
Yeah, there's a lot about it. So those you can see pretty clearly that the players who struggle at blitz or greater classical are those who rely on deep calculation. Because it seems they're not don't have time to calculate quickly and by pretty well.
Can you try to know something different? Can you try to talk through what's actually being visualized in your trip? Is there a visual component?
Yeah, no, I just visualize the word. I mean, the word is
Three-dimensional?
my interpretation is that it's
Like what colors? Is it brown? Is it black? Like what's its theme? Is it big board, small board? Like what the like? Or is it more in this basic concept? Like,
yeah, there are
what is it? You have to ceiling. What about when you do the branching? You know, how does that work?
it's only one at a time. So like
Position.
one position at a time, so then I go back. And that's what when people play, or at least that's what I do. When I play blind chess with several people, then it's just always one more at a time. The rest are.
But how do you store it away? So like you make that one branch, okay, I got that. I understand that there's some good there, there's some bad there. I only put down another branch. Like, how do you store away the information? You just put it on a shelf kind of.
I try and store it away. Sometimes I have to repeat it because I forget. And it does happen frequently in games that you're thinking for, especially if you're thinking for, or even more than that, that you play a move and then you play plays a move that you play to, they play a move again. Oh, I actually calculated that. I just so that's obviously what happens when you store the information on your
When you think about a move for 20, 30 minutes, like how do you break that down? Can you describe what's the algorithm here that takes the moves?
30 minutes is, at least for me, it's usually a race. 30 minutes usually means that I don't need to do. And I'm trying
Just running into the wall.
I'm trying to find something that is there. I think 10 to 15 minutes things and complicated decisions can be really, really helpful. Then you can spend your time pretty efficiently. It just means that the branches are getting wide. There's a lot to run through, both in terms of calculation and what you have to evaluate as well. And then based on that 10 to 15 minutes thing, you have a pretty good idea what to do. I mean, it's very rare that I would think for half an hour and I would have during the game. If I haven't seen it,
You go to different branches,
yeah,
and like after 15 minutes, like
it mainly to the mid game because when you get to the end game, it's usually brute force calculation. But So middle game is normally it's a complicated mix of brute force calculation and like creativity and evaluation. So endgame
Well, you're good at every aspect of chess, but also your end game is legendary. You baffles experts. So, can you linger on that then? Start to explain what the heck's going on there. Like, if you look at Game 6 of the previous World Championship, the longest game ever played in chess. It was, I think, his queen versus rook, knight, and two pawns. There's so many options. Such an interesting dance, and kind of not obvious there would be a draw. So, how do you escape that not being a draw? You win that match.
So I knew that for most of the time it was a theoretical draw, since chess with 7 or less pieces on the board is solved. So you can, like people who are watching online, they can just check it. They can check and they can check you can take the face and it just goes to black or draw. So I know why I knew that. I knew that didn't know that position specifically, but I knew that it had to be drawn. So for me, it was about staying alert, first of all, trying to look for the best way to build my pieces. But yeah, those end games are they're a bit unusual. They don't happen often. So what I'm usually good at is I'm using my strength that and stuff. And with middle games is that I evaluate well and I try to
You game should be
yes, it does matter in some sense. But also like there are these theoretical endgames with very few pieces like rook knight and two pawns versus queens, but a lot of endgames are simply defined by the queens being changed, and there are a lot of other pieces left, and then it's usually not brute force, it's usually more of understanding and evaluation, and then I can use my strengths. So,
why are you so damn good at the end game? Isn't there a lot of moves from when the end game starts to when the end game finishes? You have a few pieces, you have to figure out it's like a sequence of little games, right? Like little patterns. How does it being able to evaluate a single position lead you to evaluate a long sequence of positions and eventually lead to a
well, I think if you evaluate well at the start, you know what lines to go for, and then usually the play from there is often pretty simple. Let's say you understand how to arrange your pieces and often also how to arrange your pawns early in the end game, then that makes all the difference. After that is what we call technique. Not very often, but it's technique basically just means that moves are simple and these are moves that a lot of players that are good players understood.
So your good evaluation is just constantly improving a little bit and not just lead to suffocating the position. And eventually to the as long as you're doing the evaluation one step at a time.
To some extent. Also, yeah, as I said, like if you value it better and thus accumulated some small advantages, then you can often make your life easy. Yeah.
So you said in 2019, so the second phase of why you're so damn good. You did a lot of organic creation. What's the goal for you of the opening game of chess? To throw the off on lines? Is there something you can put into words about why you're so good?
Again, these things have changed a lot over time. Back in Kasparov's days, for instance, he very often got huge advantages for the opening as white.
King's been what?
There were several reasons for that. First of all, he worked harder, he was more creative and finding ideas. He was able to look places others didn't. Also, he had a very strong team of people who had specific strengths in openings that he could use.
So they would come up with ideas and you create those ideas into
Yeah, they would also very often come up with things. So, also at the start, he had some of the first computer engines to work for him to define his ideas, to deeper, to verify that his ideas he was better at using them than a lot of others. Now I feel like the playing field is a lot more level. There are both real engines, real networks, and hybrid engines available to practically anybody. So it's much harder to find ideas now that actually like give you I mean people don't expect ideas. Now it's all about finding ideas that are missed by the engines. Either they're missed entirely or they're missed at low depth, and using them to gain some advantage in the sense that you have more knowledge, and it's also good to know that usually these are not complete bluffs, these are like semi bluffs, so that you know that even if your opponent makes a move, and also at the start of 2019, neural networks have just started to be a thing in chess, and I'm not entirely sure, but there were at least some players even in the top events you could see did not use them in the right way, and then you could gain a huge advantage because a lot of decisions they were being evaluated differently on networks than traditional chess engines, because they simply think about it as not chess in a different way. So short answer is these days it's all about surprising your opponent and taking it into position very quickly.
So is there some sense in which it's okay to make suboptimal political moves?
No, but you have to. I mean, you have to, because the best moves have been analyzed.
So that's a kind of, when you say semi bluff, that's a kind of sacrifice. You're sacrificing the optimal move, the optimal position, so that you can take the opponent. I mean, that's a game theoretics.
Yes.
You take the opponent to something they didn't prepare well.
Yeah, but you can also look at it another way. Regardless, like if you turn on whatever engine you turn on, like if you try to analyze either from the starting position or the starting position of some popular opening, like if you analyze long enough, it's always going to end up in the rough. So in that sense, you may not be going for like the tries that are objectively the most difficult to draw against, but you are trying to look at least at the left options.
How much do you use just Leela, Stockfish, in your preparation?
My team does. Personally, I try not to use them too much on my own, because I know that when I play, you obviously cannot have help from engines. And often, I feel like often having imperfect or knowledge about decision or some engine knowledge can be a lot worse than having no knowledge. So I try to look at the engines
So your team uses them for research for generation of ideas.
Yeah.
But you are relying on your human resources.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
you can evaluate well. You don't need.
Yeah, no, I can evaluate just as a human. I can know what they find, and so on. And it's very often the case, for me to some extent, but a lot for others, that you arrive at a position and your opponent plays a move that you didn't expect, and if you didn't expect it, you know that it's probably not a great move. since it hasn't been expected by the engine. But if it's not obvious why it's not a good move, it's usually very very hard. And so then looking at the engines doesn't necessarily help because at that point, like you're facing humans.
I was chatting with Dennis Salvas here, keep my this, and asked me to ask you about what you first felt when you saw the play of Alpha Zero. Like interesting ideas and creativity. Did you feel fear that the machine is taking over? Were you inspired? What was going on in your mind?
Funny thing about Dennis is he doesn't play chess at all like he plays in a very very interesting way. No, I was hugely inspired when I saw the game first. And in terms of man versus machine, I mean that battle was kind of lost for humans even before I entered top level chess. So that's never been an issue for me. I never liked playing as viewers. So that's completely fine. It was amazing to see how they could play chess in such a different way, in a way respect for creativity.
Mistake was strong words. Is it wild to you how many sacrifices he's willing to make? That like sacrifice pieces and wait for long periods of time before doing anything with that? Is that weird to you? That's part of chess?
No, it's one of the things that's hardest to replicate as a human as well, or at least for my playing style. That usually when I sacrifice, I feel like I don't do it unless I feel like I'm getting something tangible.
Like a few moves down the line.
Yeah, a few moves down the line, either retrieve material or your king under pressure or have some very very good speeds. Positional advantages or compensates. For instance, in chess, some bishops and knights are fairly equivalent. We both give them 3 points, but bishops are a little bit better. But especially a bishop pair is a lot better than a bishop and a knight. So, or especially 2 knights. Depends on the position, but on average. So, like, I sacrifice a pawn in order to get a bishop there. That's one of the most common.
But you're okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the situation, but generally that's fine. There are a lot of routines that are based on that you sacrifice the pawn for the bishop pair, and then eventually some sort of so that's fine. But the way Alpha Zero would sacrifice a knight, or sometimes 2 pawns, 3 pawns, you could see that it's looking for some sort of positional domination. Hard to understand. So it was really fascinating to see. Yeah, in 2019, I was sacrificing a lot of pawns, especially. It was a great show. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to continue to do that. People have found more solid open lines that don't allow you to do that as often. I'm still trying both to get those positions and still trying to learn the art of chess.
So, Dennis also made a comment that was interesting to my new chess brain, which is one of the reasons that chess is fun is because of the quote creative tension between the bishop and the knight. You're talking about this interesting difference between 2 pieces. But there's some kind of how would you convert that? I mean, that's like a poetic statement about chess. I think he said that why is chess been played for such a long time? Why is it so fun to play at every level? That if you can reduce it to one thing, is the bishop and the knight, some kind of weird dynamics that they create in chess. Is there any truth to that?
It sounds pretty good. I haven't tried a lot of other games, but I've tried to play a little bit of shogi. And for my new shogi brain, comparing it to chess, what annoyed me about that game is how much these basically you have one rook and you have one bishop that moves like a chess, and the rest of the pieces are really not very powerful. So I think that's one of the attractions of chess, like how powerful, especially the super. I kind of think
You think power is more fun than variety,
there is variety.
but not much more so than that.
No, no, no.
Like night, I mean, they all move in different ways and all like weird. There's just all these weird battles and positions like that. The difference in the pieces create all kinds of interesting dynamics.
Yeah, and I guess it is quite fascinating that all those years ago they created the knight and the bishop without probably realizing that they would be almost equally strong with such different qualities.
That's crazy that this, with when you design computer games, it's like an art form, it's a science and an art to balance it. You talk about StarCraft and all those games. Like, so that you can have competitive play at the highest level with all those different units in case of chess, different pieces. They somehow designed to get super competitive. But there's probably some kind of natural selection that chess was just looking last design.
Yeah, and I think the rules have changed over time a little bit. But I would be, I mean, speaking of games, of that, I'm also interested to play other games like just round 60 or official random, as they call it, like that you have not only 16 maps instead of one.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, Fisher, random chess, just my 60s.
Yeah, that basically just means that the cards are in the same way and the major pieces are distributed randomly. Only that there have to be obviously bishops of opposite color and the king has to be in between the rooks.
So you can still cast.
You can still castle, but it makes it like you still have it's still castles in the same way. So let's say the king
Yeah, what happens next?
let's say the king is so to castle this side, you have to
What we can
king? No, the king would be go there and
Oh,
and that's happened in my games as well. Like I forgot about castling. And I've been like happy with being on there. And then it's close and get other stuff. I think Fisher Chess is good, but it's the maps will generally be worse than regular chess. Like I think starting differently is as close to ideal for creating a competitive game as possible, but they will still be like interesting and diverse enough that you can play really well.
so when you say maps with messing different options and like what fraction of that creates interesting games. This is something that a lot of people are curious about because when you challenge a great chess player like yourself to look at a random starting position, that feels like it pushes you to play pure chess.
Yeah, for sure. But that's the idea. That's what you want. And
How hard is it to play? But can you talk about what it feels like to you to play the random starting position? Is there some like intuition you've been building up?
it's very. And I mean, understandably, engines have an even greater advantage in 960 than they have in classical chess. No, it's super interesting, and that's why I really wish that we played more classical chess, like long games, 4 to 7 hours, and in the Shrine chess just non existent because then you really need that time, even on the first move. What usually happens is that you get 15 minutes before the game, you're getting told the position 15 minutes before the game, and then you can think about it a little bit, even check the computer, but that's still the time you have. But then you really need to figure out like some positions obviously are a lot more interesting than than the others. In some of them, it appears that like if you don't play symmetrically at the start, then you're probably going to be in pretty bad position with the pawns. Yeah. So that's the thing about chess. Though. So let's say white opens with e4, which has always been the most played move. There are many ways to beat that. The most solid ways of playing it has always been the symmetrical stance. With e5 and the roulette, there's the Petrofok and so on. And if you just ban symmetry on the first move and test, you would get or you get more decisive games. So that's the good thing about chess is that we've played it so long that we've actually devised non-symmetrical openings that are also fairly equal. And but yeah, symmetry is a good default, and it's a problem that by playing symmetrical arms with good preparation in regular chess is just a little bit too easy to it's a little bit too large. I guess if you analyze a lot in chess 160, then a lot of decisions would end up being pretty drawish as well.
Because the random starting points are so shitty,
you're actually forced to play symmetrically. Like you kind of actually try and play in the interesting.
Is there any other kind of variations that to you?
Oh yeah, there are several. So no castling chess has been promoted by former world champion Vladimir Kravnik. There have been a few tournaments with that, not any that I've participated in though. Kind of like it. Also, my coach uses like non-castling engines quite a bit to analyze regular positions to just get different perspectives.
So castling is like a defensive thing. So if you remove castling, it forces you to be more offensive. Is that right?
Yeah, it just for sure. I think no castling probably forces you to be a little bit more defensive at the start, or I would say so, because you cannot suddenly escape with the kings. So it's going to make the game a bit slower at the start, but I feel like eventually it's going to make the more games more less drawish. Then you have some weirder variants like where the pawns can move pawns diagonally and forward. And also you have self-capture chess, which is quite interesting. Where pawns can commit suicide. Or, yeah,
why would that be a good move?
No, sometimes one of your pieces occupies square. I mean, let me just set up a position. I mean, there are a lot of ways for white, like this, for instance, or there are several ways. But like this would be,
oh, cool. For people who are just listening, yeah, basically, you bring in a knight close to the king, the queen, or somewhere, and you replace the knight with the queen. Yeah, that's interesting. So you can have like a front of pieces, and you just replace them with the second.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I think also maybe sometimes it's just clearance, basically, adds an extra element of, so I think there are many different variants. I don't think any of them are better than the one that has been played for at least 1,000 years, but
so one of your goals is to reach the world chess rating of 20. Maybe you can comment on how is this rating calculated and what does it take to get there? Is it possible for you to get there?
Basically, you play with a factor of 10, which means that if I were to play against an opponent who's rated the same as me, I would be expecting for 50%, obviously, and that means that win 5 points for the win, lose 5 points if I draw. If your opponent is 200 points, then rated, you're expected to score 75%.
And you establish that rating by playing a lot of people, and then
Yeah.
you can purchase scores and estimate how likely you are to win.
Yeah, and my ratings on the games. Right now, my rating is 28.61, which is decent. Like, I think that pretty much corresponds to the level I have at the moment, which means in order to reach 2900, I would have to either get better at chess, which I think is fairly hard to do, at least considerably better. So what I would need to do is try and optimize even more in terms of
Matchups, the game,
preparations, everything. But not necessarily like just optimizing in terms of preparation, making sure I never have any bad days.
you say basically can't lose.
Yeah, I basically can focus if I wanna reach that goal. And so I think reaching 2900 is pretty likely. The reason I've set the goal is to have something to play for, to have a motivation to actually try and be at my best when I play. Because otherwise, I'm playing to some extent mostly for fun. This is things in that I want to play, I want to try and win, but I don't have like a lot to. I don't have a lot to work on. But that gives me at least the motivation to try and be at my best all the time, which I think is something to aim for. So at the moment, I'm quite enjoying that process of trying to, yeah.
What would you say motivates you in this now and the years leading up to now? The love of winning or the fear of losing?
So for the World Championship, it's been for losing for sure. Other tournaments, love of winning is great factor, and that's why I also get more joy winning most tournaments than I actually for winning the World Championship, because that is what a relief. I also think I enjoy winning more now than I did before, because I feel like I'm a little bit more relaxed. And I also know that it will last forever. So every little win I appreciate a lot more now. And yeah, in terms of fear of losing, that's a huge reason why I'm not going to play the whole championship. It really didn't give me it really was all about
Why the anxiety? So when you say losing, you mean not just the match, but like every single position.
No, it's usually
the fear of a blunder.
No, I mean, the blunder is okay. Like, when I sit down at the board, then it's mostly been fine, because then I'm focused on the game, and I know that I can play the game. It's time, like, in between, like, knowing that, I feel like losing is not an issue, because it's the World Championship. Because in a World Championship, there are two players. There's a winner and the loser. If I don't win around the tournament that I play, then, I'm usually, depends on the tournament. I might be disappointed for sure. I might even be pretty pissed, but ultimately, you go on to the next one. With the World Championship, you just go on to the next one. It's like, it's years. And it also has been, it's been a core part of my identity that I am World Champion. And so there's not an option of losing.
Yeah, there's at least for a couple of years carry the weight of having lost. You're the former world champion now, you lose, versus the current world champion. There are certain sports that create that anxiety and see like mixed martial arts are a little better with losing. It's understood like everybody loses. But
Not everybody.
uh, if you go through the chat, but in boxing there is like extra pressure. Yeah, maybe you could say the same thing about as well. So for you personally, for a person who loves chess, the first time you won a world championship, that was the big, that was the thing that was fun.
Yeah.
And then everything after is like stressful.
And there was certainly stress involved the first time as well, but it was nothing compared to the others. So the only World Championship after that I really enjoyed was 2018 against the Americans from Barcelona. And what that made that different is that I've been kind of slacking for a bit, and he'd been on the rise. So our ratings were very, very similar. They were so close that if at any point during the match I'd lost the game, he would have been ranked. Like our ratings were so close that for each draw that it and
And the game itself is close.
yeah, the games themselves were close. I had a winning position in the first game, then I couldn't really get anywhere for a lot of games. That he had a couple of games where he could potentially have won. Then in the last game was a little bit better. Eventually they were all drawn. And I felt like all the way that this is an interesting match against an opponent who is at this position, at this point equals me. And so losing that, because in all the other matches, I would know that I could have lost against somebody who I know I'm much better than, and that would be a lot harder.
Well, that's fascinating. You that the stress isn't losing because you have fun. You enjoy playing against somebody who's as good as you, or even better than you. That's exciting to you.
Yeah.
It's losing at this high stakes thing that only happens rarely. The person is not as good as you.
Yeah, and that's why it's also been incredibly frustrating in other matches. When I know when we play draw after draw, and I know that I'm better. I can sense during the game that I'm a bit better than them, but I cannot get them.
So you are the best chess player in the world, and you not playing the world championship really makes the world championship not seem important. So I mean, there's an argument to be made for that. Is there anything you would like to see created with the world championship? And better for the game of chess period for everybody.
So I think 12 games, or now 14 games, that there is for the World Championship is a fairly low sample size. If you want to determine who the best player is, or at least the best player in that particular matchup, you need more games. And I think, to some extent, if you're going to have a world champion and call them the best players, you've got to make sure that the format increases the chance of finding the best players. So I think having more games, and if you're going to have more games, then you need to decrease the time between commits, which in turn I think is also a good thing, because in very long time controls with deep preparation, you can sort of mask a lot of your deficiencies as a chess player, because you have a lot of time to think and to defend, but also, you have deep preparation. So I think those would be easy to play. Those would be the main things. More games and less time.
So you want to see more games and rules that emphasize pure chess.
Yeah, but already less time emphasizes your chess, because defensive techniques are much harder to execute.
What do you think? Is there a sweet spot in terms of lengths? How many
Less
minutes?
is a bit too fast. To their credit, this was suggested by Peter as well. for a start to have 2 games per day, and let's say you have 45 minutes a game plus 15 or 30 seconds per move, that means that each session would probably be about, or a little less than 2 hours. That would be a start. Also, what we're playing in the tournament that I played here in Miami, which is 4 games a day with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. Those would be more interesting than the one. And I understand that there are a lot of traditions that may change the championship. That's all fine. I just think that the World Championship should do a better job of trying to reflect who's the best in the world.
So would you say like if it's faster games, you could probably be able to get a sample size of like over 20 games, 20, 30, 40. You think that's a number that's good over a long period of time?
Well, I would prefer as many as possible, like 100. Yeah, let's say you play full days, 2 games a day. That's 24. I feel like that's already better. You play like one flat game, one word game each day.
Endurance wise, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Like you will have good. I don't think that would be. And also, you have to prepare 2 sets of openings for each day, which makes it more difficult for the teams to prepare.
Let me ask you a fun question. If Ricardo and Nakamura was one of the 2 people, but I guess
Yeah, he could have finished second. Yeah. So he lost the last round of the candidates.
and you maybe can explain to me internet speak cooking something you tweeted.
Yeah.
But if he got second, would you just despite the world championship? That's the internet question. So when the internet asks, I must abide. Would you abide?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So after the last match, I did an interview right after where I talked about the fact that I was likely to play the next one. I'd spoken privately to both family, friends, and of course as my chess team that this was likely going to be the last match. What happened was that right before the World Championship match, there was this young player, Rothschild. He had a dramatic rise. He rose to the second in the world rankings. He was 18 then, right? He's 19 now. He qualified for the candidates, and it felt like there was like at least a half realistic possibility that he could be the challenger until the next one. And that sort of lit a fire.
Do you like that?
I like that. I like that a lot. I love the idea of playing him in the World Championship. And originally, I was sure that I wanted to announce right after the tournament, the match, that this is it. I'm done. I'm not playing this one. But this lit a fire over me. So that made me think, this actually motivates me. And I just wanted to get it out there for several reasons. To create more hype about the candidates, to sort of motivate myself a little bit, maybe motivate him. Also, obviously, I wanted to give people a heads up for the candidates that you might be playing for more than first place. Like normally, the candidates it's first place or best. It's like the World Championship. And then, so Nakamura was one of many people who just didn't lose, which is fair, because I talked before about not necessarily wanting to defend again, but I never thought that there was as serious as this time. So he simply didn't believe me, and he was very vocal about that. And he said nobody believes in other players who may or may not have been true. And then, yeah, he lost the last game. He didn't qualify. But to answer the question, no, I already at that point decided that I wouldn't play. I would have liked it less if he had not lost those match behind. But the decision was already made.
Does it break your heart?